Did you? I didn't. Sure. Used emote to sit.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, because I can't use burst at all.
You have to.
Right, I'm gonna go take some
sorry for you.
There you go. Oh wait, I can't.
Here, scoot closer so you're not in the bright light probe.
Where's my tea?
There you go.
Okay. There you go.
Well, I guess it's time. So, everyone, welcome to TLX. It's the Spring 2021 edition, so whoever was here last time, welcome back. Whoever is new, I'm going to run through a couple of world features, things you can expect from this event, what you can, things you can use and stuff like that. So, let's start with the world features and setup. Hopefully everybody can see the slides. That's the main part of this whole thing. So you should be able to see the list of talks that we're gonna hear today, and what's the current talk and what's the next up. Those will be updating.
On top of you.
Yeah, there's a puppet and also the string.
Oh yeah, the shader motion on you.
Yeah, there's like a robot spazzing out right in front of you.
I thought it was just me.
Well, that's bad.
Wait, do you?
Oh wait, is Orel not see it?
It shouldn't be playing for for people in this instance.
I don't see it.
Do the people see it?
It's playing for
I see
me.
it.
It's playing for me.
Yeah, it's also playing for me.
Well, it just ran out in the back, so.
Do you drop another?
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
I think you're good now.
Oh, yeah,
I think the people from me now should rejoin.
I don't see it anymore. You might be good actually.
Yeah, I just disabled it.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Did everybody who?
Should we restart?
I mean, you should probably, yeah. If the people who saw it, if you could rejoin, I just want to know,
Yeah,
that's okay. I guess everybody saw it. That's bad.
No, I didn't
did not see that.
No, yeah, I didn't see it.
Holy
Oopsie daisies.
Really? No kidding.
See, I think if they just scream really loud.
Well, I hope that fixes it. So, no event without technical difficulties,
I
huh?
don't hear the stream now, so that's good.
Oh well, it will take at least 20 seconds for the stream to restart. So, but it should run through.
No, it's still there.
I see him.
It's still there.
Still there behind you now.
Yeah, it popped up again.
Yeah, it came back. Yeah.
By people streaming, they mean the window, the menu?
No, we know me
No.
robot on the stage right now inside Orals.
Oh,
Yeah,
on
I
the
can see
stage.
the robot
Okay.
and I can hear the stream.
I don't see that at all. So I don't.
I'm good.
Weird.
Yeah.
Is anyone else unable to adjust the settings on their tablet?
Well,
Because I can't do it anymore. The settings the buttons just disappeared for me.
what can I say? That's very unfortunate because that means that the other instances will not get the shader motion stream or any stream by that measure. So,
Huh.
That'd be weird.
Also, the
mean-
button for the tablet disappeared, so I can't adjust the volume or anything like that.
well, that's VRChat's VR detection issue. That's what I can tell you. So if you really want the settings, you can try rejoining again. But yeah, because it detects on start and VRChat's that's a canny. But how should we do? What should we do? I mean, I have a link to the stream on the other instances. So if people are in the public instance and they need a stream, they can use the main stream. But
Well, so is this a different ID? I wonder if you just take the puppet and move it like well below the world, or does that not work that way?
But other people need to see it.
It's the same world.
I mean,
It's the same world.
it's a
Oh, okay.
stream. It's a stream that plays the shader. Like, yeah, I cannot edit it in runtime. Like,
see.
it's not an object. Like, it's a like I can't move it down. So yeah.
Alright, so now I'm saying welcome to TLX. Intro to sound.
Did you have anyone check the other instances to make sure that they actually can't see it?
Event opening.
Because it could just be doubled here, but fine in the other instances.
I mean, it doesn't matter if we cannot record in the main instance.
So, but some people didn't see the puppet, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see what
Right.
you see.
Disappeared when you disabled it.
Right.
Oh yeah, but
Right.
no, like is there anyone who never saw the puppet?
Never
Never
saw the
saw it.
puppet.
Senpai.
Never
Okay.
saw it.
Yeah.
There's a puppet. What's a puppet?
I'm probably here first when you turn it on.
Like,
Yeah, not being able to broadcast is an issue.
does Cyan not make it back in? Are we full?
Yeah,
We're not full.
Science here.
Wait, do you not see Cyan right here?
No, I don't. Okay, hold on.
They don't. I don't see Cyan.
He ghosted
I don't
his
see
Wait,
gun.
hold on.
don't see
I have
Cyan
to do
at
the I have to do the
Oh
thing.
no, I only see
Okay, so
What
select
thing?
him from the top menu and then mute and unmute. Oop.
Okay,
Oh,
I see
fine,
the
yeah.
screen
Okay.
now. Or else?
Yeah, so select someone else's capsule and then do the next until
The stream
you
is
find him.
chugging. The stream is chugging at 2 FPS.
Oh, really?
Something like that.
No,
If
it's not for me.
not,
What do you
Cyan
mean?
might have to rejoin. That should bring him back.
No, I kept waiting for you to rejoin. Like, where is he? Oh, Legends is coming.
Let's see if this gets better.
Finish your request.
Let me check.
Oh.
Okay, it's better on the mainstream. I'm gonna leave it as is for now. Like I cannot repair it right now. So we're just gonna have to roll with this. The shader motion just doesn't work. For some reason it launches. I'll just gonna have to add the button. Well, if you've been here last time, it started exactly the same. But okay, it's been wild, but you know, you live and learn, I guess. If the web stream can tell me if everything is good, I'm gonna be checking that. But it seems like it's much better, or at least somewhat better than it was before. So all good. Okay, cool. I got that. Anyways, we're just gonna have to continue on before Lakuza's time starts. So I guess it's good that we got 15 minutes for my thing, and Legends just joining, so we can all welcome Legends. But anyways, as I was saying, you have a menu that you can spawn by clicking two buttons. If you can't see from way back where you are, two triggers, sorry. You can press both triggers at once. You can spawn a menu, you can pick it up, you can put it wherever you want. You can use your index finger on either hand to push the open settings button to open the world settings, where you can edit the speaker volume, the music volume, and the screen brightness. The screen brightness should be the main useful slider there, because some presentations can be brighter than the others, and Bloom is not friendly to VR, so sometimes it's just hard to read, so feel free to adjust that. Otherwise, there are audio zones, so if you want to talk to somebody, please exit to any of those the spaces outside of the main auditorium. It will lower your voice, so you don't, distract anybody. So yeah, my voice kind of goes through everything when I need that. So if you hear my voice coming down from the sky, don't be too scared. Just usually will mean that I'm gonna call you into the next talk. So we're gonna gloss over the other instances. Here I should have been talking about shader motion and how it should be presented for other instances, but we're having difficulties right now. So I guess today we're gonna run without it, and which is gonna pass on through. So we also have a Q&A zone for people who haven't been here before. When there is a sign over there that says questions and answers, please don't walk into it right now. Don't start talking there. But thanks, Fax, for pointing where it is. But basically, when the talk ends and we still have some time, which will be indicated by me or the speaker, you can go in and ask questions that they have. For the stream, so people on stream, they can also ask questions, and we'll try to source them via people in world. So yeah. So next thing is we have 15-minute breaks between every talk. We also have a 30-minute break for food right in the middle, so you don't have to be starving and being very tired. You can go take a break, come back in desktop, come back how you like it. So I'm gonna warn when the big talk will happen. So you can see today's lineup over here and over there. First on the deck is Lakuza. He'll be starting in around 5 minutes. But yeah, we have some amazing talks today. I'm really excited for Lakuza's, for sure. It's been a long time coming, I feel like, and yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff, and even more tomorrow. So yeah, I'm gonna just hop off over here from here and wish you great TLX. Yeah, I'll see you around. We'll start in 4 minutes with Lakuza.
Sweet.
So if people are requesting, we should tell them to use the link or request.u, is that correct?
Hopefully. Can you hear me? Right.
It's still haven't loaded on the next second talk for me. Yeah. Click select first. Select the talk and click select.
Yeah, that's why. Oops. Got it. Yeah, it's just loading. Cool. So is that loaded?
Yep.
I don't see it behind me.
You see anything else?
Click stop and start.
Schedule.
Okay.
Everyone look at Lucas.
Oh,
while he
you
does
see
it.
the schedule.
You see the timetable? Yeah.
There's a schedule.
Is that what overrides
You're
people?
still seeing the shader motion stream. They're seeing the shader motion stream.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. I see also the shader motion thing up here. Yeah, so stop.
So you have to keep it running.
I mean, how many people are seeing that?
I see the shader motion.
I see it.
I think I am. Yeah, I'm still seeing the.
I do not see the button.
Even opening. Yeah.
I see event opening at 1:45.
Table. I did see the.
Okay, they all see the shader motion stream.
So now it says.
Did it stop? Did it go black?
So much taking.
Nope.
It's the schedule for me.
Schedule.
No, schedule.
Okay.
I see intro to sound design, so technical difficulty.
A lot of things you do.
I hear you, yeah.
Well,
Oh, okay.
Oh my.
the best I can do is yeet it out of the world and re-upload, but that will take 15 minutes or so because VRChat's uploads are very slow.
So,
Okay. Maybe a new
What do you
world
think?
ID.
Yeah.
So it
I mean, you
doesn't
can.
need every ever.
Yeah, it won't fix it because it will just trigger the same issue. Like the code doesn't change.
The same chat that it went black for other lobbies.
Well, it's not incentive.
Yeah, I mean, I turned it
Wait,
off.
or else.
It's the third time.
Do you want me to
Yeah.
go first since my talk is 45 minutes? That way you get the 15 minutes for Lakuza.
I mean, people can't see it.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Oh,
People
everybody
can't
on the
see the
stream?
slides.
Yeah, nobody.
No, everybody
it's stuck
like,
as
a lot of
schedule.
people here.
Everyone. Blame
I think
VRChat
the same
apparently.
upload assumes.
Okay, you can go, Lakuza.
Both triggers at once.
Alright.
Lakuza.
No, I have it in my hand.
Just
I have a tablet, but it's only
I'm about to
TLX.
TLX, and that's it. Fix that.
That's it.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Oh, hey, there's. So is that working for everyone?
Yeah.
There it goes.
I see
yeah,
Lakuza and
Alright,
a
okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay. Timer.
Yep.
Alright. Okay. I guess I'll start then if everything's working fine. So hi, my name is Lakuza, and I'll be talking about marketing and building an audience. So this.
Oh no.
Oh, it's not working.
Yeah, it's
Wait,
not
actually,
helpful.
No.
On the tablet, we still see the schedule.
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
No. Also, the timer's not working as well.
Schedule.
I think. Actually, no, timers I guess is working. It sounds a minute.
We still see the schedule on the tablet, yeah.
I think
Everybody
we're
sees
gonna wait for
the
that world
timetable on the tablet.
Yeah.
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 We're not seeing the slides.
That's what we see.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
seeing that as well.
Well, then we'll just have to re-upload. It's uploading
Okay,
now.
we get
Yeah.
bonus party.
Everyone gets one free pack on the party.
Alright, I'll then send you with a dance.
Hell yeah. Idiot. Hell yeah.
That's the target game.
Is this the dog
Yeah,
that's
I know.
supposed to not fight with the
YouTube guys, I know that you see it fine. I just can't do it to the people in the world. I know that the stream looks fine, guys.
So sad. Weird.
Clearly the virtual doggo is more important.
So if the re-upload works, does that mean that the people in the public instances will be able to get the shader motion?
Did you know, Igbar?
No,
You can see my.
I didn't fix it. I literally removed it, so I can fix it while Lakuza does his salt.
Damn.
Good. Fair enough.
No, it's a whale shark, Gura.
Okay,
Just give me the go ahead.
if you want,
No.
if you want the same schedule again, because since mine is 45 minutes, I could go first.
You can go, Lakuza.
That's fine. It's alright.
To you though, so.
Will be good.
Alright.
Can everybody see when Lakuza does it? Well, we'll wait.
And it's my... yeah, I'll select it. So let's
see the
select it
wave.
now.
Is that what everybody?
Yeah, we're supposed to see the wavy
TLX. Right.
Do you want me to talk for you?
Okay, it's just loaded for me. Cool. And then start talk.
Okay.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to use my
Alright.
tablet as well, so that I don't have Lakuza's giant head in front of his own slides.
Should I stop and start again for the timer, or is it fine?
Has Lakuza done the?
If the timer doesn't show up, click start again, and it should just show up. What?
Okay. I mean, The time is there.
Is it in the shader
No.
motion thing in the back there?
Well,
okay.
it's
Is that,
broken,
like,
so we're not
required?
doing it for his talk.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
a black
All right.
square in the middle with something on the side.
A black square in the
Okay,
middle.
so if we're good, I'm gonna start now.
Let me try that.
Everything good?
Yeah, I think
Looks good on
most
my
people
end.
are good. I'm not sure. Yeah, so
All right.
we should just go.
I forgot to change that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Cool. All right.
Let me go reload that.
All right. I'll begin then. So.
Good point.
Hi, my name is Lakuza, and I'll be talking about marketing and building an audience. So for this topic, let me throw this screen up here so I can see it a bit clearer. So I'll be talking about building your brand as a world creator using social media, trailers, events, world launch marketing, and a couple of other things as well. But that being said, this can apply quite well for like other stuff, like if you're an avatar creator or if you're an artist. So hopefully there's a few useful things for everyone there. And because we're talking about trailers, I thought why not just make the About Me a trailer about myself. There we go.
I didn't realize Lakuza was that awesome.
That's it. That's the whole talk.
On to the first topic, which is so I'll be talking about social media and how to build your audience. So there's many types of social media, from Twitter, Discord, Reddit, TikTok, Instagram. There's just way too much to cover. So for this talk, I'll just be focusing mainly on Twitter. And this talk is based on what's mainly worked for me. Things will work a little bit different for everyone. It's all about experimentation. But there'll be a few things that I think that'll cross over well for everyone. So as a world creator, why should you use Twitter? For one, it's a massive audience on there, so it's a bigger impact on your world launch. There's more eyes on your world. People will be aware of it before it even releases. And also, it allows people to follow you for world updates. So as you're making a project, because projects take a long time, it's nice to have people following your progress and anticipating the final release. And then also, it's easier for networking. Now, I'm not just talking about the VRC community, like the users that play VRChat, influencer streamers that are on VRChat. I'm talking about outside the VRC bubble as well. So this will be like festivals, journalists, people in the VR industry and the game industry. There's a lot of eyes on VRChat now, so we really need to start looking at the bigger picture of what's happening overall in the VR industry. So yeah, it's a great way to meet people that way too. So if you're starting Twitter, one of the goals, I think a lot of people assume that follower count equals success. And that's a common misconception. In reality, what you need to be aiming for is tweet engagement. So this is how often people react to your content. So comments, likes, retweets, how often it gets shared and spread out amongst the Twitter community. Follower count will naturally increase the higher your tweet engagement is. So that's just a natural byproduct of a high tweet engagement. So if you've got a high follower count with low engagement, that basically means that you've just got the wrong audience for your content, and this can happen for a number of reasons. One of the most common ones is just that you've changed your sort of main content. So for example, if you're a Twitter account that spent years posting pictures and videos of your pet dog or cat, you're naturally going to get animal lovers that are following you that like to see those sort of positive content of your dogs and cats, and then suddenly you switch over to world content and they're not going to really care about the world side because they're just there for the pet videos and content. So that's one of the main reasons. And then there's also using unrelated terms for attention. So this is more one great example of this is like not safe for work content, right? So you'll see a lot of people that will occasionally do like a not safe for work artwork of like the avatar or content. You're going to attract a lot of attention for that and a lot of followers because that's just the way the internet works. There's a lot of fans of not safe for work content, which is fine. But as a world creator, you're building an audience now of people who want not safe for work content. So you're kind of building an audience specifically for that, and they're not going to really care about your world content. And then the last one is probably just the worst one, where you're boosting your follower count with bots. I don't know why you'd want to do that, because you're just getting numbers on the follower count, but you're going to get zero engagement, because what is a bot going to say in your tweet? So yeah, those are some examples of how that can happen. So how do you shape your audience? Oops. So how and what you tweet shapes the audience you build, and this requires a bit of self-control. A good phrase I like for this is that you are what you eat. So the kind of content you tweet is the kind of audience you're going to build. And I'm going to go over a few good and bad examples of how you can build your audience. So let's start with bad examples first. So negative tweets, complaining constantly, and rants. So these kind of group together. So if you're filling your Twitter profile with a lot of these kind of tweets, you're naturally going to lower the tweet engagement that happens with your tweets. You're going to sort of drive people away, because a lot of people are going on Twitter to focus on positive content, right? They're not waking up to like read, the whole time their timeline's filled with like a negative comment. So it can result in a few people unfollowing you as well. So I understand the urge to sometimes tweet about some things, and obviously there's cases where it's literally important to tweet. That's fine. It's about if you're constantly doing it. Don't confuse your world creator Twitter profile for like a Dear Diary type thing. Just make a separate account if you want to do that. So I've already covered kind of like not safe for work content, but you're basically creating a different audience that doesn't really care about the world side. You're also cutting off potential networking opportunities. So if you think about the whole outside the VRC bubble, there's going to be some important context that might not want to engage with you just because of that kind of content you have. So be very careful with the kind of content you do post. Now we're going to the more toxic side of building around audience. So subtweeting, Twitter drama, mob hunts, even taking part in someone else's drama. This is going to negatively impact your audience greatly, because you're going to start attracting people who like this kind of content. So they'll be following you for the drama. They won't be caring about the world content. And you'll also be pushing away people who are following you for that world content. So they might be unhappy that you're getting involved with stuff, because like you wouldn't do this in sort of public setting in real life, so why are you doing it on social media? And then the next set of ones generally confuses me. It's rumor, misinformation, and negative attitude towards the very platform you are using for content. So you're kind of digging yourself a hole that you're not going to be able to get out of, and you're attracting the audience that love this kind of content, the kind of people that will believe a rumor because friend number 2 said it in like a random instance. So be very careful with the kind of things you share. Fact check first, and try not to destroy the own platform that you're using for your world content. So let's focus on what you need to do to build a correct audience. So focus on posting and sharing positive content. Have a focus on being informative, and keep consistent with the sort of updates you do on your worlds. So these kind of go hand in hand. So obviously there's your own content that you're posting, but also consider retweeting and sharing other world creators, because not only are you acting as a source of information now for people, you actually become a new source of what's trending in VRChat, but you're also helping strengthen the very platform that you're uploading your world to. So you ideally want loads of eyes on VRChat, right? So there's more potential audience for your world. So it's a big team effort, so just share everyone's work, boost what world creator community is all about. Now this is a bit of a big ask, but really consider replying to every comment you receive on tweets. Now this can get super overwhelming if you get a tweet that blow up. Trust me, like I've been there, like a tweet's blown up and I wake up with like over 100 comments. I will take the entire day if it needs to reply to every one of them, because comments is like one of the main goals you're really looking for, right? It's a high tweet engagement. So if you're replying, even if it's just saying thank you, because they're doing a really great thing for like talking with you, so put a bit of effort back to say thank you, or put something relevant to what they're saying. It'll make them feel happy, it'll make you feel happy, so that's positive exchange, and it encourages higher engagement overall. They're more willing to comment on future tweets as well, because they know they won't be ignored. And this works great for people who aren't following you, because they'll be like, oh, okay, this person actually engages in conversation, let's give them a follow. So there's a lot of benefits to doing this, but it is time consuming, so I do understand if like it's not everyone's cup of tea. And this applies to any social media, whether you're on Reddit, whether you're on YouTube. Try to take some time out to really thank the people who are paying attention to you. Now we're going to optimizing tweets. So this is about learning and adapting based on your own tweet history and the performance of them. So the easiest way to do this is with Twitter Analytics, and this tracks your overall stats per month. So I've got a few screenshots on screen on the slide here, where it shows my sort of 2018 stats, 2019 stats as it gradually improves. And the tweet impressions value is really nice here, because this is like a really good representation of tweet engagement. So you kind of see like how many people are engaging with the tweet. So this is really nice to follow and kind of see how you're progressing. It helps you understand your audience, so you get to see what worked and what didn't. So if you have a month where the stats are slightly lower, that's fine. That'll happen a lot. You basically just analyze what was different between that month and the previous month, and this kind of feature in Twitter really helps with that. I find it easier to set monthly targets to help evaluate each month. So you can see in 2018 there, I almost hit 5,000 tweet impressions. So I might set the target at 4,000, because that's like, make it like an average, like a bar, and see if I can surpass that each month. And if I don't, then I have to analyze why that didn't happen. And gradually that will increase over time. So you see by this year that stat's kind of blown way out of control compared to 2018. So it's a slow progress. It's not going to happen overnight. But if you put that kind of effort in, it'll gradually increase. By default, this is turned off. So you need to enable this. So you enable it just by the menu. You go into the more section and you'll have analytics there. Unfortunately, it doesn't start the tracks retroactively. So I highly recommend everyone enable this after this talk, so that it starts tracking it from there on. And they do take a while to update, so it won't be instant. It can take a week or two to catch up. All right, so the next one is media. Including media equals higher tweet engagement. Someone is more likely to pause on your tweet while they're scrolling a timeline if there's something that breaks up the sort of monotony of wall of text. So have a screenshot, have videos directly uploaded into it, so they auto plays. And people are more likely to look at it. And this is why I'm saying avoid YouTube links for your major tweets, because YouTube just does not embed well at all. It requires one too many clicks for someone to actually watch the content. And as silly as that sounds, someone who's scrolling for Twitter isn't going to want to spend that extra second activating the video. If you want to include a YouTube video as a kind of a higher alternative, because Twitter compression does suck at times, and put that in the reply so they can click on it if they want to see the better quality. Next is picking the right time. So for your big news, you absolutely want to pick the perfect time and day to tweet it. If you're doing this big reveal for a world, don't just post it, whenever you're free. Use a schedule feature if you have to, and this depends on the audience you have. So for example, my audience, I find it, for being in the UK, I always target my major tweets around the 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. mark. That's like the activity peak for my audience there. And if I'm lucky and people start retweeting it, it will then hit other peaks in activity through the night. So the next peak for me would be 10 p.m. and then there's another one 2 a.m. So it's a whole combo of peaks if people keep retweeting, and then it helps blow it up. So you kind of want to recognize those activity peaks, and the analytics helps a lot with that. Also, each tweet you make gives you one retweet and comment retweet to make. Use them, please. Don't be afraid or ashamed to use these. There's actual legitimate reasons to be able to retweet your own content, and one of the biggest ones is targeting other time zones and communities. So one of the reasons why you need to pick a good time is if you choose a time, a lot of people are going to be asleep or they might be away from Twitter, right? And this is gonna translate to other time zones. So one of the things that I do, I just do retweets 6 hours later or 12 hours later, and that way I can target communities that are in completely different time zones. And one other great thing with comment retweets is that you can rewrite the original tweet in a different language. So I've got a large chunk of my audience in Japan. So I'll use retweet comments to kind of target the Japanese community using translation to make it easier to understand, and it works great. But also, don't be afraid to use a retweet exactly a day later. Sure, you're kind of aiming at the same audience again, but it gives it a second chance in case someone didn't see it on day one because they were busy or something. I've done that a few times, and it's helped make it blow up the second day, so do not underestimate that. In terms of a development update strategy for your worlds, this will depend on the type of world you're doing. Obviously, if you're doing a very story-heavy world that you don't want to spoil too much, you're kind of limited to what you can tweet. And if you're doing sort of a hangout world, you can kind of go all out with that and show a lot of updates. So it differs on that. But if you're starting out, try this strategy, which is what I started out in 2018. Commit to one tweet a week where you just show something you've made for the world. It can be simple. It could be like a model. It could be a texture. It could be a system you've made in Udon. Just something to keep trickling out information, and people will generally start paying attention, and you'll see the results over time. And include screenshots and videos with this as well. Even if you don't have anything relevant, like it's like some really like a complex system, just have screenshots of the world instead, so it still breaks up the timeline. Someone will likely see it, and use the hashtag VRChat for any world content you do. And there are other hashtags as well, like made with Unity or hashtag VR. Try to stick to 2 hashtags only, because if you go over 2, then the Twitter algorithm goes a bit weird, and you're less likely to have your tweet appear on people's timelines. Next, we go on the world of trailers. So this is where you're building the hype, the kind of real mic drop moments for your marketing stage. So what's in the trailer? You're showing off the world itself, like a big reveal, or you're showing a very specific feature. It's usually like a compilation of clips as well, edited to some soundtrack. So it's not like a flat out like gameplay video. It's like really edited down and focusing on the main points. And it also announces the stage of development. So this can be the release date, the launch. Maybe it's like you want to say in development now or coming soon. So it usually has that, so people know when to expect it. When should you make a trailer? Pretty much whenever you feel like it. When you've got something to show, that's fine for a trailer. But saying that, you need to make sure you're ready to commit to the project. So don't do a trailer if you can't guarantee the completion of it. A trailer is like a sort of ticking timer of like, it'll boost the hype up and the hype will slowly start going down and lower. So you need to be in a position where you can start trickling out updates like, once a week or something. And it also avoids the wrong or impossible expectations. And for that, you need to understand your limits and don't overpromise things. I've seen a lot of people that get excited on that initial trailer they do when they haven't even started the project in Unity yet. And it's just for that sort of instant gratification of like, oh, people are paying attention to me, but then, oh crap, I've got nothing to show, like a week or 2 later, and then you've just lost all the hype that you generated. So I'm going to move on to like common mistakes that I see now in trailers for Worlds, and including like the game industry itself as well. So the biggest one is music, and it's music choice and lack of sync. So I'm going to touch on the music choice very briefly because this is the smaller one. Music choice is subjective. I might like a soundtrack that you hate. You might like one that I hate. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that it has to match the tone and speed of the visuals. Often I'll see music that's so disconnected from the visuals on the screen that it kind of makes it hard to watch the trailer. Like you're too concentrated on the disconnect. An example of that is like, say you're making a romantic hangout. Why would you put death metal over it? So this is an extreme example. And then what I really want to focus on is a lack of sync. So this is the one thing that I feel disconnects a lot of people when watching a trailer, and what separates a good trailer from a bad trailer. There's a massive disconnect if there's no sync at all with the music and visuals. So let's say a new instrument's introduced. That's a perfect time to reveal, but if the trailer makes no attempt to kind of synchronize with the music, it's going to be noticeable and it'll distract people. Next is wasted time. This is a really big one, actually. So the first 10 seconds, often you'll find no info in an attempt to make something emotional or epic. So often you'll be like a real close-up focus of an avatar's face, of they're trying to like, get ready to do something, or you've got like this really nice looking sunrise in the environment. And it takes up most of that 10 seconds. There's no information whether it's a VRChat World or who the creator is. And then more important, the first 30 seconds fails to have hooks or reveals, and it's just full of a lot of pointless shots again. I understand why people do this. It's like kind of building the atmosphere and epic, but I guarantee you people are gonna stop watching a trailer if the first 30 seconds do not hook you. This applies to like employment and so on. When you're giving portfolios to people, you want to be able to hook people in the first couple of seconds. Yes, that sunrise and player looks great, but not 15 seconds of my time great. So if your trailer fails to have key reveals in those first 30 seconds, you've got problems with the trailer. Next is people aspect of trailers. So a lot of times you'll get too much focus on people within a trailer. It tries too hard to make people look cool. And at that point, you need to ask yourself, are you promoting the world or are you promoting the people in the trailer? Another one is avatars clashing with the world. So as lovely as everyone's avatars are, when you've got like this really beautifully lit world with like nice shadows and that, and suddenly an unlit skimpy cat girl runs across the screen, you've just created the biggest disconnect. And you need to think of like people watching this from outside the VRChat community as well. They're gonna be so confused what's going on. Like if you got like this really, imagine like the Devouring, as a trailer, and then cat girls just run across the screen. It's going to create a weird disconnect, right? And then lastly, there's the awkward, boring body language. So everyone is well aware of the VR hands being in front because we're resting on an armchair. comfy, but not great for a trailer. Or if someone's running, they'll have their arms really stiff against the side as they're running because we're using the control to move our hands. These all look really awkward in video format. And another one is when people attempt to run, so they're moving their hands, except that the left hand is in perfect sync with the left leg. You can try running like that. I guarantee you're not going to be able to run if you're moving your left hand and left leg forward. It's going to look really stupid, and it comes across like that in a lot of trailers as well. So you need to be really well aware of your body language. So now I'm going to go on to what you should be doing for trailers. Planning is a big part of trailers. Try to choose the music before working on a trailer. This is simply because when you start hearing the music, you're able to recognize key points in the music where, let's say a guitar comes in at 10 seconds in, let's say drums start kicking in about 30 seconds, and you now know that those are key moments to sync up with like visuals or like a key reveal. Or like, the beat drops, and there's loads of things you can do with that. And you need to plan for that so it doesn't disconnect the viewer if your visuals don't match. Decide on the tone and style of your trailer and keep it consistent. So if you're doing a horror world, don't just shove in like some sort of comedic element halfway through. Really focus on what kind of message you're trying to get across with the trailer. And this applies for the avatars that are featured in it as well. Make sure they're consistent with the world itself. Write out a clear set of goals that the trailer must hit. So this is pretty common sense. Your trailer's there to get a few key points across. So write down in bullet points so you never forget to add those in your trailer. So, it establishes a VRChat world, put your world creator name in there. Have the key features that you want to show off in there before you start recording the trailer. And then plan how to show the reveal instead of talking or relying on text. So the less language you have in your trailer, the more inviting it is to all of the VRChat communities. Don't forget, VRChat is like a worldwide community now, right? Not everyone speaks or reads English. So try to really minimize on how much language you have in the trailer itself. It's okay to have a few text labels to like bullet point certain gameplay features that you're showing. But don't rely on like massive amounts of text to explain something, and try not to talk at all because not everyone's going to be able to follow. And you're cutting yourself. You're cutting a massive chunk of the audience that might have been interested in the world. So yeah, trying to show it instead of talking. And the next one is time. So aim for 1 minute maximum for a trailer if you can, because Twitter will keep auto looping it. It prefers 1 minute videos. And then the maximum is 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Twitter, so you can't upload higher than that. But there's no reason why you should ever hit that maximum limit anyway, because we're not making 40 to 60 hour experiences yet. Sure, persistence is coming, so maybe it might change then. But for now, there's no reason to hit 2 minutes. 1 minute to 1 minute and a half is pretty reasonable, and you can get a lot of content in there. And if you're not, it's usually because you're repeating a lot of content. So less is more in this case. So if you saw a feature off already, there's no need to show it off in the trailer again. So that helps you cut down on time a bit. Make sure the first 10 seconds has some kind of information. So, maybe have the VRChat logo and say, coming on VRChat. Have your world creator name in those sort of first 10 seconds as well. So it establishes something of what to expect. You'll see a lot of movie trailers on YouTube. They will put like a really fast 10-second compilation of what to expect from the trailer. They'll spoil like the key moments that will be in there at the very start. That's purely to hook your interest so you don't click on related videos and go somewhere else. So apply that logic similar to here. You don't have to spoil your trailer, but have something that's kind of informational and active within those 10 seconds, sorry. And then the first 30 seconds, make this a complete rule. Have one key reveal in there. If you don't, start replanning your trailer, because I guarantee if there's no key reveals, you won't get as many people watching it. Scene duration. Each scene or shot should be 3 to 4 seconds maximum, because viewers will lose interest with long scenes. So by long scenes, I'm talking about something as small as 5 seconds. Like 5 seconds sounds small on paper, right? But in video format, that's a really long time. So anything 5 seconds or over, just cut that out of your trailer. Unless it's a really action-packed scene and there's a lot of dynamic stuff happening in it, then that's fine. You can have like interesting one-shot takes there with it. But generally, you want to avoid 5-second shots. That being said, avoid split-second shots or like 1-second shots too, because short scenes can often just become a visual noise because the viewer has no chance to register what's happening on screen. Next, I want to say avoid the overuse of advanced camera techniques and use them sparingly for greater impact. There's a lot of great tools and gimmicks out for like recording, but often people get a bit too distracted by these really cool toys and they spend the entire trailer using these techniques over and over again, to the point like the trailer becomes an advertisement for the camera technique itself. So you need to really focus on the core message of your trailer and not like what fancy technique you can get. And minimizing the amount of camera movement anyway makes it easier to register what's happening on screen. Choose the avatar style carefully to match your world. So this is lighting and style. Make sure they don't clash with the actual theme of the world, so there's no immediate disconnect. And avoid players looking or moving like they're bored or if they're half asleep. They might actually be really excited to be the trailer, but if their body language doesn't display that, it's going to come off really odd. So if there's a combat scene, make sure they're really putting the effort to like, strike the sword or pull the bow and arrow or like, do like some, I don't know, dance maneuver or something. And if you can't do this yourself, please get in touch with the roleplay community. They have been doing this for ages now, and they're pulling off like so much great performances. So get in touch. I'm sure they'll be happy to like help out. There's no excuse really when we've got VR tracking and full body tracking now to really get dynamic movement. So now I'll go over the process behind the trailer. So I'll start off first showing what I use to make trailers. So recording, aka production, I'm using just the VRChat default stream camera. Nothing else. It's literally just that. I'm literally holding it in my hand and moving it like a real hand camera. That's about as advanced I get with my trailers. And I'm using OBS Studio to record it into an MP4 file. I do have my like sort of settings on screen there if it helps anyone, if you want to copy that. And then I have Unity Recorder, which is a pre-package available within Unity itself. So if I'm ever recording a trailer purely from the Unity editor, I'll just basically put this into the project. And you go into Package Manager and you toggle on preview packages, and it'll just be there as a free download. And it's very simple to use. So for editing, I just use After Effects for everything. Editing, and then I render it out in sort of uncompressed. It's an animation format within After Effects that I use, and it results in like a massive 8 GB file. I'll sometimes use Photoshop if I need to edit a logo for the world or something as a PNG file, but mostly it's usually After Effects. And then I use Handbrake to compress the render I did from After Effects into a very small, clean MP4 file, and it's ready to put onto it. And in often cases, I can put onto Discord as well because it's underneath the 50 megabyte limit, and it's free. I've been using this for years. So I'm an animator for a living, and I've been using this for a lot of like client projects, and it's great. I recommend everyone use this. Free alternatives are available, of course, like the ones I've listed, so you don't have to use After Effects and Photoshop. It's all about what you're comfortable with. A lot of the stuff I'm doing is pretty basic transitions anyway. So I'm going to focus on the 3 stages of production now: pre-production, production, and post-production. So pre-production, which is the planning stage, you really want to choose a soundtrack early so you can plan music sync scenes. You want to plan out key reveals, so make that list of stuff you want to show off, and make a storyboard if that helps you. I prefer to make a really rough video made up of like images and text with the soundtrack playing in the background, just so I can see how the timing and sync works. It usually helps me visualize exactly what I want. For production, whether I'm using the Steam camera or I'm using just a direct recording of my vision for like point of view shots, I always make sure Steadicam mode is activated. And this is actually something that was recently put in VRChat, so you can have your regular desktop stream now just have Steadicam. So I highly recommend that because it gets rid of that awkward, shaky feel that a lot of VR has when you're recording. And if you are using your direct sort of point of view, and even with Steadicam mode on, you kind of want to be very aware of your head movement. Be very slow or like very like robotic with your head movements. Like if I'm going to do a pan, I'll make sure my head doesn't move too much. The reason why is that in VR, naturally we have a lot of jerky head movement, and as a recording, as a video someone's watching, they will feel motion sick with the sudden constant head movement. So try to really limit how crazy your head movements are. I recommend sticking to 30 frames per second for your recording, just because Twitter doesn't handle 60 frames per second videos, so you might as well just keep it 30. For post-production, even though I said to have like a plan, be flexible, be ready to deviate a little bit. There'll be some things that only make sense in sort of editing stage once you get all the recordings. You might find that one clip works better in a certain different spot, so be ready to make little changes like that. And don't be afraid to speed up clips to improve like the music sync or the duration of a clip. You'll be surprised of how much you can get away with speeding it up without falling into like Looney Tunes territory. So yeah, just experiment with that. And give text enough time to read. You'll be quite surprised as well, like how much time you actually need to read text when there's a lot of action happening on screen. So test the video out yourself, show it to your friends, and make sure everyone can read what's happening on screen. So now I'll be moving on to trailer breakdown. So this will be looking at 3 trailers that I've made before and kind of breaking down the process of each one. Now each trailer is a different style, a different goal, and it was in a very different position in the sort of marketing stage. So some were in a really ideal spot for a big trailer reveal, and then one was like in a really difficult spot. So the first one I'll analyze is The Devouring. So this was in a brilliant position for a big trailer. It was a collab between 4 known world creators, so it was myself, Sign Laser, Legends, and Fiona. And we've already got like our own established audience, so just the fact that we were collaborating was a good enough reason for people to get excited for the world. And on top of that, we built on the hype by just using environment screenshots, behind the scenes development screenshots, and like music teasers as a marketing strategy. But we never spoiled anything about the story. Not even the title logo was known until this trailer, so there was a lot of cool stuff to reveal, and we only ever showed one enemy for about 5 seconds, and it didn't even show it interacting with the player. It just broke through a door and that was it. So there was a lot to kind of show off with this trailer. So for goals, if I'm writing down a list, there's a lot of first time reveals: gameplay, story, title, logo, release date. So they had to make a big impact because there was a lot being shown off. I really wanted to emphasize the horror genre, so it really had to, take control of the style and tone to reflect that. So I wanted it to be movie-like, intense, overwhelming. I really wanted to show viewers watching that you're going to have a very stressful experience when in the world. So I really had to just keep ratcheting up the intensity of it all. All right, so without further ado, here's the trailer.
So good.
So to break that down, the audio was chosen before the trailer even began, and the entire trailer was actually driven by the soundtrack. There's so 3 significant changes within the music where I knew that I could shift the direction of the trailer. So I had like 3 arcs. So like the beginning was the sort of gas station. It was just setting things up and establishing there's a VRChat World, putting our names in there. And then the second arc is when it's showing the environment. There's not much danger yet, but it's starting to get a bit more sinister. The story's trying to take a weird direction with like seemingly inviting sort of address to the guests. And then once the music really drops, that's when all the danger kicks in, and it's just way faster cuts, and yeah, you're gonna have a horrible experience. And then we have like the title. So the title was like a big thing as well, because it was the first time it was revealed, so it had to have like its own animation and sort of splash on screen. The release date was another big reveal, so it had like an extended thing on it. And even though the end shot was like way over 5 seconds, the text itself was a focus. So the release date, the world creator names, so it kind of works. And because there's nothing really after the trailer, it's fine to kind of extend that kind of long scene there. No player was shown besides like a pair of hands. I didn't use my old avatar, because my old avatar had like a horrendously huge cartoony hands, so I just picked a character from one of my other worlds who had like fingerless gloves, so I just used her character as the hand model, because it was kind of like realistic proportions. There was no light-hearted moments, so I had to really emphasize the horror aspect. And then I used the stream camera for pretty much all of it with the steady mode on. There was nothing else like special done with that side of it. So the next trailer I'm going to break down is the second trailer I did for Bullet Time Agent. So this was actually in a really tough spot for a big trailer reveal, and that's because it's a very old project. So the project began back in 2018, and then I had a first reveal trailer already that blew up back in 2019, and the demo of it has been playable since in VRChat. So it's not by any means like a brand new project. It's been going on for a while, and I've been doing a lot of development sort of tweet updates on this. So it was very easy to do weekly updates with this, just because of the nature of the project. And I don't really consider anything spoilers. So I'm showing stuff from like, the boss battles, and I'm showing stuff from like enemies, and I'm totally fine with that. So because of that, it puts it in a tough spot because people know about it already. So there's not much to reveal. But it went on pause in 2020 to work on devouring. So that helps just a little bit because now there's like a gap in content that I was using it for Twitter. Now at the same time, I was working on a brand new avatar, so I was using an avatar from like my favorite game, but it was time to change that because I was trying to get more involved in events and stuff. So I started working on my own avatar, which I'm wearing right now. And this was in a great position. So because I'm not an avatar creator, avatar is not the focus of my tweets. So I only did like 2 to 3 tweets at most because my audience is not really geared towards avatar stuff, it's geared towards worlds. I never showed the texture of my avatar. I never showed the face besides like just teasing the eyes. So great position for a reveal. And I decided to merge this and the re-reveal of the world as the main goal. And for the world, I really wanted to show off the progress from the 2019 trailer because that's really outdated now. Just the visuals have been stepped up. There are way more enemy designs. The gameplay had improved, and I also wanted the style and tone to be like cool, badass, fun. So like just like really arcadey fun experience to play. But I wanted to be kind of like a game cinematic. So this is going to be a little bit of a departure from my usual world trailers. So for the pre-production stage, the soundtrack is actually what spawned the entire concept of the trailer. So the idea of this trailer didn't even exist until I heard the soundtrack, and it's actually a music from the world itself that I've got licensed for it. And there's a small 19-second portion where the music stops, and it's just a series of these amazing sound effects of like gun reloads, metal objects moving. And the moment I heard it, I knew I would love to do like a video to it. At the time, it was a bit daunting. I didn't know if I had it in me to actually do something like this because just the amount of planning it would take and work was a bit scary. But I went ahead with it anyway. And also, the trailer was going to be an in-engine trailer using Unity Timeline. So I use this as an excuse to learn how to use Timeline. And I highly recommend using this if you're making in-engine trailers because it's amazing. It lets you sync animators and music and test the music directly when you're playing back in Unity. So because of all of this, I required what's called an animatic. So an animatic is basically an animated storyboard in the animation industry. It's a very rough format, so you can kind of get an idea of where timing is. I did touch on this briefly, that sort of rough video with text and images. So I used that to kind of sync out every single clip that I was going to animate. Like frame timing to the music is really important. And here's pretty much the 19-second animatic that I had. Alright, so super basic stuff. It's just a bunch of like Google images that I just pulled in just to get the time right. But this gave me everything I needed to kind of like really plan out the clips I was going to animate. And this was the final product.
So good, so good.
Thank you.
Heck yeah.
Nice.
Thank you. Okay, so that was actually the shortest trailer I've ever made for a world. But funnily enough, it was the most time and effort spent making a trailer. This was a solid 2 weeks worth of work of just like planning it, animating it in Unity. So just a fun fact that yeah, it was still the shortest trailer. As you may have noticed though, it wasn't 19 seconds long. It did actually become 37 seconds in the end. And that's because I added an extended intro to really focus on the avatar. So I'm breaking the rules a little bit here by saying focus too much on the vehicle, but my excuse is the avatar was a reveal in itself, and I did it within the first 10 seconds here, so it still stays within the 30-second rule. And even then, in a 10-second sort of timer, I still put in like, it's a VRChat World, I put my name in, and the actual bulk of the trailer started then. And then as you saw, the rest of the trailer was pretty much done within the 30 seconds, so it took all the checkboxes there. The plan ending changed a lot from the animatic, so the animatic would be a bit confusing because it was really just made for my eyes, so I knew exactly what each icon meant, but there were like a reverse icon near the end, and I was originally going to have the entire trailer rewind back to the start and then switch to the logo, because a big part of the world is slowing down time to dodge bullets. So I was going to do some sort of time manipulation in the trailer, but in the end I decided to instead replicate the original artwork poster I had for the world that I've been using for a while, and I was really happy I did that because now I can use that as a poster for marketing now too. And now, of course, I used extra audio to sync the new opening and ending. So like viewers wouldn't know that wasn't originally planned, but the audio kind of just makes it feel automatic. And this is a good example of deviating from the original plan. So yeah, have that flexibility for sure. One thing I didn't account for though, that the animatic didn't account for either, is that the more action you have on screen, the more time is needed to understand. So a single second with too much moving on screen will feel too quick. And in context of this trailer, originally every kind of punch I did in that trailer to a robot, there was like camera shakes, swift camera movement, particle effects blowing on screen. And when I put it in the editing stage, I put it together, like even I couldn't keep up with what was happening because there's so much visual information on screen. I just didn't have chance to register it. And this is even more apparent when you've got smaller scenes tied together. It's kind of really disorienting to when you actually experience it. So the simple solution to this was just to simplify it. So I got rid of the particle effects and I really minimized the amount of camera movements. So it was just focused on my avatar punching the robot and the robot's sort of initial reaction to it, and that was all that was needed to kind of work. So whenever you're making your trailers, really keep in mind how much is happening on your screen if it's a short second. When it's a simple one, when it's a simple second, it feel like 2 seconds. If it's too much, it'll feel like a blink and it's over. So the next trailer I'm going to go on now analyze is a JSR festival. This is the current project I'm working on. So this was in a good position for a big reveal. It's a fan project based on the series, so it was very easy to just build hype using visuals and music because of the nostalgia that people have, and there's already a thriving community for it. But I didn't really have any gameplay leaks, and there were no team leaks. So at the time, people assumed that it was a solo project. And roughly around the same time, the new team member Y had just tweeted about rail grinding. So luckily, not many people connected the two dots because I very mysteriously revived this project around the same time too. So it was in a good spot for a reveal, and this trailer was completely to hype up Y's involvement with the project and to show off his grinding system. But I also wanted to give a world overview and activities just to kind of reveal that it's not a hangout world, there's like adventures and there's stuff to do in there. And the style and tone had to be fun, stylish, upbeat to really match the original series. But I also really wanted to channel the energy of like Smash Brothers character reveal trailers because they're always fun the way they reveal new characters, and I really wanted to do that for Y to really hype them up. And here's the trailer.
Like this, like that, like this, like that, like this, like that, like this, like that. Jet Set Radio.
VRChat Radio!
Alright.
Yeah.
So to break this down, thank you. The major reveal was done in under 20 seconds, which was Y's involvement and his rail grinding mechanic. I deliberately kept the first 15 seconds void of any gameplay, so I really focused on the nostalgia aspects in there and have some like fun moments just to emphasize how fun it could be, like, you know, just lip syncing to the music that was happening. And this all led to like a bigger impact of the main reveal. So there's a big focus on showing the gameplay because this is the first time showing it, right? But then the focus on the world creators itself, because there was a large part of this was a focus on the people behind the world. And there was a heavier focus on motion graphics this time around, so I really put a lot of effort into how text is displaying and how the shapes and everything, and remaking the logo and animating the logo as well. So there was a lot of that involved because I really wanted to do justice to the game series. But yeah, all three trailers were a success, including Bullet Time Agent, which had a really tough position. I'm not sure if the numbers are visible there, but the tweet engagement for all of them were really great. Lots of days spent replying to comments, and this isn't even showing comment retweets that had their own high engagement as well. So looking at the time, I'm actually doing really good for time here. This is the fastest I've ever done, I think, so I can slow down a bit here. So the next thing I want to go on about is influencers and collaborating on marketing. So by influencers, I'm talking about, you know, like what you would normally call content creators, like Twitch streamers, YouTubers, VTubers. Except I'm not referring to them as content creators here, because on VRChat, that term is kind of odd when pretty much everyone playing VRChat is a content creator in some kind, whether you're avatar creating, whether you're world creating. So I'm referring to them as influencers. But it also includes journalists and people with a lot of social media presence. So it allows for a wider range of definition here. And teaming up with influencers for events is like a two-way deal between you and the influencer. There's often like a common fear or misconception that it's a one-way benefit for the world creator only, and that they're just clout chasing. That's really not the case. And if there's ever an influencer who thinks that, they're not the kind of influence you want to be teaming up with anyway. Many influencers are actually looking for special access or early previews of upcoming worlds. They're like, you know, the ones who enjoy looking at worlds, they're generally interested and excited to check worlds out. But finding the right influence is really important. Not all influencers are suitable for World Showcase, so make sure they at least enjoy exploring worlds and that their content focuses on paying attention to worlds. So you'll have some influencers who their content is not to do with worlds, but it's like say meme avatars, which is absolutely fine, but that's their content and the audience is built for that. So they probably won't really appreciate world exploration as much, and the audience might not appreciate as much. So you really want to hone in on the influencers that spend time actually world hopping and exploring worlds, but also that they respect the worlds of it, so they understand the effort that world creators are going in, and they're not coming up with really, you know, horrible toxic comments about a world if they don't like it. Like, constructive feedback is fine, but there's a difference between constructive and toxic, and you'll find some people engaged with that. And that really indicates some type of audience to build, because the audience obviously likes them, so they'll agree with those kind of behavior. Equally, you want to pay attention to their conduct on social media. So apply the same rules I gave you early on for like building your audience. See if they're involved in Twitter drama, mob hunts, you know, subtweeting. If they are, you probably don't want to really give them you know, early access to your worlds. Focus on the people who are actually positive and actually you know, put a positive influence on the platform itself. So this includes avoiding people that, you know, who'll willingly spread misinformation or like be negative. So, like, what's the point? Like, their audience is not going to enjoy the world, so there's no point showing them, right? It doesn't matter if, you know, a streamer has 200k followers, if they have a habit of being toxic. So just keep that in mind. And one of the events you can collaborate with is world tours. And I do this a lot myself, so this helps you reach outside of your audience. And a world tour is basically showing an influencer or even groups in your audience the work in progress world that you're working on, and you're basically guiding them to key moments or locations. So I've been doing this a lot for the past like 3 years, and it's a lot of fun to do because you get to see their reactions sort of firsthand, and then you can pay attention to their stream and look at their chat as well. So that's why it's always important to choose the right influencer here. But what's really great with world tours is that not only it builds world awareness and hype, it builds awareness about you as a world creator. So at the end of all this is still building a brand of you, where, you know, people when they hear your name, it'll be like a, you know, what's the word? It's like a stamp of proof or like a badge, you know, that, you know, they'll be like, oh, this person's making that world, I'm already excited, I don't need to know that much already. So you kind of want that effect eventually. But it's also an event for your audience to take part in too, so you can actually use this as reward for people who have been supporting you for so long. And people will actually like follow you if they know that you do these kind of things, so they're genuinely interested in seeing your world out. So it helps build your audience that way too. So when should you do a tour? So I tend to stick to the goal of like, if your world can hold a tour for 30 minutes, then you're pretty much good. Because remember, you're also doing you're helping out the influencer as well. So you want to give them meaningful content. So if you have an adventure world that's over in 10 minutes, chances are that's not going to really help the influencer much as well. So you really want like a good 30 minutes of content. If you're doing a hangout, well, that's a little different because you can spend a lot of time just like seeing the rooms and appreciating it, because hangouts are more focused on that sort of small location, so they work out pretty fine that way. Make sure what you show off is polished though. You know, a large amount of the audience for an influencer isn't going to be following world creation, so they won't appreciate why something is half finished or like buggy. You want to make, so I'm not saying it has to be finished, but just make sure it's polished. So because a lot of people will use your tour as a first impression, which is pretty scary. So you need to make sure what you show is good. That's why tours, I often make sure they're guided, so I avoid the really unfinished stuff as well. And avoid getting too technical, otherwise you'll lose the audience. So we all love to do a lot of nerd talk, but just limit that in tours, because you'll lose a lot of people that way. So now we're on the final boss stage, which is the world launch. So leading up to launch, you should be really focusing now on your marketing and how you're going to hype up the release. That being said, do not set your release date until after the world is complete. So what I mean by this is there's no development left to do. Bugs are fixed and it's ready to publish right now, right this second. But what you want to do is set the release date at least with a week spare for marketing. Just pure marketing, no development. That way it really makes it a lot easier to hype up the release date. And also have your final reveal trailer ready in advance. So an example, I'm going to show you the timetable I drew up for Devouring. So we finished the Devouring development, I believe it was like 31st of July. And I drew up this 2-week timetable, which had slots. It might be hard to see on here. Oh, no, it's visible. That's great. So I had slots like timetable for me, Fiona, Cyan, Legends. I had a whole schedule planned, and I sort of grayed out areas where only one person would tweet, so there would be no overlap. It was the first time I kind of did this, but I'm so happy I did it because it worked so well. There were a lot of reveals that we had to do, so that's why it spread out over 2 weeks, and we really went all out with it, and it just did wonders. So I highly recommend having your own sort of tweet schedule once the world is complete, and you give yourself like that week's benefit, just draw up hype. And then consider doing a world launch party. So organize a launch event in the world itself. It rewards your audience. It gives them content to tweet about, it gives you content to tweet about, and it can also help you leave community labs pretty quickly if you're in the world while it goes public. So often with the world launch party, you'll be in there for like the first hour, and then you'll have a countdown, and you'll put the world to public, and then those will hopefully contribute to it going public out of labs too. In some cases, you can't really do a launch party within the world itself. So the Divine was a good example of this because it was only like a 4-player world, so that's not going to be much of a party, and you're going to be stuck in a gas station. So Fiona spent like the week before release just making this grand like Oscars movie party like experience, and we had 8 people, and then it was just amazing. We had roughly around 300 people entering and exiting over the course of a few hours. We each gave a speech. We had a lever to pull the to do the big reveal with the animation and the portal open to the side. I highly recommend doing it. It doesn't have to be like this crazy grand. Like when I released like Another World, it was just a party within the world itself. But just it's fun. Your audience will really appreciate it because they get to be a part of something that you've built. So the actual final form is post-launch marketing. Yes, your marketing does not end at launch day. So you really want to encourage people to keep talking about your world after its release. A good way to do this is to assign a hashtag to your world for community tweets. So like if someone posts a screenshot, they'll include the hashtag. You might even just put your Twitter handles in so they can just tweet you directly. But the benefit of this is that it helps you keep track of all the tweets being made of your world, and it helps others keep track of it as well if they're interested. But please make sure the hashtag isn't already busy. So just double check that the hashtag isn't being used by another game or community, and like an author of a book or something. Usually just sticking like VR, VRC at the end of the world name should do the trick, but double check just to make sure that you really want the hashtag to be unique to you. And promote your socials and Discord in the server, Discord server in the world as well, because it's nice to have something where people can then join so they can discuss if they need help or if they have like suggestions or like bug reports. It'll save your DMs a lot as well, so people can join the server directly. The thing I really want to stress though is placing photo opportunities in the world. Especially when combined with a hashtag, you'll just have a constant stream of tweets. I'm still getting tweets and screenshots sent to me from like worlds I released like 3 years ago, just because there's like an end screenshot opportunity, so people really like to show that they complete the world. And I also do something like I sometimes do Hall of Fame, so consider that, but please automate it so you won't get stressed out like I was during the Divine release, because I was doing them manually and we had like 600 submissions in the first 48 hours. And I just wanted to like teleport somewhere. It was just, it was insane. So please automate it. Do not underestimate how good your world will do. And adventure worlds in general benefit greatly. It includes stats and playthroughs. Including stats and playthroughs, sorry, is great because people like compare and compete as well. And I guess if you're doing like sort of a hangout world, you don't really need a specific sort of screenshot opportunity. Just like a quick plug, or else there's a camera thing, camera prefab that's free within the toolkit. It's basically a dynamic photo opportunity. People will pick that camera up and start taking photos and posting on Twitter. And if you put like your world logo on, that's just free advertising. And people just love taking screenshots and sharing, so please encourage that. And as an example, I've got like a small compilation of images that wasn't even for a world. So if you're aware of Virtual Market, I did a brief for it back in December, and I snuck in a little collectathon in there and put in an end screenshot room that unlocked that encouraged people to tweet about it, because I was kind of curious to see how this would work. And I was super happy with the results. Like the amount of tweets I was getting for like a booth was amazing. And my tweet engagement was high for that month. I got a bunch of new followers, and it was just really nice to see. So screenshot opportunities means more tweets about your world, and more tweets means more ways to engage and build your audience. So it comes back full circle. And with that, the tutorial is complete and the real game is only just beginning, so good luck. And we've potentially got 4 minutes or no minutes for questions. Wait, thank you.
Oh yeah.
My headset didn't die yet.
But yeah, this is a big talk, so do we have time for questions, or?
I mean, we can go. I'm re-uploading the world anyway, so.
Okay. Right.
There's no circle anymore.
Alright, who wants to ask some questions?
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe not, I don't know.
Anyway, you mentioned that you plan specifically the time of the day you're going to post a trailer or a tweet specifically. Do you also, I mean, do you have a time, an idea of when you're going to post a trailer, depending on how your world completion is going? Because I assume you don't want to, like you said, the interest curve goes down over time, and so I'm wondering if there's a time you think is good to post.
So normally I'll only do the trailer when I've got enough to show off that I can then keep a steady flow of tweets. So I'll only do it when I'm ready that way. There are some occasions where I'll reveal the world a bit earlier as a sort of a community reward kind of thing. It really comes down to how comfortable you are with not delivering what you promise. So if you're confident enough, go ahead, it's fine. In terms of the time and day, I always just stick to the same time. So like my tweets do really well if I do it like evening time in the UK, so I'll aim for that. Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Yeah.
Cool. I think Panda had a question.
Yeah. How are we supposed to find the time to do all of this? Yeah, we're not all when I'm working on my worlds, I'm often just sort of head down working on code for 6 or 8 hours, and it can take quite a long time to work on worlds. Obviously, like Bullet Time Agent's been going since 2019, right? So a lot of these worlds,
2018,
doing it 18, yeah. A lot of these worlds take a long time to do, and they're often quite work intensive with only a small team of up to 4 people. So is there kind of like, how can we manage our time effectively for this, so we're not stuck doing a huge amount of marketing and not developing, we can't ship it, but also making sure the development time we're putting in results in good engagement. Like, is there how do we judge that balance?
Yeah, I guess there's some time management involved, but I just enjoy doing it, so it ends up being a nice break between world creating. So I'll just find time and sort of do it on and off. When it comes to like doing updates on Twitter, they're really not that time consuming. Like I'm not gonna spend more than half an hour doing like a tweet. Like if it's just a regular update with the screenshots, that's like a 2-minute thing. So I find it easy enough to break from that, but I usually tend to really focus on a big update, like a video one, towards the end of the weekend. So I'll always like have some time made that way. And it's something that you'll get in the habit of. So if you start off doing that kind of scheduled tweet per week, you'll build that balance yourself, and you'll start to understand how to get through that. But in terms of like trailers, a great thing in the community is that there's so many things that people are good at. If you can get help with the trailer, if you can't do one yourself, please do that. There's some people that will that do it for commissions as well. So there's a lot of opportunities that way too. Yeah, I hope that sort of answers it, because it's not really a strong answer, I guess. It's just I don't really think about it too much. It's just it's a core part of my world development now. So it's not that I have to find time. It's just that it just happens. Like, yeah.
I think that's the key, right? Is like your world building isn't about building the world; it's about building the world and your marketing. So put it into your task list. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm on Twitter pretty much most of the day anyway. I've got like many mice, so I'll just keep refreshing and checking notifications. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I think that's it for now.
All right.
You want to do? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna check the stream if there is anything over there. There are just a bunch of people saying that how great the talk is, so that's about it. Yeah, I'm re-uploading right now, and we're gonna, once it's done, I'm gonna make a new instance and maybe drop a portal, maybe drop a link. We'll see how that's gonna go, but yeah, for now we're just gonna spend some time just sitting around, I guess.
Mihansky saying Lakuza.
Okay, yeah, I'm posting a new instance link to.
No, you're gonna be great because so Lakuza blocks like the bottom sentence of his slides sometimes, but I had the thingy.
But I have this big bowl of whiskey.
Yeah, I was self-conscious about the trailers, so I tried saying down. Yeah, didn't know if I was blocking the trailers.
I'm gonna turn up speaker volume, turn down music volume. I'll leave screen brightness on for now.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, here we go.
Now I have the back of the airplane seat TV.
Test.
Hey, look, Ruuubick. I'm ready.
Yeah, here you
1, 2, 1, 2.
Welcome. There you go.
All right. Welcome everybody to my TLX talk called Interactive Design. It's about enhancing the visual appeal and immersion of your world through active and passive interaction. Who am I? None of your business. So I'm Ruuubick. Oh, that's wrong. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, we can draw on the slides.
Sabotage.
Yeah. Feel free to obviously unmute your microphone so that you can audibly laugh at my hilarious jokes, because as you can see, they are hilarious. I didn't know how to pronounce preface, so preface. My preface is, what does this talk about? It's basically about making the experience more appealing through active and passive interactions. As you will see in this talk, there's a lot of very simple things you can do to make your world, to enhance your world, whether it's visually or through the interactions. Next slide. Oh, I guess you can't. No, you can't. Okay. So why am I doing this? If you've ever gone world hopping in VRChat, if you've ever looked at the world that are published through the community labs, you've most likely encountered this issue where too many worlds are just empty. They're missing very basic things that you should be able to do in your world. There is very little things that make people want to go into your world and experience what you've made. So there's very simple pieces of the puzzle that people are missing out on, and we'll look at this talk to see what people can do and solve this issue. So there's a lot of examples that people have published. You can obviously go to people's worlds and see what people have made that is successful and works. And there's obviously very objective examples, ways of doing things that are better and will help you. How to start? When you start making a world, you should obviously have an idea what you're doing. And so that is the vision. You should obviously always write down your vision and deconstruct. And by deconstruct, you should know what the player should feel when they go to your world. You should know what the player should do when they go to your world. You shouldn't just expect the player to understand everything and all the concept you're trying to, have into your world. You should obviously, again, don't try and reinvent the wheel of what you're trying to do. A lot of people have done horror games, just fun, or in general, for the past decades. You don't need to try and, make up a new theme. You can just look at what people have made before and look at what works and what doesn't, and you should try and add this to your world. Objectivity, you should never rely just on yourself. You most likely have friends, you most likely have people or community around you, so you should reach out to those people to look at what you've made and see if what your vision is, if it works. Basically, you want to make sure that other people understand your concept, understand what you're trying to make, what you're trying to do. And so you should always rely on the people and get their perspective, because it's too easy to tunnel vision and to make something that only you understand, and that just doesn't work for other people. Ask for other people for help. You should check resources. There's a lot of places you can go to get things for your world. There's tutorials and groups you should reach out to as well. Basically rely on what's available for you all the time. So the first main piece of the talk is active interaction. Active interaction is just basically what the player is going to do. The player expects a response. It's just an active thing that people are going to do in your world. The main one is triggers. What are triggers and what do they do? They're just very simple pieces of interaction. The most absolute basic concept. You have an interaction with the world and the world reacts to it. Enabling more immersive concept and events. You just basically want to have pieces of your world rely on interaction for the player. It makes the player feel better about themselves. The player is in charge of the experience. You give people agency, and so that just makes your experience feel more interactive and immersive. we have a few examples of this. The first world is Club Gumball by Screaming Color. It's very simple interactions. It's just point and click, on interact, trigger. Oh, okay, so it loads the next video. The next world is Moxie's Bar.
Mad Moxies?
Yes, by Jordo. So in this world, you basically have a very simple interaction, which has a randomized effect. So the interaction doesn't need to be only triggered once. Having an interaction that you can trigger multiple times and has a different result makes the interaction feel more interesting, because the player will continuously try and do the same thing over and over. But if they expect or receive a random result, then that action is still compelling, even if it's the same interaction. Play the video, please. Please, I just
Try next slide.
Oh, I just pressed next slide. Okay, fine.
How's that?
Yes. Next slide. So in this case, we have Orel's Mox Hideout. The interaction is based on the pickup, but every single pickup that you select has a different, interaction and different results. So it makes the people want to go around the world and interact with everything that they can. So you should not just rely on one single interaction for the same thing. And next slide, we have Vapor Planes by Centauri. Centauri is really good at this, but basically the interactions that you have in your world should not just be things that the player is going to expect or that makes sense. You can completely do anything. It's actually better sometimes if you have an interaction that is a total surprise for the player, because it makes it more compelling. If people can expect the result of every single interaction they're going to have to your world, at some point, it's maybe not necessary to just click on buttons if you already know what's going to happen. So how do you do triggers? The SDK, a lot of people don't know that. The SDK, the VRChat SDK has a lot of, has one in, I think it's examples, scenes. You have a lot of scenes basically that show you everything that you can do. It has two specifically scene action and triggers that basically show you all you can do with triggers. It doesn't show you everything because, that would be a lot, but the most basic concepts are there. So if you want to understand how something functions, you just load these scenes and you can click on everything and see how that works. Tons of tutorials by people like Silent Laser, Wagon, Mode, The Monster, plenty others as well. But those tutorials specifically, and those people specifically go through the most basic concept. And so if you want to have a visual understanding and people run you through the concept, well, check out those YouTube channels. The VRChat documentation goes also through a lot of very basic explanations and descriptions about what the triggers do. So check that out. And always, if you have troubles and you don't necessarily have a community, you can ask. Go and check out the VRChat Discord server, the main one. There are channels dedicated to help people, specifically for world or even avatars. The next concept is NPCs. So what are NPCs and what do they do? NPCs in your world improve the perceived quality. Because so little people are doing it in their world, if you see an NPC moving in a world as soon as you join in or is part of an interaction, you unconsciously think that the world is going to be higher quality, that the creator has a higher standard, or they've done a lot more work to their world so that this NPC is part of the experience. They make the world feel alive. Just having something in front of you when you join a world that moves is a lot more appealing than having a completely static scene. So if you can have NPCs, please do. If you're trying to tell a story, you should have NPCs. Your NPCs will tell the story for you. You don't necessarily need to have pieces of paper with text to read, because sometimes it's not the best kind of storytelling. It really depends on the world, but if you can have an NPC be the storyteller in your world, please do it. It's the best way to do it, honestly. And the illusion of crowd, you can only have so many people in a VRChat world. 80 is the maximum. So if you have a very large world, you can't have people everywhere, and so it will make the world feel empty. And so basically I'm saying basically a lot. If you have a crowd of NPCs in your world, it just fills up the world in a way that you couldn't do with players, and so use that as your advantage to make the world more visually appealing. The first example is Lakuza. You've all probably gone to Lakuza Lounge. You have NPCs that are part of the story. They are interacting, but also some of the interactions, like getting objects, rely on those interactions with the players. And so if you haven't been to that world, go to it. It's the best example, I think, in terms of making the world feel alive, because if when you go to that world and leave, you subconsciously know that this world is going to keep, living on its own because the NPCs are there and they interact between themselves. Next slide. We have Submerge 2. For Submerge 2, we tried to do mocap and have an NPC be the storyteller at the beginning instead of having just text. It felt a lot more powerful in terms of storytelling, and so it is something that is very simple to do. Now with the tools that we have, if anyone has full body tracking, you have mocap capabilities, so you can do this. Next example is B Club, an upcoming, a new world, I guess, that surprised everybody, but B Club does a lot of things really well, and the NPC at the entrance is part of it. When you join an area and it looks like an entrance, if you have no one welcoming you, you feel bad. It's not crazy to imagine that if you walk into a specific place and the interaction that you would expect is not there, then the experience feels worse. So having an NPC that welcomes you, it's just a basic, on-enter trigger. But just having that makes the world a lot more appealing and feels like a reward almost for the player to join that world. So trying to do this if you can. Oh. I can't do previous 2. I can. There we go. In Frank, you have this NPC that basically goes around and lives his own life in the world. If you do something in the world, the NPC will react to it, but on his own. He has his own voice lines. He has his own tiny house where he hangs out. So the world is alive, even though you can technically do nothing. The NPCs will still have his own job, and so you can follow the NPC around to get different types of storytelling. How do you do NPCs? Mixamo. Mixamo is the best resource that we have available because it's free and it's simple to use. You probably heard of Mixamo, maybe used it yourself. You should always rely on Mixamo because there's a giant library of animations you can use and you can tweak yourself if you don't necessarily like what you get. But as the most basic thing, Mixamo is the best, so try and use it. I made a tutorial. Watch it, please. I think the tutorial is pretty good. It basically shows that if you have full body tracking, even if you don't actually have full body tracking, you basically have mocap available. And so if you want to make your own NPCs, if you want to record things, you can at any point. Just watch the tutorial and you understand. It's pretty simple, the concept, but making NPCs at this point is something that you have the ability to do and is not technical. And so everybody should do it. You can make your own NPCs. For example, Centauri, in most of our worlds, the NPCs have been built specifically for that experience. And so you can just build a very simple robot or a character. It doesn't need to be humanoid all the time, and you can just make something simple that reacts to the player. Is better than nothing most of the time. Target tracking is basically a look at constraint. That sometimes look at constraint that looks at the player is enough. You don't need to go to crazy length to have extremely complex and technical animations that react to the player and do things. You can just literally have an NPC look at you when you walk in specific places, and that's enough for the NPC to feel alive and reacting to you. How you have the assets, where to get those NPCs or animations, you have the asset store. Unity has a lot of stuff, way too much. And the internet too, is just so many resources. Mixamo is always the main choice and result, but generally you can find a lot of animations for NPCs on the internet. So next up we have pickups. What are pickups and what do they do? Pickups make the environment relevant. It's too easy to make a world and forget that interactions should only be something you can click or areas you enter. Pickups make the whole world way more interesting. You can also design your whole world interaction and concept around pickups to be required to interact and go through your gameplay. They give an avenue for roleplay. Just having the pickups in your world is what sometimes streamers or people who record themselves, or even just among friends, having pickups allow you to make up your own gameplay or make up your own stories. You can just have fun with the pickups. It basically gives a reason for people to stay longer in your world or try other things in your world. The pickups are also another layer of interactions. Like I said, you can interact with other players, but you can also interact with the world and its pieces. And so if the player were to find an interaction in your world through a pickup, they would feel rewarded to have picked up that object in the first place and then went through the world to try and find a secret interaction. And so try and think of all the interactions that people might expect with a pickup specifically and build around that. And lastly, they need to match the world. Too many people try and just bring, for example, the pen prefabs in their world, and it clash so heavily visually in terms of color, in terms of gameplay. Think about the prefabs and the pickups you have in your world in terms of visual parity, in terms of visual, what's the word? Coherence, I guess. They need to match what you're trying to do visually, otherwise it instantly breaks the immersion if you're walking through the scary woods and then you have a glowing red pen. It makes no sense. So think about it that way as well. So good examples of pickups, we have Devouring. Devouring had pickups that were not necessarily tied to the gameplay, but part of red herrings. Obviously you had all the pickups that were required to go through the world, but a lot of the pickups in the world, I think most of the pickups in the world didn't do anything. That just made you think about what you could do with them, and that engaged you into thinking more critically about all the use cases you could have in the world. So try and sometimes have pickups in your world, game world, that don't necessarily do anything, except maybe lead the player onto different paths that they might take. The next example is Finn's latest Aquarius. You have the plushie shark that in itself doesn't really do anything aside from being a nice pickup that brings comfort, and you can have in pictures with yourself. And on the other side, you have the tablet, which has a very specific purpose, which is educational. And so it's a really big contrast in between the two pieces, the shark and the tablet. So your world doesn't need to necessarily have one type of pickup. You can have pickups that actually do nothing, objectively, or have a very specific purpose. And so different types of users will have different use cases for those pickups.
You forgot the fidget spinner.
And the fidget spinner, very, very useful in that world. I cannot click, here we go. In the case of Tsubokura Home by Kohak, the pickups are there specifically for the player to use in terms of RP, because you have the camera behind you. The pickups were put there so that people would record themselves with it and have interactions with them. And if you've ever been on Japanese Twitter, you most likely came around and saw a video on taken in that world of people using specifically those pickups for that purpose. So if you want people to do things in your world in terms of marketing and being on Twitter, recording videos, etc., you might want to have specific pickups that make the player want to do specific actions, like in this case role play with the headsets and the trackers. In the last example, this I forgot the name of the world, but by Latiprod, I think. Thank you very much. And so in this case, the gameplay relies specifically on the pickup. You have to pick up the musical object to interact with the rest of the world. So if you're thinking in terms of gameplay, just having a pickup that is required to be used, then you can base your whole concept around this, and that makes the whole environment more compelling. So how do you do pickups? They can be very easy or complex. You can have very simple pickups that basically is an object that has the pickup component and that's it. Or you can go extremely complex where the pickup itself will have its own interaction when you drop it, when you click it. The pickup can also have, disallow theft for specific gameplay purposes. You can have it being held automatically. The pickups can do, anything you kind of want it to do. So you can go, ham on the interactions. It has lots of settings and that allow you to do those complex interactions. I just basically talked through the whole thing. Next up, we have UI. So what is UI and what does it do? The UI enables different types of interaction in your world. As we'll see in the next videos, the UI is not necessarily just a static environment piece that ties into the world and allows you to do things. The UI pieces can also be part of the world experience. And if we look in the videos, please. Thank you very much. In the world,
Silent Creek.
Silent Creek by Legends, thank you. In this case, this UI specifically, it's not just gameplay, it's also marketing, it's also world settings. So the UI doesn't necessarily need to look the same for everything. You can have UI pieces specifically designed to have their own purposes. And so you should think about that in terms of UI, where it matches into the world. And so if you want stuff to stand out, you need to make it stand out, not because it's a UI. In the case of Finn's Aquarius, the UI quality is insanely high, but because it matches so well in the world, it doesn't stand out on its own. It's only when you interact with it that it actually makes sense and look very high quality. So think of how you want to make your UI stand out. It's not necessarily how it looks, but it can just be how you interact with it and what it does. Well, here we go. In the last example, this is Omori. I think this is a latte prod. And so in this case, the UI specifically, cool, thank you. In this case, the UI is tied around the gameplay. It makes sense with the theme of the world. It is based around what the UI looks like in the game. So if you're going for a very specific concept, you probably want to design your UI in terms of interaction and visuals as to what people would expect in terms of what the theme of the game or the world you try to build, because that just rewards people visually and through interaction. So that is necessary. So how do you make UI? You can make your own. It's pretty complex. There's a lot of tutorials for it, but more generally, you would want to find existing prefabs. If you do find a prefab, please don't just put it down in your world and move on with it, because, well, like with pickups earlier, if you were to drop a prefab in your world, it will most likely not match the visual theme of what you were going for. Again, think of your vision. So if you do get a prefab, try and change the UI and its pieces so that it actually doesn't stand out in your world for the wrong reasons. The Unity Asset Store also has the prefabs of Unity UI pre-made, so you can try and get those if you can, and you can try and again mess with them so that it match. Games. So games, again, prefab, they are objectively fun. You've probably seen that most worlds now have a pool table. It's for very good reasons, because it's objectively fun and people enjoy that experience. And games can also, in your world, if you have if the world is lacking in terms of interactions on purpose or not on purpose, you can just put down games, because it makes up for the missing pieces of the interaction spectrum. So you might want to rely on games specifically if you're trying to make a hangout world. And speaking of a hangout world, you have I forgot the name of the world, by Zixa. I think Zixa's apartment. Thank you, Zixa's apartment. So you can see that the games exist in the world, but they have their own areas specifically. Visually also, it ties into the colors of the games. So it's not because you put down a game in the world that it will suddenly make sense. You have to be careful about where you put that game in your world so that it's not disruptive in terms of social interactions with other people or visually with the rest of the visual appeal in your world. In the case of the ballroom by Fiona for the prefab's birthday, we had a specific area in the world that was far away from the interaction places so that people could still play games, but it was far away of the rest of the group so that we wouldn't disrupt or bring people in with those games. So think of the placement and the, again, visual style, because as you can see, the prefab was changed, the colors were changed to match the environment. So it just makes it look even better. So how do you do games? Prefabs everywhere, literally. Database, prefabs database. In the bottom right corner, you can see the logo. It's what you're going for. Patreons, there's a lot of games on Patreon specifically. So they might cost money or they might not. It really depends on the creator. And Booth also has a lot of games in prefabs form that you can get and drop into your world. And at this point with Udon, it can do a lot. So if you want to make a game, it's very likely that you can. At this point, the difficult part is making it a prefab and that it becomes shareable. You don't necessarily need to, but I think it's the best way at this point to get people to use what you make. So yeah, that's a great avenue for this. Active interactions recap. We have triggers, NPCs, pickups, UI, and games. If you can, try and have at least some of those pieces in your world. It doesn't need to be everything, but just take into consideration, and depending on your vision, what you want to do, what you're trying to achieve. I just noticed that the timer did not start, so I don't know how much time I have. But we'll see. The next big topic is passive interactions. This is the opposite of the first main topic. Passive interactions is anything that the player was not meant to be doing, if the player wasn't expecting, things that will play in the world regardless of the player's interaction and experience. The first world in this is, the first piece of passive interaction is post-processing. Post-processing, if you don't have post-processing in your world, you're probably making a mistake, unless you're on Quest, obviously. Quest doesn't support post-processing. But if you have a theme in your world visually, or in terms of gameplay, you probably want post-processing to be the cherry on top, visually, of what you're trying to achieve. You need to rely on post-processing and not the default post-processing, obviously. It's a clear visual quality boost if you just drop that into your world. And you can also, you obviously, use post-processing as a gameplay element, as we will see next. So this is Noir by Centauri, or Centauri. The world wouldn't basically make sense if it wasn't for the post-processing. It ties the whole visual appeal of the world. It basically makes everything black and white, or specifically for the colors, I believe yellow and red stand out a lot more, and that's how you tie gameplay into your post-processing. You can make visual elements of interactions stand out through the post-processing, so make sure to use that for its purpose. In the case of Acalink and Crypt of the Spirit, Acalink wanted to have specific post-processing volumes and presets when you went from one area to another to basically make a visual checkpoint and make the player understand that they were going through a different type of area and the gameplay was going to change. So it can be subjective, or it can be conscious or unconscious, depending on how strong it is. But I think if you want to make the player understand without telling them directly or just through text, post-processing is one of the best options you have. For Hangout World as well, you have, if you've been to a Hangout World, you probably saw that they have a menu specifically dedicated to post-processing. In this case, I believe Spirits of the Sea by Mikey has presets predetermined. I'm going to ask to the people in the audience, raise your hand if you use post-processing in your world. All right, so that's most people. Lower your hand if you do not use temperature, if you do not use saturation and contrast. Yeah, okay. Pretty much half of the people lowered their hand. You need to use temperature, you need to use contrast, you need to use saturation, because temperature will literally make the player, as soon as they join into the world, understand, I'm going to use the word vibe, but yes, they will join your world and basically understand what theme, what environment, what feeling you're trying to go for. If your world is a hangout world and you want to be chill, you probably want to go for a lower bluish type of color in your world. If you want the opposite, then you probably want to be more reddish on the hot color. So think of post-processing in terms of subconsciously telling the player what you want them to feel, and they'll probably go with it. So how do you do post-processing? VR World Toolkit. Get it in your project immediately, instantly. You have a button that just automatically installs it for you. If you don't do that, you're just doing it, making it hard on yourself. It's the best way to do it. Silent Guide on post-processing for VRChat goes through all the things that you should and shouldn't do with post-processing. A lot of people try and use, for example, ambient occlusion, and that can just be for gameplay element or just because they are a VR player, a desktop player. Don't do that. There's a lot of things that you should not be using for very specific reason. And so Silent will tell you in her guide as to why the things you should be using. Fuck around with it. It's not complete strict down science. If you want to have post-processing in your world and you want to do something cool with it, try it. Again, ask for people in their subjective and objective view on it. But have fun with it, basically. Music and sounds. What are they and what do they do? Music and sounds in your world improve interaction, and they add to immersion. If you join a world and there is no music and no sounds, you're most likely going to be disappointed and bored, and you're going to not expect better interactions in the future. Your world should have music immediately when you join. It sets the tone for what you're trying to achieve. It tells the player what the pace is going to be in your world. It's not difficult to find music, so you should always have it. Music is just also purely satisfying. If the music is nice, you've probably been to Aquarius by now. People would go to Aquarius just to listen to the music in the background. good music is just nice to listen to, and that works for well as well. Music is also very cheap, depending on where you get it, but obviously you can get it everywhere. Music doesn't necessarily need to be made for your world. You don't need to make it yourself, but if you like a specific song, you can try and add it to your world. Music is cheap but necessary. It's not because it's simple to add in your world that it's an afterthought. You should have music as part of your world. I don't know how many times to repeat it, but your world should have music and sounds. So the best thing that someone has made that is Flowers right in his Obsession world. Okay, it's a bit hard to hear through the thing, but basically this is a horror world. And the first interaction that you have in the world based on music is a trigger that says this is the loudest sound that is going to be played in the world, so adjust your volume based on that. Every single world, game world or horror world, should be doing this. This is the best thing anyone has done. And I don't know why everyone is not doing it. It makes sense, so try and do that as well. This is Hook Junkers by Blue Aces in Phase Dragon. This world is awesome because every single thing you do has a sound as a passive, indirect and passive reaction. When you fly at high speed, you get the sound of the wind. When you hook onto something, there's a sound. When you have your hooks over something that you can grab, there's a sound. Everything in the world, when you land, there's also a sound. Everything has, it just makes you feel good when every single interaction you have with the world has a consequence to it. And so if you can do it, try, because in this case, Blue Aces, I believe, made Foley for most of the sounds, meaning that he recorded himself doing sounds and then applied those to the world in a way that made sense. In this next case, we have Dooley. What is the name of Dooley's world? Snugpad, thank you very much. And so in the case of Hangout worlds, you still can have the same effect. Outside, we had the sound of the campfire, we had the sound of the wood. You can, when you step on the ground, you had the sound of the rain, you have the water here. Even in Hangout world, you can let people determine what the vibe of the specific area you're in based on what the sounds and the music is playing. So it's not just for game worlds. You should also be thinking of that in terms of Hangout worlds. So music and sound, how you do it. The internet, generally, you can find a lot of stuff for free. Yeah, free sounds. That is a very great piece of resource, unless you're trying to find sounds of dogs, because people apparently like making their own sound of dogs, and that's pretty weird. Please make your background music 2D. If your world sound, as the music generally in your world is 3D, maybe it's just for me, but subjectively, it breaks my immersion instantly because I can tell where the sound is coming from, and that sucks because I'm just always going to pay attention every time I'm rotating. Going to play area. So I know that it's kind of the SDK's fault because it tells you that you need to add a spatialization component and you don't want to make the SDK sad. Don't listen to it. Don't add the spatialization component. Otherwise your sound is going to be 2D and then it's 3D and then it's ruined. Sound are cheap. They need to be coherent. You can add every single sound you want in your world, but if they're too loud, too quiet, if they're too high-pitched, if they're too fast, if they don't make sense with the interaction you're trying to do, that will be instantly incoherent for the player, and that will just break their immersion, or at least for some time. But you need to be conscious about everything that the player expects, and so pay attention to it. Also refer to Akalink's TLX talk from December. It's really good, and there's a lot of points that you should be looking at in terms of making audio for your world specifically as well. Sounds. Next up, we have skyboxes. What are skyboxes and what do they do? Skyboxes is an essential visual piece of your world. If your world doesn't have a skybox, you're missing again on one of the main points that should be instantly in your world. Unconscious and passive interactions with the player. It immediately tells the player what they're supposed to feel like, what the experience is going to be like. Obviously, it doesn't work for every single world because not every world has a visible skybox, but if you have a visible skybox when you join a world, that skybox should make sense and should instantly be a piece of interaction. It distinguishes your world from others. Too many times, as you can expect, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands at this point, of people are trying to make a VRChat world. What do they do first when they need a skybox? Free skybox in Google. What do they get to? Probably one of the few first pieces that they can find. And so if you're trying to make a world right now, and if that's what you're doing, your world is most likely using a skybox that thousands and thousands of other worlds are using. And so if you join a world and you can, over time, pay attention to the skybox and notice that it's the same skybox across world, it's going to take away from the immersion. People are going to try and link other worlds that are not yours to yours, and they will make like unconscious connections to your world that should not exist. So trying to make your skybox stand out. It's also theme continuity, as we'll see in some of the videos. You should be using, if you make multiple worlds that have the same theme, you shouldn't be using the same similar skybox. In this case, we have the Cyberpunk Apartment by Floethar. This is obviously a skybox from the game Cyberpunk 2077. It looks 2D in this case in the video, but honestly in VR it looks almost 3D. It works extremely well. You should be using skyboxes from games like that if you can, because it honestly saves you a lot of trouble. But it also has all the pieces like lights, effects, just for free. You don't need to necessarily have a skybox you made yourself. In the next case, we have Paper World by Smooth Octopus. The skybox is in the background, you can always see it, but on top of that, what Smooth Octopus did was create pieces of geometry that they added at the very back. Is foreground, background the opposite of foreground? Probably background. And so those pieces are very far, but you can almost think that those pieces are part of the skybox themselves. So if you're trying to enhance your skybox, it doesn't necessarily to be painted on the skybox. You can also have meshes that are very far away, very big, but also are part of it, the environment background. This is the world A Wise Departure. And in the background, you can see that the castle looks very far away and very big. But as you get closer, the perspective is broken. It's not a big deal, because the initial reaction you get to it when you join into the world is that it works. So it doesn't matter if it's broken afterwards, as long as the initial reaction is that it looks cool. People are okay with breaking pieces of the environment like that. And so earlier I mentioned theme continuity. These 4 worlds are made by Legends. You can probably notice what I'm talking about in these screenshots. Hard to see in the bottom left corner, but still, Legends skyboxes will always have a gigantic moon in them. And so if you are a popular creator, if you make content over time, you should basically start recognizing some of the pieces that Legends has that are theme continuity. So you can probably say, oh, this has a very big moon in the skybox. Maybe Legends made it. And so you'll have to check. And so you can advertise on yourself in that way through the skybox and some of the elements you choose to make more visible and appealing. So how do you make skyboxes? The Unity Asset Store has a lot of skyboxes. I don't know how many free it has, but if you want to spend a few dollars on skyboxes, I think it's one of the best purchases you can make. The internet has a lot, but again, everybody uses the internet as their first pieces of content finder. So if you're trying to go for a skybox, you'll probably be using a skybox that someone else has, or if not, thousands of people have. You can make your own, obviously. It's not too difficult. It's still, skybox is still an image, so it's worth trying. But if you do get a skybox from the internet or Unity Asset Store and you're worried that it might already have been used, or if you already know that it's been used, try and customize it. It's an image you can add. You can, you can draw onto it. You can add pieces by just, any image editor. So it's worth doing in all cases. The next piece is animated environments. So what are they and what do they do? Animated environments are very, very easy. It's oftentimes just a very simple animation, but they have a very strong visual appeal because it's something that players, when they join a world, immediately notice. It's, again, very simple, but it has an immediate reaction. But it's not necessarily something that people pay attention to. It's just always there, and so it's continuous visual appeal for people. Also, when people notice, it encourages paying attention to other places, because if you do notice that something is animated in the world, you might going through the world might think that other pieces are also animated, and so you want to keep trying to pay attention to see those. One of my favorite worlds, which is the Junkyard by Blue Aces, a lot of those pieces are animated. It's a bit difficult to see in the video, but basically the clothing rack, the piece of cloth in the background, there's a fan. Oh, instantly. There was a fan in the background, and there was also the windmill that was moving. All of those are very simple animations, but they work really well because they tie the whole world together and give it a strong visual appeal. If I play next slide, this is Deep Blue by Fins. Again, very simple animations of the boat rocking on the side. You have the trees moving with the wind. You have the plane going across the world every, I believe, 5 minutes. And you have the shark that goes around as well. I don't know why videos are playing by themselves. It basically is very simple animations, but if you time them in a way that requires the player to stay in your world for a long period of time and then notice, it makes the player feel rewarded about staying in your world. So they will also tell people to go in your world and stay for a long time to notice those kinds of interactions and pieces of the environment. So think about that in terms of if you want your the users in your world to remain there for quite a long time, you can reward them by having pieces of interaction. So in my world, Dota 2, because I was bringing something that already existed outside of VRChat into VRChat, initially I was satisfied with having just the world. Can I just...
You can replay and pause it.
Okay.
Just
pause.
Yeah.
In this case, I already knew what people would expect if they went into my world because, Dota is a game. It has pieces of the environment moving, so I knew that I had to take those pieces and put them into the world and animate them so that if a player of Dota 2 went to join my world, they would get that same feedback that they get from the game, and they would get the pieces that they expect from my world. Because if everything was static, it would be pretty boring. So not much to do. In the case of the Frog Pond by Fiona and company, we have an environment that is animated mostly through very simple particle systems. Oh God. Previous slide. Next slide. Pause. Most of these visual environment pieces are basic particle systems, and so it doesn't necessarily need to be animations. It can also be particle systems. And so I hope that Fiona eventually will have a tutorial for that, because it's really impressive all you can do with just the basic particle system. But all the things you see right now are just not animated. They're just particle system meshes that go around with sub-emitters. So it's extremely impressive. Animated environment, how do you use them and how do you make them? Again, basic Unity animations. Most oftentimes, if you have an object that is supposed to rotate on itself, all you need to do is create an animation, set a few keyframes for the object, enable auto recording, rotate the object, get that animation controller component, drop the animation in, voila, you have an animated element in your world. Very simple. It doesn't need to be crazy. It can just literally be moving around itself. Again, if you do this, remember that you need the sound to go with it to be coherent, because if an object is moving around, it probably has a sound, and if it makes a sound, well, the player is going to expect a sound. Particle system, as I explained, very simple, but you can also do some crazy shit like we saw just before. It doesn't need to be too crazy, but I think most people don't understand the power of particle systems. And you have obviously cloth, that's part of Unity. Wind through shaders. I believe Silent has a very good foliage shader that does that. So check out Silent's booth. Shape keys, don't go overboard with shape keys, because skin mesh renders that have shape keys that are continuously enabled is not good for performance. So only do that for very specific pieces. And of course, OBJ sequence, something I discovered recently, but Vaughan made an extremely cool tool for Udon specifically. You can make an OBJ sequence in Blender, export that to Unity, and have it usable in Udon. And the results are awesome and extremely cheap. So I recommend everybody to try it. It's really awesome. Next again. Ooh, NPCs again. Where the fuck are NPCs? We go to so many worlds. So many worlds can have NPCs. If you have a town, if you go to a house, if you go to literally a bar in VRChat, why aren't there NPCs? They should be everywhere, honestly. NPCs is super cool. Because so little people are actually doing it, it was very hard to find examples of that to put into my talk. I went through so many worlds, even over the years, barely any world does it, and it's so disappointing because it would enhance the quality of your world instantly so much. Come on, yeah, it's way too easy at this point to make animated NPCs, so you should be doing it. Again, we'll see why, but in this first case, we have the classic criminal bar by Pixel Witch. We have just two NPCs vibing. They're just smoking a cigarette. Oh, it's fine. Okay. Oop. They're just there. They do their own thing. They're not necessarily interacting with you. They're just not part of the environment. I mean, they're just part of the environment, but they're moving. And so just having those two NPCs that are there, that are pretty simple, but humanoid, it just makes the whole world completely believable and interesting. And you unconsciously raise the quality of this world by seeing those two NPCs there. So again, doesn't need to be crazy animation. You don't need to make them do backflips. Just having them smoke their cigarette is enough for the whole thing to make sense. And so that's what you're trying to achieve in your world. Next up, we have Space Gangsters by Fiona and Hi. There we go. Next slide, I guess. All these NPCs are doing their thing. They're part of the experience. Obviously, you can interact with them, but by default, they already do what they were made for, and so they just go around. And if it wasn't for them, the world would be a lot less interesting. But because they exist, I'll forget every single time. It's fine. Do it. Those NPCs, yeah, basically part of the environment, and so. The obviously for someone who's a beginner, making all these NPCs would be pretty difficult because they were made from scratch. But again, it doesn't need to be crazy humanoid. It can be aliens like that. It can be robots, and so having them just move around the world. And it's not just the aliens. It's also the car, this particle system in the world. You should really check out this world because it does a lot of things that people don't think about. But in its entirety, the visual appeal is extreme because everything reacts to the music and it reacts to you as well. Yes. All right. So this world is Dark Waters by Ghostly. Everybody instantly recognized that this is a Polygon asset pack. Yes. You see it everywhere in VRChat. It's not interesting. Everybody's done it. Every time there's a new Polygon pack asset, it's instantly uploaded in VRChat. Not necessarily interesting. But in the case of what Ghostly has done, you have NPCs that are also part of the Polygon pack, but those NPCs exist in the world and just interact with themselves. They just have basic looping animations, and just with that, instantly you're like, okay, fuck the Polygon asset pack. This world is going to be interesting because it has NPCs. This tells me more about what types of world this is going to be. The quality, again, is higher than anything I would have expected by just going with the Polygon asset pack. So you can surprise the player by having, in this case, it's the Polygon asset pack, so you know what people might expect from it. It's always the same thing, but no, in this case you have animated NPCs as part of the environment, and it just makes the whole thing a lot more interesting than it would otherwise have been. So you have very basic animations, Mixamo probably, but same slide as earlier, NPCs, Mixamo. I made a tutorial. If you have full body tracking, you can do your own recording. It's super simple. If you have any question, please ping me anywhere and I will help you. You can make your own NPCs. And obviously target tracking through the lookat constraint doesn't need to be crazy. Next slide. Whoa. Passive interaction recap. You have post-processing, sound, skyboxes, animated environment, and NPCs. Again, you don't need to do absolutely everything in this list, but consider if you have a world and you have a vision, you should probably consider all those and probably do at least a few of them to make your world visually appealing and immersive. And so this is the end of my talk. Question time. If you need to reach out to me, thank you very much. I have a few tutorials on my YouTube channel. It's not too crazy. I'll do more in the end because it's pretty nice, but you can reach out to me in all those spaces. I'm always available in the VRChat main Discord. If you need anything in terms of avatar or world, ping me there and I will help you, or at least do my best. But that's it. I hope this was informative and helpful. Question time.
Yeah, we are exactly at when the break should supposed to start, but we can obviously extend a bit into the break. So if people have questions, feel free.
It says 37 minutes, so I assume it worked at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I measured it, and the next talk should start at 5, exactly. So we have 15 minutes until then. So if anybody has questions, feel free to ask.
Need to find the next speaker.
clearly you were.
Well, if no question, that means my talk was absolutely perfect and answered every question you might have. Thank you very much.
Dropping knowledge.
Perfect talk.
Good job, Ruuubick.
You did it.
Good job.
Okay, I muted everything. What did you say?
Hey, big
I think you put out too many vibes.
I did not.
Yeah, I know. I told him the time he should join in a bit.
I was just hey, look at me, I'm making them all. I'm like, you know, make my...
Well, give me 1 second. Okay. Alright. Is it going? Oh, there I am. Hello. Yeah. Alright. Yo. Welcome, everybody. Today we're going to talk about shaders, game development, and developing games in shaders. First, I'd like to talk a little bit about myself. I am Fuopy, and I got my start making games back in middle school. I started off with RPG Maker 2000, 2003, top-notch software. Then I got into Visual Basic once 2008 came around. It was a lot of fun because Visual Basic 2008 was free, and yeah, it opened up a lot of doors. And then after that, did some NES development, got into homebrew, and fast forward now into 2021, I'm bringing Arduboy, one of my favorite game systems ever, into VRChat. Now, a little bit of a heads up. To enjoy this talk, you might want to know just a little bit about programming. If you can sight read if then else statements, you're good. But and understanding the basics of a game loop is a plus. But other than that, you should be fine. Now, the backstory. Basically, a couple months ago, I wanted to take a vacation, and going into my vacation, I had a very simple plan. I wanted to share the love of Arduboy with everybody in VRChat. The reason I love Arduboy is simple. Its open source community is very strong. The games are all mostly MIT licensed, and the hardware is open source too. In fact, right now there's a competition going on to where you can, if you build an Arduboy based on the open source schematic, if it's good, they'll just send you a free Arduboy. So it's quite an awesome community. So yeah, the concept of the product that I wanted to share with everybody was a game store where people could walk in and play Arduboy games made by the community over the years. The Arduboy came out in, so now here's the Arduboy itself. The Arduboy is a modern 8-bit game system. It came out in around 2015 or so, and it's based on the Arduino Leonardo, basically. So it's got a 16 megahertz at Mega 32U4. It's got 32K of ROM, about 28K of which is usable for your games. The rest is bootloader. Then you've got 2.5K of RAM and 1K of save data. And to top it all off, you've got a glorious 128 by 64 monochrome OLED display, and it just looks gorgeous. Your games will cut through the darkness of the night with this display. You have to see it for yourself to really understand the beauty of it. Now, in this little screenshot I have here, this is an early developer unit. When I was first developing my game Glove, I actually had early access to the Arduboy. Before it launched on the website, it launched on an indie hardware website called Tindy. And so yeah, basically I have long ties with Arduboy at this point. I love that system. But anyway, yeah. Now, yeah, so let's go over what I tried. My goal was, once again, to bring Arduboy to VRChat. First off, I started with Udon. Now, I looked into writing the logic in Udon. You can do all the logic just fine. But I got stopped pretty early on because I found out that there's no way to do a sort of graphics.blit operation. If you're not familiar, Udon's like a super neat VM that runs in VRChat. That's how the new games are, that's the new runtime for games, and different APIs are exposed to it. But there's no graphics.blit exposed, unfortunately. So I moved on to the next thing, which was to do a hybrid Udon and shader sort of solution. So I made a DVD logo bouncing sort of shader. And if you can see it, which unfortunately looks like the animated GIF isn't animating, so I'll try using the laser pointer to simulate it.
It did. It stopped.
It animated.
Oh, it stopped? Yeah. Okay, well then here, I'll do it manually. Oh, okay, for sure. Well, no, can you see it? Does it show up on the stream? Yeah, so imagine a DVD logo bouncing. The bouncing is driven by Udon. I did all the logic for the physics in Udon, and the shader simply displays a sprite at the given XY position. That's it. And honestly, it worked pretty well, but I thought that maintaining both a C# side of the code and a C++ or a HLSL side of the code was going to get a little bit complicated. So I looked for another alternative, and I settled on writing the entire game in a shader. And so now I'm going to talk about my complete shader approach to making games. But first, let's talk about a little bit of the differences between writing a game in a shader versus writing a game in like a traditional game environment. So if anyone's familiar with writing games normally, you have like a frame buffer that you can write to, and you have nice APIs like draw rectangle or draw sprite, something like that. And so basically, as your game rendering code is running, you're building up this nice little picture, drawing a rectangle here, drawing your character, doing all these things. And once it looks nice and pretty, then you can present it to the gamer and they're going to have a good time. But we don't get this in the shader code. So yeah, how did I manage to do it? Well, in a shader, you actually only get a very small amount of information that you have to work with in order to produce a pixel display. In a shader, you're given an X and Y position of the pixel that you are requested to draw. And so it's like the opposite problem, right? The problem is turned on its head. And so it's kind of complicated. And I ended up doing what I usually do when something is complicated. I write a story about it with characters and I personify it. So this next slide is going to be me reading the story that I wrote. And it takes place in the kingdom of Pong. So it's a familiar tennis style game. So in the land of Pong, 4 agreeable nobles guide a doubly agreeable population. The southwest noble, Uno, organizes day and night. The population, as well as the other nobles, look to Uno to know whether to sleep or to work. The northeast noble, Dos, is in charge of recreation. The kingdom looks to Dos to know where the puck is. In the event of a lost puck, Dos will help restore order. The southwest noble, Trey, leads the western Pong team. The citizens look to Trey to know where the team's vessel lies. Trey prevents disorderly conduct by keeping the vessel within the walls of the kingdom. Likewise, the southeast noble, Quattro, leads the eastern Pong team. Now, the population looks to each of the 4 nobles. Using their common sense and wit, each member does their best to construct what they believe that the vision the 4 nobles hold is to be. And with that, we are going to look at the implementation. So here is the finished tennis implementation. You have the red paddle on the right, the blue paddle on the left. So there's the nobles, right? There's the noble of night and day. It's red. That means they're going to work and not sleep. And then you have on the top right, the noble of the red team. It's magenta. That means the red paddle's around the middle. And then you have the, and then you have the balls noble on the bottom right. You can see it's changing color. So the blue color represents the ball's angle, the red color represents the ball's X position, and the green color represents the ball's Y position. And then on the screen, as I'm drawing pixels on the shader, I'm given the X and Y, right? Shaders, you only know an X and Y position, right? Going in, and you have to produce a color going out. So given an arbitrary X and Y position, I sample the color at each of the 4 things, and I do a bunch of if statements, and that's how I decide what the correct color is, basically. That's sort of what the story was describing. So with that, we've got to take a look at what is the result. So if you didn't realize it by now, we're doing a lot of redundant work. Every single pixel is doing the exact same calculations, but doesn't matter. Doesn't seem to matter. So I asked my friend, it works on their computer, works on my machine, works on AMD, NVIDIA, it worked on Quest 2. So at least anecdotally, it seems to work. And I haven't had any problems in testing. And so that's just the reality of it. And working with limited knowledge was another problem. The pixels are super large. Once again, let's go back and take another look. Those pixels right there are super large, partly because I did not know very much about shaders when I was writing this. So there's a thing called Sampler 2D that is the default parameter when you make a surface shader. I just didn't know anything better, so I just used the default Sampler 2D, and I kind of sampled somewhere in the middle of those pixels just because I didn't know how to use Texture 2D at the time. And it ended up working. But anyway, it was a lot of fun learning very quickly. So I was pretty happy with what I got with 3 days of work, going from no shader knowledge to creating Pong. So yeah. Next is Glove. So with Pong out of the way, I wanted to move something a little bit more complex, which is Glove. Glove was my first Arty Boy game. I wrote it back in 2015 for the dev unit, like I showed earlier. And here's the trailer for Glove let's see. And do I need to hit play video by any chance, or is it auto playing?
No,
oh, never mind. It is.
It's
Nice.
Nice move.
And that's Glove, yeah. So Glove is, the original concept was basically, I wanted to learn how to make Arty Boy games. I started with one of my favorite games, Gauntlet, and I kind of reduced it, made it smaller, cozier, and now we have Glove. And so, without further ado, let's talk about how it was made. I split the Pong shader into two different shaders, the Logic shader and the Render shader. So first, let's take a look at the Logic shader, yes. The Logic shader. The Logic shader processes the game logic. At the beginning of the shader, we have the preamble. The preamble is looking at our custom render texture here. So here, why don't I talk about this first? This right here is our custom render texture. Each of these pixels that's red represents a number between 0 and 255. This white pixel here is an example of a negative number. I use all 4 bytes to provide an easy way of mapping between an int32 or a float32 straight to a color, and I just use as-in to parse it back. It's pretty straightforward. Now, each row represents an array, except for this bottom row right here. This bottom row is all single variables. But other than that, you can see we have a game loop going where things are being iterated, all sorts of crazy accesses are happening. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, the preamble is when we read each of these pixels, which are well known and defined ahead of time. We know exactly what pixel refers to what meaningful value in memory, right? And we put them into global variables. And so this bottom left one right here, that's the player's X position. So in the preamble, I would read that pixel into a global variable called player.x, for example. And that's all there is to it, yeah. And then after that, we do our game logic. We do it exactly like normal. In this code, it will be pretty much indistinguishable from normal C++. And then at the very end, we save our values in the reverse way and in the shader way. So in a shader, remember, we're only given an X and Y value, and we're expected to produce a color for that X and Y value. So basically, we have to know which of the global variables is meaningful given what we're destined to write to. And that's what the save step does. Now let's take a look at a little bit of the code. So the preamble code, we have a pretty standard beginning of the shader. We have our properties. I bind the joystick right here. The joystick code is actually done in Udon. Yeah. So that's one of the few pieces that's done in Udon is the joystick. After that, it's all pretty standard boilerplate HLSL stuff right there. We have a reference to the canvas so that we can read and write from it. And then we have our joystick. And finally, we load the state. Yeah, and so let's take a look at what it means to load the state. Now, this is the function that reads from the texture. I wrote a little helper thing called unpackInt. Given a color, it just reads the color values into an int32 or a float32 or whatever. And into all of our global variables that I talked about earlier. And we do this for every single thing, even arrays of structures. We do this exact same procedure. Now, the game loop. This is the fun part, and this is the part I like the best. Because if you look at this code, it looks just like standard C++ code. In fact, when I made this game, I literally copied RDuBois C++ files from the original GitHub repo and renamed it .hlsl, and then just deleted stuff until the red underlines went away. And yeah, so you'll see at the top, there's inout bad guy obj, right? It used to be inout bad guy. It used to be bad guy ampersand obj, right? Not much to change there. And then here, int. It used to be smaller types like chars or shorts and things like that. But other than changing everything to 32-bit values and changing some of the syntax, it ended up working pretty much identically. The next step is, there we go, more of the game loop. So right here, we have our game state switcher. If you're familiar with game programming, you know, you have game states, right? There's the title screen logic. There's our logic when we display the level name. There's our game logic we execute when we do the game loop. One important thing to note about porting RDuBois games is, as cool and open source as all of them are, they're all MIT licensed for the most part. They're kind of, there's some bad code in them, and my game was no exception. I had delay 1000s here and there, and what I had to do was unroll them into state machines, because you can't delay in a shader. It's not gonna work. You have to, you have to unroll it into a state machine. If you write like a for loop that lasts forever in a shader, it'll crash. You don't want to do that. So next, we will go and take a look at saving state. After all the update logic has been processed, we just do our little save state function. Once again, our only input was an X and Y value, and our only output is a color. So what does save state do? Let's take a look. Oh yeah, and one more note. Yes, at the end, we write a single value, all that work for 1 pixel. Yes, that's significant because here, I want to show you something really amazing. Here, let's go back a couple slides. There we go. This is a 256 by 256 pixel texture, right? For every single pixel, we're running the exact game logic code, meaning we run the game logic in its entirety 65,536 times. So but once again, you'll see coming forward what that means. Yeah, saving state. There's our implementation of saving the state. I implemented it as a switch statement. We have our single variables rows, our sound effects rows. Well, I'll get into sound effects in a little bit. And then the bad guy positions. Now, even though they're structs, they're implemented as structs, I found it much easier just to put every single member of every struct on its own row. It's just easier. But you can do it however you like, really. And then in this version of the game, I made a specialized function just because I wasn't really sure if I would need one or not. And I made this whole thing in a week, and I figured, well, I already have momentum. Let's just go for it. My second game I'm porting doesn't do it this way, but there it is. There's the specialized functions. There's a lot of redundancy, but it's not that hard to deal with. And then finally, let's take a look. Yeah, so redundant work. We do it 65,536 times, but in practice, I'm using a 1660 Ti, and my world performs really, really well. And everyone else that I've had test has it run really, really well. And I looked up some of the specs on Shader Model 5, and all the GPUs that came out like recently should be fine in terms of like how many branches they support, as far as I can tell. And I think I succeeded here in easy to port games because basically we're not doing anything shader-like at all. We're doing a completely standard style now. We're like, shaders, no thanks. No, we're just going to do it our way. So yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty happy about that. Now in the next slide, we're going to talk about the rendering shader. This is the fun part because you actually get to see the game being played right now. Like the logic shader, we draw the game. Well, no. Like the logic shader, we have a preamble at the beginning. We read all the texture pixels into variables, into our globals. Now, I have this word state independent here to refer to, it's kind of a weird word, but basically by that I mean all the truth for what to render is stored in the logic shader, not in the render shader. This shader does not maintain any internal variables or internal state whatsoever. All the truth in the logic shader is read directly by this. Meaning you might want to put terminal conditions on your for loops and things like that, even if you don't think you need them. You don't know what kind of garbage might be passed. I don't know. Stuff like that. And also, we don't have a frame buffer to write to, which is kind of significant because most of the time when you're writing a game, you're able to write to a frame buffer, but this is writing hot off the logic variables. And I'm going to go through my process in the next slide of how that works. Yep. Actually, no, let's do it right here. Yeah, so basically the draw logic executes until a white pixel is drawn. So the Artie Boy, like I said earlier, it's a monochrome display. It's a black and white. There's no grays, there's no colors, nothing. And if you think of black being the default color and white being the something happened color, you can take it to mean that when a white pixel is drawn, the work is done and you can just return. So my whole game is built around early returns, and you'll see how that looks in one of the later slides. So once again, we have our same boilerplate sort of beginning code or whatever. Oh, I think I lost the pen. But anyway, at the top of the slide, you can see we have the same code. I have some additional bindings here. So I have the logic canvas like before, so we can read the memory values of the game. But I also introduced some new things. We're the renderer, so we need a sprite sheet to render. We need a font to render. I render the title screen as its own special image here. And I use black as the default background color. So there it is. There's the color that you see when no work happens. And then there's all the same declarations. And at the bottom, load state. So now we're up to par with what we talked about with the logic shader. And now it's time to go into what happens in a specific part of the game loop. So I have this macro defined right here called pixel. All it does is it's just a wrapped early return. If title draw, for example, returns white, pixel just, is it white? If so, return white. It's easy to just early return all the way down, all the way from like draw character to draw string to draw whatever down to the end. Yep. So moving on, we've got our we've got our render logic. This is something I'm also happy about. So once again, it looks pretty similar to just standard C++ code. If you didn't see things like float 4, you might mistake it for C++ code. It's there's not too much special going on. You'll see I have a library like function, draw integer right there, draw string, draw filled rectangle. Literally the primitives that I talked about earlier that are missing when you're working in shaders, there they are. And there's the pixel wrapper doing the early return thing that I talked about earlier. And but yeah, pretty much that's it. That was the render shader. And so now I guess it's time to talk about some of the challenges that I had while working on this project. And documentation was a big one. So the documents do exist. Unity docs have a lot of helpful information, but going in I had no real understanding of like how to find, I don't know, shaders were just so mystical. I knew nothing about them. Thankfully, I had my friend Leia get me started with some example boilerplate code, and people in Merlin Shaders Discord helped me set up all the right little values to plug into the Unity editor. So I ended up getting like all the things that I needed, thanks to the help of the community. But one thing I wish is that information was more readily available. And so going forward, at least for my project, I'm going to encourage people to use forums more often, because I think Discord is, we're at risk right now of experiencing another GeoCities situation. Like all the punk rock bands and stuff are going to get lost in Discord. I don't know. So hopefully, I don't know. I hope to encourage people to use publicly searchable stuff going forward, at least for this project. And yeah, once again, limited knowledge. I already talked about that with the tennis game. I used those big pixels to get around that situation. But yeah. And basically, here's one of the more interesting quirks that I still don't quite fully understand, but I'm showing it because it's interesting. What I think is happening here, this is something I ran into when I was porting the UI system from Glove. At the bottom, you see my ideal code that I wanted to write. I have this assignment and a bunch of subscripts and a bunch of like objects. It looks like a simple assignment, but the compiler was giving me this error. And how I interpreted it is basically maybe the bytecode just had no way of representing that addressing mode that needed to be used for such an assignment. That addressing mode just doesn't exist in the bytecode for. So I wrote this weird loop, this for loop to pad the assignment. And it ended up working. But it's like it's just a funny thing that you might have to do. Honestly, I feel like the compiler should have been able to generate code like this and maybe give a warning or something, but who knows? If anyone has any input, I'd love to hear it. And yeah, going forward, this is the exciting stuff. So I'm gonna continue porting Arduboy games. I'm almost done with my second. I'm gonna release it pretty soon, and then I have 8 more after that. The Arduboy's got a lot of decent MIT licensed games, and yeah, they're just wonderful. Yeah, I want people to learn how to write games and shaders. I'm a fan of Arduboy, but there's no reason you can't take my code. My code's actually on GitHub already. You can use it right now, and make your own game with it. And it's MIT licensed, so have fun. But yeah, I want people to learn how to write shader games so we can have more games in VRChat. A limitation that really does that, it's limiting, is I don't have networking support yet for this game shader. So my original dream was to recreate what I experienced when I was in college. Basically, I'd get home from class, I'd turn on Mega Man 2, put a cassette in the boombox, and my brother might join me, and we'd take turns like playing levels. It was a great time. I want to recreate that feeling in social VR, and yeah, I haven't gotten to that point. And the one blocking issue for me is I'm getting bad performance when I sample using a camera from the custom render texture. And so if anyone knows how to improve performance there, I'm all ears. But I actually have a working prototype with terrible performance of pre-UANU code synchronized over the network. I have a third shader where I do all the buffering in this third shader called the input shader, which controls the frame rate of the second shader, which is the logic shader, and then I have the render shader. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. And then, yeah, in the meantime, though, even though we don't have networking, we can still have fun and have a semi-social gaming experience, like high score share. So Glove has a high score list. When you join a world, you play a little bit and your game gets saved as a high score for that session. And basically, yeah, I'm probably going to throw them up on the wall in that world, and they'll merge and people will be able to compare. So that's something. That's like a little idea. But aside from any of the multiplayer aspects, there's fun things that you can only really do in social VR. I want to add audio reactivity to my Glove game or something like that, just to the rendering engine in general, so that people can play like a YouTube video or something and have like Glove go nuts with your really hardcore music, cool special effects and colors changing all over the screen. And that's totally possible. That would be so much fun. And so I'd like to see that kind of stuff done. And one thing though that I feel like I did manage to accomplish with this project was I was able to have the feeling of sharing something that I created, and yeah, sharing a game I created and have people play it, and I get to see and play. And it's a really nice feeling, and I'm hoping that by sharing with this project with other people, more will be encouraged to try making their own games and maybe have the same feeling as I did, because it was a lot of fun. But anyway, with that, does anyone have any questions?
That was awesome. Good job.
Very nice, well.
All right.
Yeah.
I guess.
Before questions, Patrick Wilson was in the YouTube chat, and they were like, "Hey, I made music for this trailer," and like stuff like that. And,
oh yeah. Heck yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Patrick. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Thank you so much. Also, the music for the world too. By the way, if you go to the official world, that's all original tracks by him. So yeah, shout out to Patrick. Yeah.
Awesome.
The question circles over there, by the way, Stabby.
Oh, where's
Mm.
the question, sir?
Or where Ruuubick's standing.
It's over there.
It's over here.
It's over at Ruuubick.
There we go.
Oh, hey.
Okay, yeah, question. How do you compensate for varying frame rates of different devices? Do you take that into account?
That's an absolutely wonderful question. While I was practicing presenting earlier today, somebody told me that there was a thing called delta time and shaders, so I'm going to start learning how to use that. So I'll get right back to you on that. Yeah. I was originally thinking about doing something like a render zone because I learned about that 2 weeks ago. I'm just really implementing stuff as I go. It's kind of fun. Did that answer your question? Okay. Yeah.
Another question. You've shown that you're doing something specific with the Algae Boy. I was wondering if you were planning on eventually moving on to another platform, or if you were to, in the future, continue specifically to aim at that.
So that's a good question too. So I do want to commit to porting 10 Algae Boy games, but that's my plan. Probably for like the next 6 months. After that, I'm open to other ideas. But in the meantime, I'm really focused on Algae Boy.
Okay.
I got another question. The current stuff is all based on flat surfaces, right? But have you considered anything about using like a vertex shader to render things in 3D for your game? Like you're basically making a shader that creates a 3D object in space.
Honestly, that sounds amazing. I haven't written a vertex shader before. I definitely want to learn. I did have like fun ideas where it's like you could cross the game and some of the VRChat like worlds. Like I wanted to have like a thing where like you looked at the moon. If you looked at it for like 10 seconds, like the whole like moon would encase your screen and or something like that. I think there's like a lot of opportunity for like cross 3D, cross 2D experiences. But I would also love to do something like Voxatron, like because that what you described kind of reminds me of Voxatron, and yeah, that would be super cool. Yeah.
Sweet. What are your plans for future projects in terms of like other games with this kind of like knowledge you got here? Because there's some good potential with this.
I've actually been working on an original Algae Boy game. I put it on pause 3 years ago, but I'm starting to go back to it. I didn't mention this in the game store thing, but when I make the game store level, I want to sort of promote it, my magnum opus, if you will, Algae Boy game when that comes out. So that's my 11th game that that's going to be my big original title along all these ports that I'll be doing. So that's my plan. Yeah. And it's going to be cross-platform, both on Algae Boy and VRChat. Yeah.
I have another one as well.
Yeah.
Do you plan on making these kinds of games distributable? And like, would you be able to make like a prefab of these so people could put these games in their own worlds?
Oh yes, definitely. If you go on my GitHub right now, I have a prefab. It's version 0.03 or something really early. You can grab the prefab right now and put it in your world. It's actually that prefab's already in Club Admission if you want to visit that world. It includes an example way to do the licensing. I'm going to simplify it so it looks nicer later. I'll probably bake the licensing into the logic so nobody has to have any weird planes floating around. But it's just MIT though, so it's like there's really not much to mess up. I don't know. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. But definitely.
That it? Okay.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Well, thanks for coming, everyone. Yeah.
Thanks for your amazing talk.
Awesome, good stuff.
YouTube also liked it a lot. So just you know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Thank you. I guess I hit stop now. I guess.
Yes. Yeah, you do click stop.
Okay. Nice. That was fun.
We're gonna have a 30-minute break now, so if you want to eat, I don't know, you need to pee, whatever, charge. You have 30 minutes, and we'll gather back in here.
Oops, I am here.
Why is that person's head staring at me?
Table.
Hi.
Press start.
Okay, press start.
Let's go.
Press start.
I'm gonna press start on here. So.
I stared at the music. Is that supposed to happen? Oh, okay.
Yo!
No, it's just gone.
Oh, there we go. There it goes.
I'm going to give a few compulsory things, sort of like last time. First of all, I come from an improvisational background. This entire thing is improv. I don't have a script. Oh, God. So basically, I come from like an environment where I'm used to there being like sounds and whatnot. So please don't mute yourself. If you want to make a sound, if you want to make a jab, if you want to like say something, you want to cough, you want to laugh, anything is better than silence. Please don't be quiet.
Heckle mode on.
Yes. Okay. So, an Act of Truancy, 1 year in the making. And I actually came to the talk. I didn't actually skip out. People keep telling me, this is the perfect opportunity to just not show up to your own talk because it's in the title. But, what can I say? It's hard. 1 year in the making being that exactly a year ago, and this is the reason I took this talk, to this day, I started the project. Perfect timing, complete pitch perfect. I'm loving it. Everything is great. So, what about that? First of all, bit on me. I'm Table. I did the whole thing last time, so you have the same sort of spiel. Same drawing. Not gonna, redo that. The most important things to know are that I make music. And I make weirdo art worlds that aren't usually defined as just purely hangout spaces or anything that do with Udon networking stuff. I make single player narrative experience stuff that make you feel emotions, and then just random worlds that try and express things people haven't done before. That's my whole motif. I don't have a whole thing. Okay. So I make music. And this is important. I'm going to also preface, I probably should have said this at the very beginning. This is a very personal talk to me. I'm going to be talking about a very personal project of mine, as well as kind of talking about myself. So if you're coming here for objectivity, it's a little more on the subjective side. That's fine. Roughly 2-ish years ago, stood me, 19-year-old Table, suddenly wandering off in the world where I had to go to college. And specifically, I went to college for music composition. And college is scary. College is weird. I wasn't expecting college to be so scary and weird. I sort of became an extrovert. Everything flipped on its head. I still don't really understand why, but yeah, stuff happened. I kind of wasn't expecting college to very much be hey, I'm going in to study music, and I have to write 8-page philosophy papers and talk about stars, and okay. This is interesting. And I did not adapt very well. I did not adapt very well, at all. I really struggled in many ways. The first semester, I barely got by, and it was with, a bunch of work toward the end that I really had to, push myself. It was an absolute nightmare. Worst stress gauntlet in my life. You thought, if everyone in voice chat thought my stress crunch gauntlet the past week was bad, you should have seen me first semester of college. It was never want to do that again. So, going into second semester, I'm all right, I really need to prepare myself. I'm going to do better this time. I promised myself I'm going to do better. I'm going to be great. It is now January of 2020. I don't know if you all were alive in January of 2020, but there was this thing where a couple people in China got sick, and yeah, so that happened. There I am a few months later. Now I'm back home doing the whole online school thing. Hate it. Hate everything about it. It took everything that I couldn't do at college and then dumped it completely down the toilet. I had absolutely no chance. It got to the point where I was so completely swamped with burdening work that I actually just barely even did my finals. I gave up. It was just not worth it. My body just sort of shut down, and I had to get all of those feelings out, because otherwise I wasn't going to do anything productive. Nothing was going to happen. I very much used VR and VRChat as a means to escape responsibilities. I was okay,
for me, for years before, and then I just used it as like a platform for, okay, I'm just going to talk to people. I'm going to make these avatars. It's going to be kind of cool. That time it got personal. That time it very much became every single day I would be in VR, sometimes for anywhere up to 5 to 6 days straight without sleeping, just trying to escape life, just trying to not do whatever it is I probably should have been doing because it was all too stressful for me. Skipper drew this slide, by the way. Very good. Thank you.
Nice.
It was a lot. It was a lot of like stupid emotion and just all sorts of drama where I was just spiraling into this creative depression. I had no idea what I was doing and I wasn't sure what my future would be. So then I met this little ghost, and who seems to have since left the instance. That's fine. He was here initially. Yeah, I meet this little ghost. And little ghost and I become pretty good friends. We hang out a whole lot. He starts getting into modeling with Blender. He's sort of feeling like, all right, cool. I'm gonna, try to, work through learning how to do Blender stuff, and just like starts making little things. And one day, unfortunately, my controllers died. The worst offense when you're in a VRChat instance. You're having fun and suddenly your arm goes like, bloop, and you're like, no, the arm, and it's all gone. My controllers died, and I was bored, and I was sad, and I wasn't sad, sorry. I was extremely fucking depressed. That's the better way of putting it. So I was like, okay, takes about 2 hours for these stupid Vive wands to charge. I'm gonna make a world. I'm gonna make a world in 2 hours. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna do it before my controllers charge. I don't know. I don't care. I just need to get something out of me. So I'm like, what do I do? I am so stressed. I'm so terrible. I don't know what I'm doing with myself. And he's like, low poly desert. And I'm like, that's achievable. I can do that. With my limited knowledge of Blender, I think I can do that. Okay, cool. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Yes. So immediately I run to my computer as fast as possible. And 2 hours later, I have this. Post-processing really does a number on this one, huh? Yeah, the sky's blue. Yeah. So, welcome to Truancy 0.1. 1 year ago, to this day, probably to this hour even, 32 megabytes. Truancy. You may be asking yourself, okay, not everyone is familiar with the word, and I have many artistic reasonings for why I do things. Why the fuck did I call it truancy? Truancy, by common definition, is, of course, the absence of a child from school without permission. That's what DuckDuckGo says, at least. When you skip school, when you are committing an act of truancy, you are like, all right, I'm just not going to do things. Classically, it means any like responsibility. You are just intentionally choosing, I am just not going to be doing whatever it is you should be doing. Why did I call my desert map truancy? Number one, if you're in the middle of a desert, you're probably not doing whatever it is you should be doing. And number two, you are not in the middle of an actual desert. You are in the middle of a virtual desert. As in, you are intentionally consenting to put yourself in the middle of a virtual desert. You are almost certainly not doing whatever it is you probably should be doing. And artistically, I wanted the map to be sort of a, like, weird, like, I wanted to explore, what do we do when we're not doing whatever it is we should be doing? What is it about, like, our sense of exploration, curiosity? Do we find something about ourselves? Do we use the time to, like, look at the flowers, the grains of sand, everything falling around us as you realize, oh my god, everything's melting around me and everything's gonna die? And you use that to find something about the way you react to that? I don't know. Something philosophical in there. That's what I wanted to explore. Originally, my idea for it was going to be more like literally just, at this point, my concept was I wanted a desert and I was probably going to find a bunch of random objects and make a bunch of random objects all over the place. And you were just going to walk around and there'd be like umbrellas and like dice and like hairballs and stuff and just a bunch of weird things all around. And you were just going to walk around and just see stuff. So yeah, some time passes, specifically one day. I throw in some text. I add a little like statue of myself waving, going like, hi, this is the map, and it's all whatever. I made a playlist of music, which is all like spaced out over a long period of time that I intentionally rendered out. That playlist to this day has ended up staying there. That's like one of the few things that's actually not really changed, which I'll get to at some point in a bit. I added like the music toggle, and of course I added a mirror, because the very first thing that people said when I showed them my world the first day was, there's no mirror. And I was like, it's depressing. Really. Yeah. So, 3 days pass. Post-processing's in. Now the colors are actually not shit. I optimized a bunch of things. The file size wasn't like 60 megs for literally no reason. I don't honestly remember why it was like that, but this was like my first serious map project. I had made other maps before then that were literal blockouts, and then one where I just edited the trigger example from SDK2, and I just put like Hollow Knight 3D models that were just like Fortnite dancing and whatever. That was fun, just like real-time lights. But this was like my first serious project where I'm like, I'm actually going to make something that's just actually gonna exist. I did some stuff. I changed the piano a little bit and saw whatever that was the music toggle, because I wanted the music toggle to actually look like a piano. I don't know, I thought thematic, half buried in the sand. So at this point, I'm sitting there with one of my good friends who goes by like a little Kingdom Hearts Heartless, and we're sort of just looking out at the map, and I'm like postulating all of these cool, like, what if I had this like big tower thing over there, and what if I made like a castle over there? I'm not really sure. And he just turns to me and goes, what if the whole thing was inside this like one giant hourglass? I turn to him and immediately just bellow out the most like deeply just wrenched, fuck you. Because the moment he said that, the moment the words escaped his lips, I immediately knew this wasn't a small thing anymore. No, this is gonna have to be something stupidly big, and I'm going to have to spend way more time on this than I initially thought, because that's too good of an idea to pass up. Okay, so now there's a big fucking hourglass. And it's pretty all right, nothing in it quite yet, but this is already at that point, I took people to the map and they were like, oh, whoa, wow, okay, wow, that's big. And I'm like, yeah, sure, min-maxing, literal min-maxing. Yeah, very, very effective. I had to get rid of the Unity fog, because unfortunately the way Unity fog works, if you have like an enclosure, it kind of like takes out the entire sky. So, specifically did not work with my project, which was very unfortunate. Still need to like add some particle system at one point, but that was pretty fun. From there on, it was mostly just, what am I doing? I'm hitting the wrong button. From there on, it was mostly just lots of like little tweaks of like I did more compression stuff with like the what I talked about in my last talk, audio being like quieter, changed up little meshes. I got really anal about lots of tiny things, and I tweaked little stuff to make everything better. I made the world a bit bigger too, because I was like, this probably should be a little more large than what it was. It wasn't big enough, in my opinion, even though people are already thinking, oh, this is massive. So this is around the time that Constantine comes along and is like, okay, so here's the deal. We're going to make an exchange. I need to learn how to do Blender stuff. You need stuff for your map. I think we can work with each other. So at this point, it then became Constantine's task to make new locations, and on anything I requested of him, I was to be the designer, and he was to be the one who would like model the things, and then he would send them to me, and I would, clean it up, make it work in the map, all sorts of deal. So we made this stupid thing. It's like a weird planetarium thing where all the rings are just like revolve around. There was a sun in the middle. At the time, I didn't actually know the standard shader had an emissive property, so I was like, I need to have like a glowing thing. I'm just gonna write my own shader for this, so I just wrote a basic emission shader in like 5 minutes and was like, oh, okay, yeah, that works. And then I've just used it around everywhere because easy. And yeah, no, I just had a location. It's kind of funny, and I'm gonna say, like, looking back on everything else I've added since then, that for several weeks, this location was like the only major thing that was in the map, which meant every time I took someone on a tour, like a group of people, I took many people on tours, as I'll get to in a bit. Everyone like crowded around here. They would all try and jump around it like it was some playground and get to the top and then run around the rings. And I'm like, we used to hang out all up there, and for like several weeks that was like the shit. And then I added a bunch of other things, and I kind of, you know, nowadays almost no one actually goes there, which I find a bit funny, but yeah, you know, it's history. Some time passes, a few weeks go by. I made this really big Sphinx thing where I cobbled together a mesh that I found on some website, I think like Sketchfab, with like Mask of the Father. I thought, that's kind of funny. I just threw that in. I added a few other objects that I kind of scattered around. I did a bunch of back-end stuff with the orientation. It's all nice and fun. But I kind of sat on this for a bit and realized, okay, I need to actually do something with that, don't I? And I kept thinking about it. This sort of stayed in the back of my mind that I needed to actually do something with that location. It couldn't just be a big set piece. I mean, it was massive. Yeah, next time, a little time go by. Now the whole thing's sitting on a giant table. If you've ever seen my table avatar, it's the same exact mesh, same texture. It's just that, but really, really, really big. Like even bigger than big. I did more optimizations. I fixed little collision bugs. I intentionally hid a little secret where there's a single quad in the ground that doesn't have collision that you fall through, just to intentionally like break out of the map, because I kind of like it when people break out of maps. And I wanted there to be like options for people to be able, if you were in the know-how, then you would be able to like fly around and whatnot. Just a whole bunch of miscellaneous shader stuff, and it's all nothing more. So a month and a half goes by, and this happens. I kept sitting on the idea that inside of that giant ass Sphinx, there needed to be something. There needed to be some kind of content. Otherwise, the whole thing is going to sit there. It's going to feel dry. It's going to feel like, oh, this is just really big and imposing, and then there's nothing there. So I actually gave it a reason. I gave it a purpose. You go inside the Sphinx, you go down into the temple. The temple specifically being sort of a community center for statues of my friends and like other objects that could like, you could associate them with in a sense, which I actually am planning on opening up at some point to everyone here, everyone in the server, as well as just anyone who kind of knows me. If you want, like, hit me up, and I'm totally down to have more, I guess, representation in the funny hall of like everyone, you know, gets together here, that kind of deal, which is sort of a weird artistic like representative of how like everyone would kept being in that place, because it was the most visually polished place, so everyone likes to, you know, go and hang out there. It could be a map in and of itself. That was a whole lot of fun working on it. There was also this fun cafe that we threw in that was at the top of a hill, and it came with, you know, just nice. It has like a video player. I eventually added a pool table. There's lots of pickups. You know, you kind of just hang out there, look out around at the whole map from the balcony. Very strategically placed. I featured it in my last talk. Is like I did a lot of optimizations there, and that's where most of like me finding out things. You might notice that most of this map's development was me figuring out how to do all of this. Like, this was my tutorial. This was my literal sandbox of, all right, I want to do something. How do I do it? That's how I do it. All right, cool. Now it's a thing. The whole update started out as a simple sketch, which was this. I simply was like, I want, you know, there to be like rubble around the mirror. And I just drew out some rubble around the mirror. And, you know, that just, we ended up getting that in order. The process of it itself was like, you know, obviously you're going to have like, you know, work in progress Blender stuff before you get the Chad Blender render. Of course, then you immediately put it in Unity and it's like, but then eventually you keep tweaking things, and you know it gets to be a good point. I distinctly remember Constantine, like his whole thing is he's very used to Blender stuff, and he would always be like, is this gonna work in Unity? And I'm like, well, I can maybe make it work, and I'm like, it's probably not gonna work in Unity, but like I tried to translate his vision wherever possible, and I distinctly remember with the temple, there was at one point where he actually just turned to me and went, you've made it look better in Unity than I ever made it look in Blender. And I'm like, damn.
Damn.
That actually means a lot. Wow. Okay. Yeah, so some time goes by and I just do these like little like nitpicky minor optimization things where I like do all the whole LED cooling stuff I did. I like a bunch of udon things. I just went around and literally every single thing the light could touch, I had to just tweak with, I guess. And I don't know, I spent a lot of time just wanting to be super anal about all these little things because I needed to practice. I needed to actually get my feet dirty, and I wanted to keep sort of a consistent schedule of I don't want to be not working on this for too long. I just sort of want to put it out and then keep working so that I can stay focused and know what I want to be doing at any given time. So yeah, evidently, the map is currently a pretty all right place. It's like 8 megs or so. It's pretty good. I stopped doing change logs after that. This entire time I've been reading the Discord server you're currently looking at when I'm doing these notes. This is my only form of notes. I kind of stopped after that point because I just sort of kept doing small things and didn't keep track. If you're going to do change logs, do them to completion. Don't be like me. Don't just stop midway through. It's not fun. To be fair, though, most of this is all like, more recent memory stuff, so it's not too hard to actually break down, but improv time. Let's talk about the Dragon Garden. And I know this slide makes it look all like, oh my god, the Dragon Garden. All right, this is going to be fun. Really, it's more like this. I single-handedly probably the thing that sunk. I don't know if it comes out with the post-processing, but yes, that is a fake transparent background. Single-handedly the thing that has been the bearing of all our issues, that has sunk every, we were kind of consistent with our schedule making stuff, and then the Dragon Garden happened and everything changed, and oh my god,
the Fire Nation.
Where do I begin? It started out with me having this cool idea and drawing it out. I'm like, all right, cool, I kind of want like stupid, you got like these like trees, there's like a river that kind of goes out, and then I'm gonna have a future area because there's like a big hole here, and you just have the skeleton with the sword in it. I'm like, all right, that's cool. So then we iterated on it, and now it looks like this, and I'm like, okay, all right, this is a bit different, yeah, sure, we can work with this, okay. Then I actually put it in Unity. And I realized, oh, these are all like mesh foliages. Okay, that's like, oh, Jesus Christ, that's like 50 million tries. Okay, wow, that's a lot of, yeah. And it looked like crap because it was just a bunch of random like little mesh plants that were all scattered around randomly haphazardly with Blender particles, and it had no cohesion. It was just like wild, and it didn't look particularly good because there wasn't enough of it. Because if there was more, like if there was enough that actually looked realistic, your computer would have crashed. So like, it was like not even completely there. So I'm like, okay, we need to redo this. So we redid it with different types of foliage, and I'm started sketching out like, all right, we're gonna do like a kind of a pathway where it's gonna loop around. And I have sort of ideas. I started sketching out, okay, so this is gonna go here, and there's gonna be like some like trees here. You're gonna have this big like dome enclosure that you walk around and do a U-turn, and then you walk by like a little pond. And I started like working on it, and we kept doing that, and I kept revising like, okay, this is sort of what I want, and then we sort of just kept going back and forth because then that one was bad. So then I made another one, and we did different foliage, and at this point we've gone through 3 different builds. That completely gets blown out by the post-processing, but that's a bridge. Yeah, we just keep going through back and forth. At this point it's been like several months. It gets to the point where this sort of becomes a meme that like we're just stuck in this development hell of like we have this good idea and we have neither of us have any idea what we're doing. So okay, none of this isn't gonna work. This ain't gonna fly. So yeah, until I can figure out what the hell I'm gonna be doing in there, it's just gonna be empty. honestly, I think it's probably better off if it is empty, just because then at least people sort of see it as a set piece and they don't like walk over there and then are like, oh, there's some stuff here, but it's not good stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it's better to have like nothing, so then at least when they approach it, they're like, okay, there's definitely nothing over there, but I just kind of want to stand there. Versus, oh, I see some like trees, and they walk over and they're like, oh, this is kind of lame. Okay. Until I can actually figure out how to design a garden, yeah, it's just going to be empty. Which leads into the biggest lesson of this talk. Don't design gardens. It's not somewhere. And if you can design gardens, give me your home address. All right. Time went by, and I kind of just threw in a whole bunch of like miscellaneous udon stuff. I let you be able to swim in most of the water that you could find, in particular like the temple area. That's where like the main swim system stuff is. I threw in Oral's funny udon toolkit camera because I saw it in deep blue and was like, that's pretty nice. And then I was like, this has got some quirks, but you know what? I made it work with the map. It's nice. Some Jet Dog stuff to sort of do. I know this is all going like all over the place, and I do apologize for that, but I'm very adamant about like fun in my map. Throughout the entire development of this, almost every version, you were always able to jump pretty high, and you were always pretty fast when you're moving. At first, it was sort of as like a development, like I just need to get places quicker when I'm testing things. But then it sort of became everyone kind of likes it when you move fast and jump high. It's kind of fun. VRChat World sort of suck when they're the great pug. Like if you're just like, you might as well not even have jumping. So I sort of made it a staple to understand, okay, fun mobility, giving people different options in terms of like, oh, here's a fly stick. I put in Jet Dog's recent car prefab. If people want to teleport, they can teleport, stuff like that. I'm really interested in your rail grinding system and the double jumping and all that fun stuff. I just want people to be able to get around and just have fun doing so, because I think the way people subtly play your world or your experience is like ultimately the most important thing when they're having an experience, because everything's an experience. Whether you want it to be or not, everything's an experience. And if the people are like interacting with your experience the same way that they interact with other ones, and they sort of are like, oh, well, I'm just gonna, I assume it's like, you're kind of like this speed, and you kind of go like, then when you are like, woo, and you're like, ooh, you know what I mean? You're like, oh, okay, wow, that's a lot. And your expectations get subverted. I threw in Valgren's footsteps because footsteps in World are very nice and no one's doing them. It's basically Ruuubick's version of NPCs, which I very much agree with. Yeah, footsteps are great. Footsteps make everything great. Footsteps. And then the pool table. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
Hey.
We don't talk about that. We'll talk about it later. The Udon Toolkit camera in particular is what allowed me to get some very nice pictures. Like you take that kind of picture. You can take, very nice screenshots of everything. You can take like that kind of picture. All sorts of pictures, which, allow you to be fun and be creative, which I think is very important if you're trying to tweet out about the map, because you need people to have extended tools for getting pretty pictures, because people like tweeting pretty pictures. If you're not tweeting pretty pictures and your pictures aren't pretty, then why even tweet? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Need to scroll this. I got better at lighting. I learned the hard way that you should never generate light map UVs in Unity. Stop generating light map UVs in Unity. Stop generating light map UVs in Unity. Do your own UV2s. Do your own UV2s. Can you all say do your own UV2s for me real quick? Just do your own UV2s. Do your own UV2s. I pledge. Pledge. Do your own UV2s. UV2s. I don't care. Make time for that shit. Do your own UV2s.
Redo it. Who's got time for that?
I use
Nobody. Do your own UV2s. X Atlas is nice. Do your own UV2s. It just miles difference. My God, in God we trust. Do your own UV2s. Don't be like me. Don't go and be like, oh, I'm just gonna tick this and it's gonna be fine. And then like a large chunk of your light map space looks like that. Do you see that? Do you all have eyeballs? Do you see what that is? Do you see what Unity did there? Yeah, that's a real light map done by real Unity. They played us for fools. Look at that. It's terrible. Christ. Like, yeah, no, I kept being anal. That didn't really stop. You all know me. You know the other world that I made. I just kept doing things where I'm like, I'm going to keep adding content, but then I'm going to keep doing things to the existing content. And now it's like 60 megs instead of like 80, even though I added a bunch of stuff because whatever, it's fine. Kind of was a little bit crazy there. There was just a bunch of things. I could sit here and talk about this for way too damn long. I could go on about like all the little things. There was one version where I had a fucking city that I found on Sketchfab, and I had that on top of the hourglass, and it was all gold, and I was like, oh wow, look, it's like some like desert city. And then I very quickly learned this thing is kind of stupid to work with, and it doesn't work thematically. And I don't know, there was a cathedral half buried in the sand at one point. I just went through a bunch of versions where I just did stuff. I've been working on this thing for a year. It just kind of happens. What's happening from now? I mean, there's a whole lot. I mean, it's honestly hard to say. There's one area that's coming somewhat after the Dragon Garden where I have this stupid idea for that big hole that I was talking about earlier. Having this giant water whirlpool with a wooden boardwalk with boats hanging vertically down the boardwalk and a seafood restaurant, complete Boston style, fully furnished at the end of it. Did I mention I'm crazy? Why am I like that? Like, any one of you would just be like, oh, I kind of want to make like a seafood restaurant map, and then you just like have this one little building, and then you just do that, and I'm like, I'm gonna make a whole pier and that, and it's gonna be like 1/20th of my world, and that's great. Yeah, so yeah, I had this idea for this under like lagoon cave where you just had a whole bunch of huts and like vines, and you know, would have like a water slide that go from the top of the cafe all the way down. And it would just be this whole interactive thing where you could play like beach volleyball and lay down and have this whole little away, like resort away from being away, which is weird considering the entire map isn't away, but just, you know, that is how it is. The biggest thing that I'm still kind of scared of is that we're going to be doing that one castle idea I had, which is going to have most of the NPCs, which there are going to be many. That has been planned since day one. And like, oh my god, every single room that I don't know quite where I want to put, I'm just going to put in the castle. It's going to be huge. It's going to go underground. There's going to be a bunch of spiraling stuff. I've already started modeling like some of it. I'm a little scared. It's an ambitious project in and of itself, and then that's still going to be like one part of the whole thing, and I'm like, I don't know. All this entire thing is I don't know why, but we're just gonna do it, and it's just gonna exist, and eventually it'll be cool. We just have a whole bunch of like development references where I'm like, okay, yeah, we're just sort of sketching out a feel for generally what we're gonna want to be doing, like maybe what like a room could look like, and we just sort of put together some like reference stuff, which was there. I just have a bunch of ideas. Honestly, there's just a bunch of different things that I want to try tackling at one point. Like too many things to honestly list, but all of it's in the works, all of it's on the roadmap. I'm like, I want to get to it at some point. I do want to achieve these things. It's just a matter of, okay, I need time, and I probably need some help with it, and I probably need more tools. Stuff like since Cyanimu came out, stuff like that has like helped making things a lot better. So then I'm like, okay, now the tooling exists, I can actually execute on these dumbass ideas I've had like 6 or 8 months ago, which feels fantastic when you're actually able to do so. I've got some like screenshots of random stuff that will be coming late in the future that, you know, it's all kind of cryptic and haha, I'm just teasing you all at this point. I'm just being a little goof. I don't know. So what did I learn from all this? And I've already kind of gone on into a little bit of it, but like the big points. What did I, someone who was kind of new to all this creation stuff, learn from making something really big like this, like a really, really, really big project? Well, the very first thing I learned is start small. Don't make a big project as your first project. Don't do it. Don't stop. You get this advice all the time in the game industry. I'm speaking to you, me from a year ago. Stop it. No. Just don't, please. I'm begging you. I know it's futile. I know I'm like Atlas pushing the ball up the hill, but like, come on. It's just... Don't. Just make some like room or two. You can model it yourself. Set yourself some goals and guidelines and be like, well, I'm going to model this myself, and that's going to be the key of the map. You know, I did this work, and I feel good about myself for that. Don't be like, I'm going to make something super open world and ambitious, and there's going to be a bunch of fully voice acted NPCs with professional voice actors doing dubs for various things that you have fetch quests for. I'm going to make an entire Udon Sudoku ARG. That's going to be a thing. Like, why? No, which goes into the next part. Feature creep is the worst. You're going to have ideas. You're going to have many ideas. Stop having ideas. Don't have ideas. Don't have ideas. Ideas are terrible. The more ideas come into your head, the worse of a time you have. Ideas are little gremlins. They take apart your life. You sit there and you're like, oh, I'm enjoying myself having my little pastrami and my, bagels, and I'm living life. I jog every single day. And then you have a fucking idea. And all of that goes away. It's terrible, awful. Have like one or two ideas, and then do those one or two ideas, and then you can have other ideas. Don't mix them. Okay. Bus safety. And I don't mean, hey, keep your seatbelt on. I mean, don't put the weight of your project on people you can't 100% rely on. Most of the reasons that I've had pain the last half a year or so are because after Dragon Garden happened, Constantine and I started to be like, all right, I have no idea what we're doing, and we have no idea what we're doing, and I made a Trello, but I never update it, and he doesn't reply to things, and I'm like, okay, project management is hard. I'm a community manager. That means I come from experience of managing teams of like 10 or 20 people. I don't know how to manage one person. That is an entirely different ballpark. It is way easier to manage a team of 20 people than it is to manage one other person. What the fuck? Like, especially when you give them like complete creative reign over like, you know what? I'm the designer, but like, I'm going to trust you on how you execute the ideas I've given you. Go have fun. And then you sit there praying, please be good. Please be good the first time. Please don't. We don't have to do this back and forth thing. 'Cause the moment you have to do the back and forth thing, all of it's gone. All of your time sunken down the drain. It's all over. And plus him needing to get an extra job, him changing, having some life stuff, he very much became unavailable. If you were generally new, he's not very active in Prefabs, and that's because he's a busy person, and it's understandable. But yeah, because of the fact I kind of was like, I'm just gonna put off learning how to model my own things for a while because I have someone doing it for me, and then they kind of went away, and now I'm like, that means I've got nobody. Which means stuff doesn't get done. And it's not fun. Mixed lighting sucks. This one's very specific, but like, just bake it. Just bake it. Dealing with mixed lighting, dealing with the like quirks of mixed lighting, the fact that every single time I ever have to bake lights, I then have to go through my entire scene and then turn off casting shadows for like most of the objects, just because they're underground or they're already in a shadow and it makes no difference visually, but it's just more draw calls. It wasn't until recently that this funny individual very kindly wrote a script for me to help automate that with 2 buttons. Up until that point, I spent an entire year every single time I bake lights, which was often. Shadow casting on. All right, now shadow casting off for this array and this array, and I'd have to go through the whole hierarchy, and it was a very tedious process. Just bake it entirely unless you have to deal with weird bugs, like what I had to deal with since day one, where I tried to bake lighting, and then this happened. And I still can't explain it to this day. No one can explain it. If I try to bake the lights in the ground, everywhere that there should be light, it's shadow, and everywhere that there should be a shadow, it's light. I don't know. But yeah, until I fix that, yeah, mixed lighting. It's fine. It works. Players have shadows, and then they don't complain, and I'm like, okay. Fine. Tore the shit out of your world. Lakuza knows this extremely well. The only reason I'm even able to stand here today is because I continuously pushed for people to come to the world. I kept taking people on private tours. I got my friends to invite their friends. This world has gotten thousands and thousands and thousands of visits in the past year of just private tours. The link has been shared around private circles. It's one of those worlds that people are like, oh, let me, can I have the link for? And then people have just gone in. People have sent me screenshots of them and their friends just hanging around, and they're like, they're like, oh, look, I'm in the sand. And it's all fun. Just because, like, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Visual impression? Do they like it? Do they think like, okay, I vibe with the theme? I'm not sure. I just know that people liked being there, and I liked touring people, and I got a very good amount of engagement out of just taking people around and actually like getting feedback one-on-one with people about, all right, how do you feel about this? Oh yeah, so this is what I've made. Okay, what are your reactions? Okay, cool. Got some stuff. And then they would always have like one or two ideas, and I'm like, okay, that's good. Or they'd be like, there's a bug, and I'm like, I didn't notice that. Cool. And all of that has been completely invaluable. I have had countless amounts from day one. I have had countless amounts of times where I've just gone in and hung out with various people doing all sorts of weird, wacky hijinks in the world, where I just like get people together and all of us are just like, all right, we're just gonna be in the outhouse, and then maybe we're doing quirky stuff in the outhouse. Maybe we're inspecting the art, maybe we're all fat e-boys. I don't know, maybe we're hanging and vibing. Maybe we're all just in the cafe. Maybe we're cringe. Maybe we're I was just in the pool. I don't know. People, that one was fun. People made an actual world out of my world. They took world space props and, made a whole enclosure out of it, a whole experience. Maybe we're exploiting VR chat bugs in my world. It's great. That was a fun one.
Very nice.
I have had nothing but fun and pleasure doing this. Even though it's painful, even though it hurts me, even though it's been far too damn long, all of this has ultimately resulted in what I think is a fairly constructive and positive, like, all right, it sucks, and I just told you all it sucks, and you just told you all that you really shouldn't do anything like this, but I do have a sandbox, and my sandbox is fun. Now, I wanted to sort of also give a talk on the latest and greatest edition, which I've been working on the past week alongside the TLX, which is part of the reason I've been crunching so hard, about this funny-ass little log cabin that serves as a spawn point. I wanted to give a whole talk about it and like have different dissected stuff, but I ran into a funny Unity bug where you can't bake lighting with anything that doesn't have UVs, like not just UV2s. If you have an object that doesn't have any UVs at all, and even if the light map scale is 0 and you try and bake, Unity just crashes. It just hard crashes. No message or anything, just CTD, halt and catch fire. It's gone. It just dies. Which, yeah, I'm just, this again. This again. And sometimes, dealing with stuff like this, I just sit here and wish nothing more than to just, emotions. The whole thing's emotional. Everything's emotional. Because ultimately, everything that we do as creators is emotional. Everything we do in terms of the experiences we make, the experiences we push onto other people, the way we want to express ourselves with people is emotional. One of my favorite memories in the entire world of just being there was when I was first touring there with several people in this very room right now. It was their first time ever being in there. We started having this conversation about what we thought VR could be, the future of it. And because everyone had joined the world at roughly the same time, the music was all kind of synced up. And I started giving this sort of like speech presentation about like my thoughts on artistically what the map meant to me and all the work I'd put into it and how it helped other people see who they were. And it synced perfectly with this really sad orchestral piece that happened to be playing for all of us at the same time. And all of us cried like little babies simultaneously. It was powerful. It was extremely powerful. I had never understood until that moment just how powerful a well-crafted VR experience could be. It doesn't even have to be polished. It doesn't have to be some massively polished experience. It doesn't have to be 100% complete. Just fundamentally having the idea of what you want to do, what you want to express, and then just trying to be artistic and push that as hard as possible means that you are going to convey that information. It's beautiful. All of this is emotional and beautiful. It's honestly one of my favorite parts about doing all this is just being able to make people feel all these different ways. The last part I wanted to bring up is regarding where the map is in terms of where is it? Like actually, where can you find it? I don't know. How do I even experience this? I think people handle map releases differently. Sort of going counter to what Lakuza brought up in his talk, I feel as if there isn't really any one right or wrong way to go about releasing a map. I think the general consensus is that people should release maps more so when they're done, because right now the trend is that everyone wants to release a map like basically immediately, and they're like, I want purple name, and you put the box on your profile. And like, they don't really stop and think, okay, I want to like maybe polish this a little bit more so that people don't just immediately leave. So it's absolutely good, thinking. I agree with that statement for most creators. But I also don't think of that as being the only way or like the case or form. There are a lot of times, especially I'm noticing more recently with game worlds like Panda Slaughterhouse 2 and emergent experiences like Coffee's City 17 world, where you release the map really early on when it didn't have nearly as much stuff. But because you pushed having a community there so hard, you had the backing of it being Half-Life, you had the elements of like, you wanted there to like always be a community. You were in every public instance. You always made sure there was one public instance of like 40 people in there. And because you all fostered this community, you got a bunch of people to give you direct feedback and engagement. This sort of like iterative design workflow, I think, works really well for some worlds where it's not always wise to keep your things hidden for a fucking year and then only just getting to throwing them out and getting feedback on it. Because sometimes you need feedback. Sometimes you need to throw your thing out in the wild and then have everyone go, this is unpolished and undone and I don't know how I feel about it. Because ultimately, much like how we've seen with some people's maps, everything has a tail end. The most amount of people coming to your map is not always necessarily going to be the people who see it first. It's not like they're going to get deleted. I'm assuming none of you watching or the people here are going to make something that's terrible enough that it'll get deleted. So your maps have a tail end. Eventually the right people might find it. And I don't know, it's always been a very personal thing for me, wherein I just sat here for a year debating what I should do about how I should, like actually go about letting people see my map, see it and experience it, have this thing, because it's a personal thing. This entire thing's personal. From the very beginning, it's been personal. From all the way to the beginning, back to the point where I was basically committing an act of truancy or working on this map, especially when I went to online school this like a year later. I literally just worked on this map instead of doing my work. I was working on truancy while committing truancy. It was all personal. And when it's personal, it's scary. It's really scary because you have all the same feelings that a parent has sending their kid off to school for the first time. You're not sure where it's going to go. And at some point you realize it's not going to be grand. Can I quickly just say, when I first made the map, I actually had this whole plan where I was going to completely do it in the dark. No one was going to know about it. I wasn't going to tease it at all. And then I was going to throw it out there, and it was going to be like such a surprise that I would send ripples and everyone would be like, holy shit, this is the best thing ever. And I would like get immediately spotlit, and it was going to be like the talk of the town. That is really stupid. That's really stupid. Lakuza knows how stupid that is. Like, it's not going to work. That will never work. People need to understand what you're doing, where you're coming from. Otherwise, ultimately, it's going to flop and fail. You're not going to get the engagement. You're not going to have the social aspect of a social platform where we're all creating like content for. It's all recursive. It's not going to work if you're hidden, if you keep it enclosed. And so, sometimes the stand stops falling. It all happens eventually. Your time's run out. You just have to take a breath and let it go. And it's out.
You hit publish?
I just put it on Labs.
Hey, congrats!
Nice.
Bravo.
Yay!
I did it.
Excellent.
Nice.
World's out.
Real Wu-Tang.
Very dramatic.
I am actually shaking.
The jump portal.
No, that's
All right, yeah. So I'll see you all in the after party. All right, yeah, let's go. So a fully guided tour. I'm just gonna drop the portal.
Oh yeah.
I just did that. Oh my god, I just did that. Okay. All right. Don't freak out. Don't freak out.
No. Favorite?
I'm sorry.
It's public. I finally have a world that's public. That is not a void.
It's in community.
Congratulations.
There's already 3 people in there.
Yay.
Community meetup next time.
Tomorrow?
Now do it again.
Your world next year.
Apologies to anyone watching at home. Like for me, probably not being. I'm gonna be pretty busy with both TLX tomorrow and like the World Jam, so I'm not gonna be in public instances for a little bit. But generally, I'll probably be hanging out there when I'm not busy. And if you have questions, hit me up.
Yeah, I think we're.
It's all good.
I think we're out of time on questions. We're on a bit over.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to stop your personal story right there because I felt like we're going on.
No,
I saw the timer run out, but I was like, yeah, no, I need to hurry this up. Also,
if anybody has questions, they can ask you directly.
Yeah, I'm in voice chat all the time, so you know exactly where to find me.
Congratulations.
I did it, Constantine. I did it, Scully. I did it, Christian. I did it, everyone. B, Skipper.
You did it.
Yay.
Yeah.
You know, I said to release it in Q2. You did have 6 more weeks. You didn't have to do all the crazy crunching. I'm just saying.
So yeah, maybe now makes a little more sense why I was in super crunch mode, because I didn't just have to make the TLX and hand draw a bunch of things. I also had to finish the world. Oh boy, that was something.
Yay!
All right.
No, we should all Fortnite dance in celebration.
All right.
And with that, Amogus.
No. My name is Table, and that was my fable.
Two. When releases it?
All right.
Thank you.
Extreme prejudice.
You're weak.
Congratulations, man.
Whew. I am going to need like way too much free time after that.
It would have been extreme.
I want to. Can I backflip off stage?
For me.
Yeah. Before you backflip, click stop. Awesome.
Oh, click stop. Okay, it would have been the heat.
All right. Yay.
Let's go. I told you got it.
Started, and I'll go ahead and start.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Kent Bai, and I do the Voices of VR podcast. And today I'm going to be talking about experiential design and world building, and talking a little bit about using some VRChat worlds. So just a little context as to who I am. So back in 2014, I started the Voices of VR podcast, and so since then, I've done around 1,600 interviews with people in the VR community and published. I'm coming up here on episode 1,000, and I've been in probably 3,000 to 4,000 different worlds. And so I spent a lot of time going to different events, probably around 100 events or so over the last 7 years, seeing different experiences and really, covering the entire VR industry. And so, did a bunch of interviews with people. So this is me in 2014 when I started the Voices of VR podcast at the Silicon Valley Virtual Reality Conference, which this is what actually VRChat looked like back in 2014. Very simple. In fact, some of the very early versions of VRChat had just, automatic T-poses with folks. But I had a chance to do some interviews with both the founders and creators of VRChat and employees each year for the last, the first 6 years of my podcast. And so every year I'd be, talking with Jesse Jodry or Graham Yaler or Ron Miller or other employees and just kind of getting some periodic check-ins. VRChat doesn't actually do a lot of interviews anymore, so it's kind of interesting to look at these early histories of interviews with some of the founders and creators. Recently, last year in 2000 and... Oh, hold on one second. Let me just start something. Okay. So at the Rain Dance, I was asked to be one of the jurors for the immersive worlds, and so I was going through different worlds and being a judge and sort of trying to figure out what were the worlds that we should be honoring at Rain Dance. And I've been on juries for other events as well, like Laval Virtual, and there was a Geneva International Film Festival. So I end up going to a lot of film festivals like Sundance and South by Southwest and Venice Film Festival and Tribeca, and I end up seeing a lot of these immersive storytelling experiences. And I think what ends up happening is you go to these different experiences, you see these experiences that are at these worlds, and then you kind of calibrate what is interesting, what is things that are new or different. And so since I've been doing that, then I'm going to be kind of sharing today kind of some information around just experiential design. So this is just a little bit of a history from 2015. Some flyers that they were giving out for VRChat. So we're giving a free VRChat avatar. You could get one of these flyers and you could redeem your code. And there's also create your own VRChat world was also something that I wanted to put this in there just because I was going through my old papers, but also VRChat and VRChat in general has been very much into creating your avatars and doing your own world building and user-generated content literally from the very beginning of when they created their software program. But today, overall, I'm going to be covering these two main sections. The first section is going into the 4 dimensions of experience of quality, context, character, and story. And then we'll be talking a little bit about how to fuse together all these different design disciplines. So before I dive into each of these different lenses that you can look into, I think it's important just to say that you are creators here within VRChat, and you have your own intuitive process for how you make worlds. And I'd say, continue to cultivate your own process by doing that. But I think this, as a sort of a theoretical lens, could be a way to help reflect on your process or some of the different trade-offs that you have to make as you're building worlds. And I think that's the language, part of what I've been learning over the last 7 years of doing a lot of these different interviews with creators is that a lot of this is finding the language to be able to talk about these different experiences and try to talk about the subtle nuances of your own phenomenological experiences. And so it's through that process that I've been trying to come up with some language to, talk about these different dimensions and different trade-offs that people have to make within their experiences. As a world builder, you have to you're putting in a bunch of ingredients and you're trying to cultivate someone's phenomenological experience. And because of that, there's some things that you do that are going to take away from other aspects of the experience. And so each of these 4 different sections, I'd say, are equivalence classes, where there's things that are inherently in tension with each other, where sometimes they're all happening at the same time and sometimes they're mutually exclusive. So as that's sort of setting the context, and we'll be diving into 4 of these different lenses. This is just 4. There could be kind of an infinite amount of those lenses, but this is what I've kind of settled on. So, okay, let's go into the first lens, which is in the quality of the experience. So you have different qualities of presence when you have different experiences. You have active presence, the degree to which that you're expressing your will and, you know, having different gameplay mechanics. So that's sort of like the video games. You have mental and social presence. So all the different levels of abstraction of language that either come through interacting with other people, or there may be a puzzle that you have to have a certain amount of mental friction to be able to solve. And then there's emotional presence, which is a lot of ways of building and releasing tension, of telling a story. And music does this in a lot of ways of kind of building up and releasing. But a lot of the narratives that end up being a little bit more passive or trying to really cultivate a certain emotion. And then there's the embodied and environmental presence. That's the degree that you feel like you're embodied within an avatar, an identity, but also the world that you're in, that it makes you feel like you're in a place. And so I'll be going through each of these, you know, active presence, mental and social presence, emotional presence, and environmental and embodied presence. So if you look at the existing communications medium, you have the video games, which is a lot of the active presence. It's a lot about the different gameplay mechanics that you have within an experience, the ways that you express your agency or see traces of your agency within an experience. You have the mental and social presence. And so there's a lot of user interface design and human-computer interaction and web design and narrative design and mobile phone design and ways that you're kind of interacting and communicating with your friends. And then a lot of website design. So that's both the active presence and mental social presence. And then you have the like sort of cinematic storytelling and emotional presence. That film has a lot of that aspect of, you know, when you watch a film, it's really, you don't have any ability for you to express your will and to change the story, so you're just really passively receiving a story that someone is trying to tell you. Music is another good example of that, as well as like other subtle things like lighting is able to set a mood, and color is able to set a tone and a mood as well. And then the thing that's new with virtual reality is this ability to really make you feel like you're in a place and you're surrounded in that world. And it's that sense of embodiment and hijacking all of your sensory experiences and really transporting you. But there's other media such as architecture or theater or dance that are also very embodied. And so I think the important thing to note here is that virtual reality is tying together all of these different existing design disciplines: game design, human-computer interaction, cinematic storytelling, and these new affordances of embodiment and environmental design and architecture. And so the thing is, it's like it's a sense of presence under each of these, and some of these, all 4 of these things are all happening all at the same time, but sometimes there's different trade-offs. So let's sort of dig in here a little bit more. So you can think about the active presence as taking action, the mental and social presence as making choices, and then the degree to which that you feel like you're emotionally immersed within the world, and then having a direct haptic and sensory experience within that world. So these are roughly correlated to the different elements of earth, air, fire, and water. The fire and air elements are the elements that have more active energy, and you can think of that as energy going outward. That's the hot. So Aristotle talked about these polarities of hot, cold, wet, and dry. So the energy going outward is the more fire and air, and then the more receptive, passive elements are the earth and water. So you can see that the hot, cold, wet, and dry, these are 2 dialectics, and I think it's important to kind of recognize that you never have a complete extreme. It's always some sort of combination of these 2, and they're usually in flux of going from one to another. And I think that's a big thing about experiential design, is the process of creating contrasts amongst these axes of what are in some sense mutually exclusive, where you can't have one extreme or another, but they're in more of a spectrum. We can have multiple axes. And there's lots of different ways you could start to put things onto these axes. But I think in terms of like a baseline of the quality of presence, this sort of, these elements I've found to be very helpful in looking at a lot of these different experiences. So again, energy in which you're giving energy outward versus degree which you're receiving inward. And then the wet and dry are sort of on one end individuating and the other end bonding. So you're kind of connecting to other people, and you're kind of like on your own. All right, so again, this is the 4 elements that are all the different sort of communication media, and I think we're going to go through some examples. Well, first, before I dive into some VRChat World examples, there's a talk that I gave on the immersive architecture of Half-Life Alyx. And if you go through Half-Life Alyx, even through one stage of one world, you have different rooms. And Half-Life Alyx is very much based on the room to room. So depending on what room you're in, it has a different focus. And so as you go through each of these different worlds, then you can see that there's a different balance. Some worlds are about you going around and collecting the objects, which is, I'd say, a lot of the the earth element of trying to sort of gather your resources in this kind of collecting and gathering aspect, or just looking at the world and world design. Some of the worlds are much more about solving puzzles. Some there's a combat and different gameplay mechanics. And some have little cutscenes and different aspects of the story and narrative that is being revealed to you. And I think, and all the different experiences, all 4 of these elements are all happening at the same time, but there's center of gravity where you're kind of focusing on one and then also kind of jumping in between each of these. And Half-Life Alyx is a good example to see that, because I think if anything, it's such a strong experience because it does balance each of these quite well. And you can go through each of the different stages and see, like, some of the stages are much more about the story and the cinematic story, trying to communicate different aspects of the unfolding story. Some are more about the combat, some are more about puzzles that you're solving, and some more just about you enjoying the environment or collecting and gathering things. Okay, so I'm going to go through some examples of VRChat worlds here and kind of break down different aspects. And I think, like I said, most of these, all of these worlds have all these different aspects of presence all happening at the same time. But in some sense, there could be like a center of gravity where it's stronger in some. And so I'll be going through some of these different examples. And so, okay, let's see here. All right, so the first is the Hook Junkers by Blue Aces and Phase Dragon, where it's a lot about, you're actively moving and locomoting through the space in that sense of active presence. It also has a strong amount of embodied presence because the actions are so much in your body. And so it's a really good combination of both the embodied presence as you're moving around, but also the active presence of sort of this mechanic that is just inherently fun to do, to kind of like swing around and you're just, feel like Spider-Man as you're going around these worlds. And then you have the Putt Putt Bond by Ostinho. And this is just a game, a place where it's like you're playing putt-putt golf. And this actually ends up being a lot of social presence as well, because it's a very social game to go play with other people. But it's a very satisfying gameplay mechanic to be able to play the putt-putt golf, which I think actually does a really great job of like recreating that feeling of playing putt-putt. Okay, then you have the Kitchen Cooks by Jar. So this is an experience where it is a social game, but it's also like it's very embodied, but there are some gameplay mechanics of having to actually put all these different objects together. And it reminds me of a lot of the job simulator-esque type of aspect of, this game where it's very embodied and trying to, in some sense, combine these different objects. And as you combine them, then you have different unique things that happen through those combinations. So that's the active presence. Let's move on to some examples of the embodied and environmental presence, just to give you a sense. So this is the Spire by Kier, where you're climbing again. This whole climbing interaction. It's a mechanic that is in some sense active presence, but it's also it makes you feel like you're actually climbing in your body. And so I'd say it's a very embodied world as you go through it. Then there's this is the Syntax Error by Miss Stabby, which I just put this in as generally people who do full body tracking to be able to do dancing and feel like they're in a world and you feel like you have this sense of actually being at a dance club. And so that sense of embodied presence, I'd say, in that sort of whole underground dance scene that's happening in VRChat is really emphasizing this sense of embodied presence. And then you have the MMD Dance World by Maki, which in some sense, I think I put this in here just because you have the mirrors, and anytime you have a mirror, you're able to see a representation of yourself, and that's the what Mel Slater says, the virtual body ownership illusion. That's the degree to which that you see a synchrony of your body moving, and when you see a synchrony of your body moving, then you feel more embodied in your avatar. I think that's a big reason why you see a lot of mirrors and why mirrors are everywhere in VRChat, because it's very much about your avatar representation of your identity. And in this case, you are allowing someone else to kind of take control of that embodiment, and they're, you see yourself dancing, and you have this sort of interesting experience of, I kind of feel like you're dancing even though you're not dancing. And so you have this virtual body ownership illusion that then is being taken over and making it feel like you're doing something that you're actually not. But I think just in general, the mirrors, I think it's a big part of making you feel like you're much more embodied within your avatar representation. Okay, so then you have the A Shelter in Place by Dirk at Work, which, this is an amazing world, and this is a good example of just being in a place where it just is spectacular, and feels just real transportive to me in a world like this. And so I think some of the worlds are much more about you just being in a place and trying to make you feel grounded in that place. And that is the main purpose of some of these worlds, is just to kind of feel like you're being transported to another world. So then this is a photogrammetry called Hall Wild Museum by Tiger Chips, and this is a place where, it's literally just trying to capture a volumetric capture of the space, and it's all about trying to give you this sense of environmental presence of a place that, I've never been to this museum, but I've kind of walked around, and I imagine if I actually went there, I would have like this memory of being in that place, even though I haven't actually been there. And so there's a power of creating these embodied memories of places that you can start to do with, specific techniques like photogrammetry. And there's another one here, which is the Venice tour by Nobel Choco, which was at the Virtual Market 5. And again, this was an interesting one because it actually, you're on a boat, and the boat is actually not moving, but all of the photogrammetry scenes around you are moving, and it actually gives you even more of a sense of being in a place when you have this ability to kind of locomote through that world, and you have this kind of mental map of in your mind that is being created by as you go to places, you kind of encode a spatial memory. And I think so doing stuff like that can actually bring this real deep sense of environmental presence. And the final one here of this section is The Land of Spirits by Kier. And I put this one in here just because there is a lot of this locomotion through this space, and it ends up being a lot of the architectural, aspects. And I think the virtual market does this as well, as you go through these different worlds where you kind of feel like you're in this place by walking around and, feeling like you're actually being transported to a place that has a lot of character. All right, so mental and social presence. Moving on to the next section here. So VRChat is a social VR. So obviously there's going to be a lot of emphasis on the VR aspects of the social VR. So you have the Among Us by Jar, which, obviously Among Us was a social game, but then, having a lot of these different translations, but and it ends up being like trying to reveal certain aspects of your character, or you're trying to hide or to lie in some sense, or to detect who might be deceiving you. So it ends up being just a really good affordance in terms of using what's interesting or fun about social VR. All these little subtle nuances of body language and everything else as you're communicating. And then you have the Wavelength, which is another one, which is a guessing game. But again, you have this ability to start to learn about people by, having these different questions and answers. And it ends up being a way to just connect to other people and just in a fun way. And then you have a couple of campfire scenes. One is from the Kazahana Peak, which is a world that was commissioned by Brunswick, developed by Legends for Smeed, and then the XR Social Club by Immersivist. So these are just, campfire scenes in general naturally have ways that people want to gather around the campfire and to be able to just talk to each other. And I've noticed that whenever you have these campfires, that it does end up being a place that people want to have a circle around and have a way to connect to each other. So both in the XR Social Club and the Kazahana Peaks, or Kazahana Peak, they have these different places to be able to have that. And so, again, this is just a strength for trying to emphasize the social presence. Now, in terms of the mental, social and mental presence, so the mental presence has a lot of these different puzzle aspects. So this is the Crypt of the Spirits by Akalink. Again, so this is a very embodied puzzle where you're moving around and you have to, take these light beams and have them reflect around in order to hit a certain spot. And so, these different worlds that have this combination of embodiment and spatialization, but also, you're trying to solve these puzzles as you're going through each of these different worlds. And then, of course, the Devouring, which is by the Four Ponies of Lakuza and Sign Laser and Fiona and Legends, where there's a lot of different puzzle aspects within this game where you're trying to find different objects. I mean, there's a lot of different. Actually, this is an example where I think the devouring is actually hitting a lot of the different aspects of all the different qualities of presence that make it such a strong experience. But probably one of the stronger ones is the puzzle aspects, but also there's quite a lot of embodied, as you're going through this space, a real strong environmental design. You have the music is amazing, which gives you this deep sense of emotional presence, and trying to build up these aspects of the tension. And there's a lot of really interesting gameplay mechanics of all the different monsters. And if I think there's the talk by Cyan Laser at the last TLX goes into all the different the design of the different enemies that are invoking different aspects of how to behave in this world. So the devouring, I think, actually is hitting a lot of the different aspects of these qualities of presence. I actually did an interview with the team as well to dive into a lot of the different aspects of their design process. But that's certainly a standout when it comes to an experience that is hitting all the different right elements. And then you have the marble puzzles by Jar. So this is just a world, again, it's like a spatialized puzzle. Again, just kind of more about the mental friction of trying to solve these different spatialized ways in which you need to combine all the different, pipes to go from level to level. And then you have the Lakuza Lounge, I think, having different aspects of the NPCs where you're seeing some interaction and dialogue. And so in terms of mental and social presence, you have to end up, you get a lot of the narrative through reading these dialogue boxes and solving these different puzzles. And so there's a kind of a puzzle adventure aspect here. And then another one by Lakuza, this is actually a number of 4 different shots all compiled together. But so this is the Luxurian world by Lakuza. And my experience of first going into here, I feel like I'm almost bombarded by a lot of these sort of text chats, and there's a lot of reading. And so, but I think, this is the type of experience where there's not a lot of NPCs and a lot of dialogue that, in some ways, an experience like this is, to what degree do you want to have some of that from like diegetic sound and in trying to get dialogue that's recorded? But then if you have that, then are you only limiting yourself to people who speak English and then the more language? So there's a lot of these different trade-offs that you have to make in terms of accessibility versus the degree to which that you're in a VR experience, but you end up doing a lot of reading. And when you do a lot of reading, then it kind of can take you out of feeling like you're immersed. And so I think that's a tension that I find sometimes in some of these worlds, that if there is a lot of text, then the text could actually be detrimental to other aspects of like your embodied presence. And so can there be other ways to convey different aspects of that story? Like if you see a lot of immersive theater like Sleep No More or Then She Fell, there's no words or no talking, and it kind of creates this dreamlike quality that a lot of the information is communicated through embodied dance, and they're kind of communicating narrative through different avatars that are kind of moving their bodies around rather than communicating you with dialogue. But there's still certainly a place for this type of thing. But I'm just, as I go through it, I can notice that if it goes too far in one direction, and if each person may have a temperamental preference, and if it has too much of one quality of presence, then it may be turn off for some people. All right, and then the final one for this section is the Udon Bird Sanctuary. And I put this in here because there's AI animals that are in there, and they're kind of following you around. And part of the mental and social presence is creating mental maps and models about the world and what you expect. And what makes this world so joyful is because you kind of know what these ducks or geese are going to be behaving like in real life, and they're able to kind of match it enough for you to like feel like these are animals that are kind of meeting some of your expectations for how it would kind of feel like to be on a bird sanctuary like this. But there's also this sort of novelty of doing things that are surprising to you. So this is an area where the AI and NPCs can start to interact with, transcending your expectations. But yeah, just AI in general and NPCs, I think, is going to be a big part of that kind of mental and social presence. All right, and then the last one is the emotional presence, and this is the degree to which that your emotions are really feel engaged within the experience, but it's also all about like building and releasing tension. So there's different experiences like the Jean-Michel Jarre New Year's Eve by VR Room. This is just a world that just, this music performance, it's totally immersive, and it's got all this projection mapping, and it's got this strong sense of environmental presence as well. but it sort of takes you on this emotional journey. Also, The Edge by Mochi is, again, just the kind of like this music experience that is really, exploring all these different aspects. They have the Club Gumball by Screaming Color. This is an experience that actually there's a lot of puzzles, but you have these payoffs with these different shader experiences, and the music and the soundtrack here I think is particularly worth pointing out because it does create this sense of really feeling like you're immersed within this world by the music that is created for it. And then this is the the Sketchu Silver Forest by Sketchu. I just felt like this was creating quite a mood with all the coloring and all the different lighting that was in here. You have the Finding Pandora X, which in terms of narratives and stories, being able to kind of have an immersive theater type of experience that has a story and narrative, and you have different choices, but it's really trying to tell a larger story through the conceits of immersive theater. Now this is the going back to the Kazahana Peak. Developed by Legends. A lot of the lighting in this piece, I think, is whenever you have really good lighting, that lighting can really help set the mood and set an emotional tone. And also the color palettes that are happening and the contrast that you have between the different rooms. And then we have, and then the Fort. This is by Rich Ontario. This is just a place that just really has a sense of an emotional mood. It's got a lot of nostalgia as well as you go into like building these forts, and so there's a lot of ways in which these games and whatnot that you may have played as a kid, or just I don't know, there's a way that it was an experience that I felt a lot of emotion within. So as we look at, there's different ways of active presence and mental social presence and emotional presence and body and environmental presence. Again, all of these are all happening at the same time, and there's different centers of gravity, and there's ways that you're trying to balance each of these. Okay. So now I'm going to go through the other sections here. So that was the quality of experience, the context of experience. Hopefully people see this a little bit here. So the domains of human experience, whenever I ask people about what the ultimate potential of VR is, they will answer into one of the domains. It'll say, oh, it's all about entertainment or medicine or, building your career, hanging out with friends, or, expressing your identity, having a sense of home or family. So as you go through those different contexts, another way of thinking about world building, there's Alex McDowell. He has a whole world building mandala, and if you look this up online, you can sort of dig into each of these different nuances. But the idea is that you go to all these different domains of a human experience, and that if you really want to build out a world and imagine what the future is going to be like, then you start to have some opinion as to where it is right now, and then sort of project out into the future or the past. And then start to build it out and start to have some nuances where you could go into something like, hey, this is what the medical hospital would be like. And so there's a certain process that Alex McDowell does, which he actually brings up all these different subject domain experts and gets our all input in terms of trying to figure out what these worlds are going to look like. So the world building mandala, though, is also, it's a little hard to see here, but it's also talking about like as you go into the self, and then as you have the different scopes of identity. So this kind of like blow that out a little bit more. There's a theories of moral development where you have yourself and your identity, but then you have your familiar identity, community identity, other identity, and world identity, and then sort of the cosmic identity. So each of those scales of identity, as you go out, then you start to have like things about like the culture of a city. When you go to a city and you start to say, well, I live in Portland, Oregon. There's a certain amount of what it's like to be in Portland, Oregon, with the different types of things that you might see within that culture. Let's say values around like bike lanes or, vegan food, or different ways which you go to different cities, they have different aspects of that city that become a part of that identity of that city. And so as you think about, world building, you're also thinking about different aspects that are unique at different scales of identity. And then this is this white text doesn't show up well here, but at the time, this is another way of looking at how there's different scales of, say, the culture, and then the culture drives the laws and the economy, and then the different user experience, and then the app, and then the actual technology. And so that's just saying that there's going to be different laws and rules and the economic dynamics, and so any sort of world building that you're creating is going to have certain rules that you encode within the world that are going to drive certain behaviors, and there's going to be different ways of value exchange. This is a type of frame that I end up using quite a lot for looking at different ethical questions, which, ethics comes up a lot in terms of these different contexts, trying to map out all the different ethical and moral dilemmas, looking at through the lens of these different contexts, so say like privacy or, medical context, ends up being very helpful, but that also those same ethical issues is what becomes interesting in, say, something like Black Mirror, where they're sort of projecting out and saying, here's how this culture is going to continue to develop, and they're going to sort of look at it through the lens of an ethical or moral dilemma. So looking at it through the lens of ethical and moral dilemmas, I think, is actually a good and interesting way to kind of do some interesting speculative design in terms of world design. So I've done some other works on, XR ethics, and did a whole XR ethics manifesto, and, you'd be able to, look up and see all the different nuances of different ethical and moral dilemmas with each of these different contexts when it comes to XR technologies. It's, beyond the scope of this talk here, but I think it's worth pointing out that context there's this connection between the ethics and the world building process. And again, some of these different contexts have this dialectic between a public context and private context, and a context that is just yourself and the other. And so a lot of different ways in which that, let's say here in VRChat, having your own private world that you're inviting people into. And so that's a private context, and you have different culture that's, that unfolds within that context. So yeah, this is just another way of looking at each of those different contexts. And I'll just quickly go through each of those again, just as a quick example. So in terms of the identity, we have the, just different avatar representations that you have. Obviously, this is a huge part of VRChat here. You have the context of, merchandise and exchanging of value. So there's like a merchandise store in Roblox. You have early education. That's another context. And again, as I'm going through these, you can kind of think about like a sci-fi vision of like Star Trek or Star Wars. Each of them will kind of think about, what does education look like in the future? Or what does education look like in this world? And so as you're building out worlds, if you want to get really robust and thinking about worlds, then you should be thinking about some of these different contexts and what they might look like in your world. And then when you add that in, then it feels like more of a robust world that could actually exist. So then you have different ways that you're connecting to your family. Here, there's just, people talking to Zoom over their family. You have virtual concerts that are happening and entertainment. You have virtual medicine, virtual dates and going on romantic dates. So what's that look like in your world? Or is that a part of what your world is? Death and grieving, and so the virtual Dia de los Muertos experiences. You have higher education and conferences. Here, we're in a conference right now. You have workplace telepresence. You have hanging out with friends. And then you have combating isolation. So those are just kind of a rough tour, like a quick tour of some of each of these contexts. And there's many different other aspects of each of those contexts. But again, I'd sort of refer back to this world building mandala. Look it up online, and that'll help sort of be a catalyst to help to think about a lot of these different aspects of world building. Okay, so in terms of context, there's this world that's called Five Skies by Juice that I think actually does an interesting job of going from one context to another. So whenever you have the ability to kind of shift from world to world to world, in some sense you're kind of shifting your context. And what I don't see as much of in any of these VR experiences is a world that says, let's explore someone's identity by going in through, okay, what was their childhood like? What was their what was school like? Did they have any medical conditions? What about their romantic life? What about their parents? Or what about, their career? How are they known? What about, how do they express their identity? So each of those different contexts could be different worlds. And if you think about, even just mashing two worlds together and how those two different contexts come together. But I think that's actually one of the strengths I recommend people going to see the experience called The Book of Distance. It's on Steam because that's an experience that was ended up winning a Webby award, and was one of my favorite narrative experiences from 2020. But it actually goes into these different contexts, and you really feel embodied into those different contexts, and there's a wide range of those different contexts, and it's a very powerful conceit to kind of jump from one context to another in terms of trying to tell the story. So also there's the JobsCon, which I think is coming up in like 23 days or so. I got a tour from Little Bagel, and this is just like a professional context. So if you want to get a job, so what's that? And so there's a whole world that's created about, the whole purpose of it is to find a job with, having the different people who have jobs and people who need jobs, and they're all coming together. But it's, again, a very specific context. And then you have like the South by Southwest, which was created by Vroom. This was the whole festival. So it's like a music festival, entertainment experience that also has some professional networking aspects. But this was a world that was created in VRChat that had a very specific context. You have all the virtual market and all the different worlds that happen in virtual market, which is all about these kind of exchanging of value of these different virtual assets, and kind of just like also just creating these immersive experiences that aren't necessarily always selling anything. And then you have the VRCon, which is all about communicating aspects of the community, so different communities and highlighting those communities, and so trying to create a symbolic representation of a community within a way that you could see within a booth, and then from there to kind of go into a world to experience that community directly. So that's sort of the friends and hanging out context. Here's the last TLX conference, which, we're here now. This is sort of like the academic, context of exchanging education and ideas, and kind of like the TED Talk stage. So that's obviously by Orwell's. And then there's a number of different worlds here, all about like the hangout, generalized space. So this is the fort, and then you have the Aquarius by Orwell, Aquarius by Benz, and then you have the Nostalgia Nights, and then the Kazahana Peak. So each of these are just really trying to create this vibe of like, it's like a home. It's like someone's home that you're going into, and it's a private space that you're kind of like hanging out in, and there's a lot of these worlds that have beds that people sleep in. So that is another context of like making it feel like you're inviting someone over to your home to hang out. So that's the context. The character we'll go through here. So there's a quote by Robert McKee that says, "True character is revealed in the choices a human being makes under pressure. The greater the pressure, the deeper the revelation, and the truer the choice to the character's essential nature." So in other words, when you're watching a story, you're watching someone who is under pressure, and they may have to make a choice. And the choice that they make under pressure is telling you a part of their character. They're revealing their character and the choices that they make. And that's a lot about what storytelling is. And so when you think about character, there's certain aspects of the protagonist being placed in a context under pressure. They're making choices, and they're taking some sort of action. And then there's some part of their essential character that is revealed through that process. So how do we talk about character? You can talk about it through your conscious self, your unconscious self, your ego, your shadow. You could talk about it through different aspects of moral character, through courage and temperance and generosity. And so are you building an experience that's really trying to put people in situations where they have to exhibit courage, or have sort of friendliness, or justice or wit, all these different ways that you could start to just take a character trait and try to design an entire experience over it. There's a continuum where you could have some contrast between different extremes of a certain character. Then you have different aspects of, like, this is an example from Westworld, where they have different dimensions of all these characters, and this was an animated scene where they're kind of trying to design certain personality traits by all these different character traits. You have different character temperament that you could start to use as a conceit for designing different worlds. You have the big five personality characteristics. You have different feelings and needs. A lot of when you look at storytelling, it's about someone having a certain need or desire or feeling, and trying to, from there, create situations where they're trying to achieve their needs. And at the end of the day, when you're designing worlds, then you also need to look at, okay, what kind of experiences you're trying to create? Are you trying to evoke a certain feeling? Are you trying to satisfy someone's need by this world that you're creating? So this can be a very helpful lens in terms of world building and design. So some examples from from different experiences. So The Devouring is an experience that I spent 5 hours with Mike Salmon and Joe Hunting, Little Poe. And there's ways in which that Little Poe is here in the audience, where Lil Poe wanted to kind of have like a whole like military strats, and putting up his fist to say, okay, this is clear. And then I realized that I have like a lot of impatience when there's a lot of that, and I feel like there's a bit of that like Leroy Jenkins aspect where it's just like, okay, everybody's sort of like trying to like figure out all the perfect strategy. I'm just like, I'm just gonna go forward. I'm just gonna go. I don't care. So there's a part of like that happened again and again. Maybe that's a part of my essential character, where when I'm in these situations that are in kind of a playful context, that I end up acting in a certain way. And I think that's what's so interesting about, experiences like this long, but also just experiences in general, is that if you can try to create an experience that is revealing someone's character, so by the end of it, they actually learn something about themselves. And then you have Never Have I Ever. The whole conceit that you see within VRChat, where people play these games, but I think a lot of it is about revealing aspects of your character. Whether or not you've done certain activities or not could be a way of kind of revealing certain aspects of what your essential character is. It could be very context dependent, but it's also a way of kind of sharing who you are and different aspects of your personality and your character. And then the Collider was an experience that I've done where it was a lot about one person's in VR and the other person's out of VR. And this experience in particular was really exploring the character traits of boundaries and power. So there's a power asymmetry where the person who's in VR is kind of being controlled by someone who's outside of VR. And there's a lot of ways in the person's outside of VR can kind of mess with that person with like feathers and kind of tickling them, or like there's a lot of opportunities where you have to make these ethical choices to what degree you're kind of, do you know this person? Do you not know this person? Are you going to kind of play with the boundaries of the conceit of what that experience was, which is it was there to kind of have all these different objects to kind of mess with people through this power asymmetry, but they had you invoke different memories of, like, say, they had two different people going, and they had two different audio experiences. One person had to recall a memory that they had where they had someone else have power over them, and then the other person had to recall a memory from their own personal life where you had undue power over them. So it was the opposite if I messed that up. So you have people who have power over and you have power under. And then as you do that, you're kind of painting over those memories and trying to have this psychographic interaction with two different people, and then have this different interaction, and at the end of it have an ability to kind of unpack and talk about it. But this is an example of an experience where it's really talking about different aspects of those character traits. All right, the last one is the story. The story is, the kind of hero's journey where there's a beginning, middle, and end. There's like a mundane space. You kind of cross over the threshold. You go through some sort of ordeal. And then once you go through that, then you kind of bring back information back to, kind of the hero's return, where you're sharing the knowledge that you gained. But in a lot of ways, that's, you're developing different aspects of your character as you go through this story. But in the story, there's different modes and models of trying to break up stories in different aspects. There's Dan Harmon's Story Circle. There's Joseph Campbell's The Hero's Journey. There's Alex McDowell has this whole brief history of storytelling where, storytelling in the old days, the myths, they were never written down. They were always kind of delivered as oral history, and it was a collaborative process where people would sort of add in and they would add music. And then eventually, once sort of the media came in, there was a sort of a linearization where it was canonized within different communication media. We're kind of getting away from that linearized canonization and back into this sort of more collaborative, participatory storytelling where it's about, co-creating and participating in the story rather than just being told what the story is. So that's I think is an interesting way of kind of thinking about we're returning to old ways of storytelling with these immersive media. Story authorship is on one end, there's the authored narrative, and the other end, there's the generative narrative. And so this is, sort of the interactive gaming where in some ways, on one end you have the authored narrative where whatever you do is not going to change the story at all. So there's no way for you to do anything to change how the story unfolds. And the other is like it becomes more of an expression of your will and your agency. And at that point, it becomes more of a video game and an open world exploration. But there's this tension because on one end, building and telling a story is all about building and releasing tension that is authored, where the more that the author has control over how that plays out, the more of a strong story can be. But yet once you add agency in there, then it becomes more about you expressing your will. So there's this tension here between authored narrative and generative narrative that I think is like this existential tension that I think you see in all interactive media. Is how do you do that? Do you do context switch? Do you do cutscenes? Do you sort of have like Alex and other ways in which that the story's unfolding and you can kind of still, but essentially this is a tricky problem. But when you think about whose character is revealed, well, in the authored narrative, you're not doing anything. And so it's more about the people who are featured in the story. You're learning about their character. But in a generative narrative, you have the potential to be able to be put into situations where you are revealing your character. So the generative narrative has the possibility for you to go through experience, and by the end of it, you learn something about yourself, about your true essential nature and your true essential character. Now, that's really hard to do in a half hour or 15 minutes or an hour, but I think it's possible. Like I said, like the devouring, that was an interactive experience where maybe I learned something about my own true essential character. Even though it was a contrived experience, it was still enough of an experience that there could be something that was kind of tapping into my character. And that's always the question. Is this aspect of my personality context dependent to this experience, or is it something that transcends this experience and goes into all experiences? And I think that's sort of the journey that we're all going to face with going through these different immersive worlds, is that we'll find out. We'll find out if, there may be certain aspects that are kind of consistent through whatever experience we're in. We're going to see certain aspects of our character. Now, this goes into different nuances of like whether you're a ghost or have a character, or whether you're a ghost or where you're embodied as a character, or whether or not you have agency or not. This gets into a lot of the narrative aspects. And I'll go through this quickly. Which is Lebowitz and Klug's interactive storytelling spectrum. And so there's different ways that you go through the different spectrums. So on the far end, you have the 3-act structure. This is, again, you have no agency. When you start to add a little bit of agency, then you start to have like these branchings where it sort of will come out and then it'll collide again. And sometimes you'll have multiple endings or one ending. But at the end of it, this is sort of like the agency is you're flavoring the experience. You're not actually changing too much of how the story unfolds. And so you're having like maybe audience participation rather than true interactivity. And then in the middle, you have the branching path stories where whatever choice you make actually sort of spins out into a whole nother narrative, which takes a lot of ability to try to like write what all those narratives are, but also it's sort of a diminishing returns in terms of how much work you have to do versus what people will actually experience when they go through it. So, I mean, this is a lot of work, and, some people do it, and you don't see it a lot because it is exponential in terms of the more choices that you give, the more work you have to do with how that goes out, and it ends up mostly converging without having too much of an exponential dimension there. And then there's interactive drama managers, something like Facade, where you have some agency but it's paying attention to what you're doing, and then based upon what you're doing, then you have the ability to kind of dynamically dictate what the story and how it is unfolded. So you can still have this ability to feel like you're really participating, but it's sort of dynamically changing the story as you're interacting with it. The open-ended stories is, different object-oriented ways that you're just trying to make it so each of the different objects have different interactivity aspects. But again, you start to get into less of a story and more of an open world, and then eventually you're going to get into like the fully player-driven stories, which again are more about these open worlds.
The Half-Life kind, not the
kind. I hear someone speaking over there.
Sorry, I wasn't.
So again, that's sort of a spectrum of interactive storytelling, and then I think the big point is like whose character is revealed. So just some quick examples, you have Love Seat, which is an immersive theater piece that have these different aspects of this particular piece. There's a branching point where you actually go off into two different areas. There's a group, and so there's a dimension of like group facilitation and dynamics that are happening. There's a story that's being told as you go through that is pretty consistent anytime that you see it. Then there's something like Scarecrow, where there's an immersive theater component, very embodied interaction. I actually saw this at Sundance in 2019. And then there was it was translated into VRChat for Raindance later in the year. And when I saw it at Sundance, it was actually a one-on-one interaction, which I think is a lot more powerful to be able to have a one-on-one interaction where you have a lot more ability to have a story that kind of emerges out of whatever your personal interactions are versus what the version that was at VRChat, which had a lot more people. And then the Welcome to Respite, I had a sneak preview of this, but it's an experience that is going to be premiering at Tribeca. And this is an experience that it's actually an adaptation of an immersive theater piece. I'd say it's one of those areas that is really kind of exploring different aspects of a specific story, looking at dissociative identity disorder. All right, I think I'm going to go through this really quick because I just want to leave some time for questions. So fusing together design disciplines. Again, we talked about like the video game design and human-computer interaction and cinematic storytelling and architecture and embodiment and theater. Each of these are distinctly different design disciplines that at this point, like immersive technologies are kind of fusing all these together. And because they have all these different design philosophies, then how do you fuse them together? I think that's a challenge that everybody that is working in the space has to kind of figure out their own way of how to take the insights from each of these different domains and feed them together in what you're creating in your world. Now, there's two things I want to say. One is that the architecture in the film is so much more about this waterfall process where there's a kind of a linear process where there's a pre-production, production, and post-production, and you're done, right? You make the film, and then you make the building, and then you basically ship it, and it doesn't change after that. I think with game design and with web design, you have much more agile, iterative processes where there's a lot more testing, where there's a human in the loop of that equation, and humans, because they're hard to mathematically model, you have to actually build it and have people see it and see what they react to it, because it's hard to predict. Even though you may have an experience, you just have to calibrate your own game design intuition by how other people are reacting to these things. So, but this whole waterfall versus agile, these are two completely different processes, and there's ways in which they're in tension with each other, because in one sense, like a film and a story, you want to have everything planned out and mapped out, and then you do it. And you don't want to be like iterating when you're on a film, and it just exponentially increases the amount of the cost, both in a film or a building that you're building. So I think this is, again, a challenge of trying to figure out how to balance these two together. Again, there's a linear film production process. Alex McDowell has a whole visualization of looking at all these different phases. But when you look at something like architecture, again, it's like this very linear process. You can see each of these slides are like, from one step to the next, it's basically linear. And then when you get to the game design, you can see it's much more this iterative approach. And so I think if there's any one thing that I see is like there's a lot of the software design practices that are going into design for web design and game design, but those game design principles are being designed for all of experiential design. And so it's moving into these loops where you got to do a lot of user testing, get it in front of a lot of people, and to get that feedback from people to really help drive your process. There's lots of different lenses, different design processes. I think the one that I really want to, there's an empathy map where it sort of says, all these different aspects of what do they see, what do they hear, what are they thinking, what actions are they taking, which I think, goes into all the different aspects of active presence, mental and social presence, of body presence, emotional presence. There's these lenses where you try to imagine people, and the empathy map is all about trying to put yourself into the user's experience and then trying to figure out how to sort of cultivate an experience to be able to modulate their experience. There's the empathy field guide, which you could, like Robin Haneke is somebody who said that, she really starts with the feeling and the emotion. She wants to start with that feeling, and from that feeling, she wants to design a whole world that is designed around trying to cultivate that specific feeling. There could be a feeling or a need you could start to design worlds around. The Aristotle has the four causes: the final cause, formal cause, material cause, and efficient cause. For me, the most important in terms of design is the purpose. Like, what is your purpose? What is your intention? What do you want to communicate? What do you want people to experience? And it's from that intention and purpose that drives everything else that you're doing. And I think there's a number of different lenses here that I've been trying to go through in terms of these different intentions. Whether it's the quality of the experience, the context of the experience, the character of the experience, or the experience, the story of the experience. Each of these are different lenses that, as you're designing the world, you can start to focus on. Okay, what am I trying to do here? What are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to cultivate this feeling or cultivate this expression of this aspect of the character, or trying to tell this specific part of the story? So again, these are all different ways that, as I've been, going through all these thousands of different experiences and done over, 1,600 different interviews with creators, these are the different aspects that come up again and again in these conversations of different trade-offs that these creators have been able to do. So again, the 4 dimensions of experience, at least the lenses that I use, again, there could be many other lenses, but I think these are ways that at least are intuitive for me to understand the quality, context, character, and story. And then, all of this is about, fusing these different design disciplines. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
So, Kent, where can we sign up for the full college seminar of this talk? I think it should probably only be like, 3-4 months, full semester.
Yeah. If anybody has any questions,
Prefabs.
Please, there is a voice on there.
Oh,
so
come with
you're welcome.
Yeah, the question Fiona was, where can they sign up for the full college level class? So this was like a 45-minute version of the talk. I've done 2-hour versions of the talk that are on YouTube. But I think the real this version in the talk, I went through a lot of VRChat worlds and tried to like start to interpret different VRChat worlds through that lens. I think, the challenge with a lot of this experiential design framework was that it's been developed by watching a lot of experiences at these film festivals that just aren't generally available. And so, with VRChat, these experiences are generally available. So there's a part of the process that I'm going through, which is, going through these different worlds and starting to do different translations. And so what that means, I go through and create more embodied experiences, but I think it'd be fun to be able to have a course where it's like, okay, go have this experience, go have this experience, go have this experience, from Steam or in VRChat or wherever. And then we'll come together and kind of break apart. Because I think a big part of this process is having a common baseline. Just like when people are watching films, they start talking about, oh, this film or this film. And the name of the film becomes a shortcut from a specific aspect of either a story or an experience. And I think just the same, I could say, well, Beat Saber, they do this. Or in Among Us, they have this sort of experience. And, but also being able to kind of break down different aspects of that experience and all the different subtle nuances based upon your own direct experience, but also through all these different lenses. So,
sort of
but yeah, if there's interest in that, yeah.
we need a VRChat World Book Club. That actually sounds like a fantastic idea.
Yeah, but let's see if there's other questions.
No, go ahead of me. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Since you've got to experience a lot of content inside of VRChat and outside of VRChat, would you say that there are some things that world creators in VRChat do extremely well and something that they don't do enough compared to other experiences?
Well, I think relative to all the other social VR, if there's one type of presence that VRChat accelerates in, it's in the embodied and environmental presence. The fact that you can build all the worlds, the fact you have so many different avatar representations. Like something like Rec Room is very strong in, say, active presence. It's all about the games and interactions, and they have even ability for people to create their own games, right? The Wave XR was really great with emotional presence. Something like Big Screen VR. Or Altspace VR, I'd say accelerates in social presence in the sense that, to go have like a professional gathering, Altspace is, they have a meritocracy of different avatar representations. So it's less about expressing your own identity. It's more about having everybody on the same page so they can just sort of connect to each other in a professional context. Or Big Screen VR, there's not a lot of locomotion around, and so you're not moving, so that ends up being a little bit more intimate for a social VR interactions. So if anything that VRChat is doing well, it's in the embodied presence and environmental presence. But the thing that I think has not been there as much is the emotional presence in terms of the storytelling. I don't see as much storytelling here in terms of there's a lot more experimentation that's happening at the film festivals, but a lot of people in this room have figured out how to kind of navigate the nuances of Udon and VRChat SDK, all the things that you have to do. It's a high bar for people who are storytellers to kind of learn all of that, to be able to use all of the tools here. And then you still may even be hampered by not having the full access to say what you could do in Unity. So for most people, they just decide to do it in Unity and not even bother. So I think because of that, you don't tend to see as much strong storytelling type of experiences. But I think if anything, that's like the room for the most growth for VRChat as a platform to kind of explore more of that. And I think you're starting to see that more with the immersive theater, because you can kind of do a stopgap with the limitations of having to learn all the SDK by just having a lot of live theater actors that are able to give you that narrative experience.
To go off of your response, would you say that emotional presence is the most difficult one to achieve because it requires so much?
Well, I mean, there's emotional presence. A lot of the emotional presence that I see are a lot of the music based, and so the edge and the different experiences that are really focused on the music and building and releasing that tension. I think it's probably the hardest because there's that tension between, to tell a good story means that you have to be passively receiving. In the medium of VR, you want to be active, right? So it's this tension of how do you incorporate someone's agency and interactivity so it's meaningfully integrated into a story that you're trying to tell. And, this is like an existential tension that is hard for even it's like an open problem for the entire world to try to fuse those two things of agency with story. Because, Eric Darnell told me, cause he's done a lot of different animations, and those stories were all about you want to control the building and releasing of that tension and have tight control over every shot, right? And so there's this, cinematic filmmaking where you want to be like a control freak over every aspect of what you're seeing and hearing. But VR, you have to let go of a lot of that control, and you have to like put over the agency over to wherever the person wants to look, but in order to make it feel immersive in your sense of active presence, you need to have interactions that feel like you have agency, but you can also see a trace of your agency throughout the course of the narrative. Otherwise, it feels like you're just kind of selecting colors and it's not really having much impact. And then you don't feel like you have much buy-in in terms of there's nothing at stake for any choice that you're making. So I think that's part of the challenge, is that it's just a hard problem. But I'd say the biggest thing is that, the technical skills you have to do to be able to produce any content within VRChat.
Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we saw in 2014 you start to do that Voice of VR podcast, but you went from a real public in real life to COVID in front of a screen and in VR. So can you describe that transition from real public to virtuality with a headset for those type of presentation?
So whenever I probably went to 60 to 70 different conferences from 2014 to 2019, the beginning of 2020, and after that I've had to do everything virtual. And so the hardest thing to do at a virtual conference is having the hallway conversations. And whenever I would go to a conference, I would just be in the hallway talking to people. And like I said, I've done like 1,600 interviews, and most of that were going to a conference and not going to any sessions and just talking to people. So that's a big difference. But another difference of just presenting is that, this is probably the closest that I felt in terms of, having people in a room and Altspace. I've done some talks in Altspace, but, in terms of like feeling really like the environmental design of the space just feels really nice. I think ORails did an amazing job of really creating this sense of like really feeling like you're in an auditorium. And just having everybody who's in VRChat, like most people in Altspace, they don't spend like 6 hours in a headset, but people here in VRChat, they spend like 6 hours in a headset all the time, right? So like the biggest challenge of a virtual conference is getting people to commit to be in a VR headset for that long to get the benefits of being co-present in a place where there's a shared context that's being cultivated and developed. And you have this sort of ability to kind of chat with people in the hallways based upon what you just saw. And the biggest challenge is that when people go to virtual conferences, they don't commit in the same way that they do when they actually go. But I think in VRChat and in this world in particular, in this gathering, it's the closest that I've seen in terms of replicating the conference experience because of both the amazing world design and all the people, but also the people that are here that are fully committed to being here.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, I've got a question regarding, so in comparison to like games within VRChat versus like, single player immersive experiences outside of VRChat, like a game you buy on Steam, like Resident Evil or something like that, you've got these characters that like you're playing. Like when you get into the game, you are now Leon Kennedy, you're playing his story. Versus when you are in VRChat, you're kind of embodying your own custom avatar. How do you suggest when thinking about emotional like impact from a world? How do you suggest creators go about putting you into a story that maybe isn't really yours? Like for example, if you're playing it like a VR game on Steam, you're maybe playing as like a specific character. So I'm just curious, like how do you kind of combat that, like this isn't really your story, you are embodying a character in VR kind of thing?
Yeah, it's a hard problem because you're right. When you embody, imagine just getting thrown in a world and all of a sudden you're embodying a character, but you don't know who you are and what the context is and what character traits you have. And if probably Half-Life Alyx does this to a really good extent where you're playing a very specific character of Alyx, but you don't have. It works the most whenever there's an alignment between whatever Alyx is saying and what you're feeling at the same time, right? So there's resonance, but there's a lot of time where there's a dissonance between what she's saying and what you're feeling. So then it can actually break your sense of embodied presence because there's not an alignment between what is being said and what. And so you can think of it as like you have a suspension of disbelief whenever you go and see a movie, and then you see like a plot gap in the movie, and then your sense of mental plausibility collapses. So it's like a house of cards that collapses, right? So the sense of presence, and I'd say this is probably around the mental presence, where the plausibility of whatever's happening, whenever it deviates, it sort of collapses and it ruins your sense of presence when that happens. And whenever you're embodying a character, that's really difficult to do that because it happens all the time. There's so many varieties of different people and character, it's impossible unless you have biometrics that are sort of really measuring all that stuff. So one of the approaches that I've seen that works particularly well is what Eric Darnell and Baobab Studios have done, which is you're not the main protagonist, but you're a sidekick, right? So there's other people that are maybe having the most of the direction and the character, and you're kind of there along for the ride. You're not the one that's sort of in the front seat, but you're kind of in a side seat. But it allows the ability to have other characters that are there to help sort of direct how that narrative is unfolding without putting so much pressure on you to kind of become the protagonist. So yeah, I mean, the other thing is that there's an experience that is it's an immersive theater piece that it's I'm trying to remember it's called the Meta Movie Project, where you're a protagonist and there's you do improv acting with 3 other actors. But there's a lot of other audience members that are flybots that are flying around. So, but it's essentially an immersive theater piece that has 3 actors for you as an individual, and you are a character, and you have the ability to become yourself. And so, the most that you could allow a person to be themselves is to have other people that are responding to you and reflecting to you your identity, but actually having human beings there, because AI is not good enough to be able to do that yet. To be able to understand what you're saying and then kind of sort of reinforce different stuff. So I think right now what I'm seeing at least is that a lot of the sort of challenges of that are happening within the context of immersive theater, where you're solving a lot of that problem with human labor and having other people that are doing a lot of that stuff. But in terms of narrative design, I mean, that's a broader issue, and that's probably a big reason why you don't see a lot of VR experiences that are like that, because there are so many issues that come up in trying to achieve that. But you see that a lot more in, say, experiments on the film festival circuit that are playing with that a little bit more.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome.
All right.
I'm on Twitter at KentBuy and Voices of VR if you want more information about that. And thanks for Orels for inviting me to, or for accepting the talk. And thank you, everybody. And I'll be around if you want to chat. Oh, and if you have worlds that you want me to give feedback on, feel free to reach out, and I'd love to kind of be involved with part of the world design community, giving feedback and whatnot. So,
hi.
Yeah.
Don't forget to click stop talk.
All right. Yep. I'm gotta. There we go. Stop.
Nice.
Is it stopping? Did it stop?
Yep.
2 if
Yep.
looking at.
Okay.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah.
That was really good.
Yeah.
I've got the cringe disease. Not for me.
Dude.
Hopefully he might save me
So
too.
hot. I need to turn on.
Yeah. Click start talk.
my God.
And we're gonna be good.
Start talk. And
Holding up the right
up.
side.
Oh no.
All right. Hello, I'm Octu. I'm a 3D artist, and this was a mistake. I've compiled a list of miscellaneous, barely categorized game design tips. This was originally going to have a lot more structure. It was going to have me making a fun game premise with little nuggets of wisdom sprinkled throughout, but then I decided to throw all that away and start over 4 days before the presentation. Boy, was that a good idea. I've been writing and rehearsing this thing up until this very moment, as I accidentally demonstrated a few minutes ago. So here I am now with a bunch of tips that that a lot of you probably already know, and judging by the games I've seen in VRChat, enough of you really don't. So if you watch GDC talks or a bunch of YouTube channels for this kind of stuff, this really won't be revolutionary, and this is a good time to craft up your mixed drinks for the after party. And if this presentation goes the way I expect it's going to go, start drinking them. So, number one, think like a user. In other words, what would an idiot do? The user knows less than you. You are the developer. You've spent a long time on your project. You've mastered everything because you made it. It can be hard at the best of times to remember that the rest of the world isn't you, but if you don't, you're on the fast track to making a bad game. Players won't understand basic things about your game going in. Most of them will just completely misunderstand the fundamental mechanics of how things work. Like, some people will go into a turn-based tactical strategy game and not understand how the turns work, even though you have them listed at the top. You have to go through a tutorial and all that stuff, and it's just kind of, you know, people don't know how this stuff works usually. That's why tutorials exist. Players will miss important information, like, you ever have certain characters with certain things, certain details, stuff like that. My brain is having trouble coming up with examples. Let me think. You ever walk into a room with a particularly dangerous thing? No, that's not a good example. Players will miss important information. Well, I mean, well, there's this game called Metal Gear Rising, and there's this particular moment in that game where you pick up a thing and you're supposed to know to use that thing. And somehow, I didn't know that the game had consumable items in it for the entire time I played the damn thing. There's also a special, like, super mode you unlock, and it's actually a very important plot point, and there's this thing that pops up and tells you that you unlocked this special mode, and I didn't know that, and I beat the game without it. On the same thing, players will miss essential items. You ever watch a streamer and the streamer will just walk right past something that you know is there? You know it's there. There is a thing on the table. It is right friggin' there. They stared at it. They did not pick it up. You are no exception. The only difference between you and that streamer is that the streamer, the camera is rolling. You did that exact same thing. You just didn't notice, and you didn't have anyone to point it out to you. You're all idiots, so am I. Sometimes the user will know more than you, though. Because sometimes the user is a speedrunner. Sometimes the user is a power user. And sometimes the user is a fellow game developer. In those situations, if you decide to force the player to pick something up, force the player to acknowledge information, do all this kind of stuff, they will get really frustrated because usually it's not their first time encountering this information. So you gotta try to make sure both types of users can enjoy themselves. Essentially, assume your user is an idiot, but plan for them being a genius. This is a blank slide. There was not going to be anything there. I don't know why I left that in, but it is a perfect opportunity for me to talk about the intro to Kingdom Hearts 2. Who's familiar with that? I don't know why I expected more of a response, but the game has a 2-hour-long unskippable tutorial. Now,
oh God,
imagine if you would a scenario where there's this massive tutorial, and at the very end, you discover a secret area. And that's essentially what happens in Kingdom Hearts 2. Imagine if you could just walk to that secret area. If you could just go there because you know it's there, then skip the whole 2-hour tutorial because, oh my God. More people need to do this kind of stuff. Like, one of the ideas that I had was have a tutorial area, but like you could do a trick jump out of it if you know how to do the kind of special trick jump that you're only supposed to learn later in the game. All this kind of stuff. So remember, assume your user is an idiot, but plan for them being a genius. Next slide. Show, don't tell. Also known as the Valve section, because Valve is really good at this. This doesn't require a lot of explanation, so I won't dwell on it super long. In general, wherever possible, you should try your best to explain a concept non-verbally. Oh, gotta be careful to pick this thing up. The best way for someone to learn is not to teach them, but to allow them to teach themselves. We'll get to that, but for now, here's this random picture of a hallway. Why did I include this? Well, because I'm a fan of 70s style corporate retro modernism. No, it's because this hallway is a simple example of the map developer guiding the eye. The windows are in a consistent pattern. Lost my path on the there. They're a simple shape that communicates that you can't go through them. The carpet bends towards the doorway. And my personal favorite detail, you can't walk into this room without seeing that the door is open. There are some more little things about this, like the fact that the door is recessed so that the door being open doesn't cause an impromptu piece of cover. That would be kind of awkward in that particular area, but that's the main thing. The main takeaway from this is just like small ways of guiding the player's eye, small ways of communicating information at a glance. But that's easier in a level than it is for an enemy or for a mechanic. So, come on, hit the next slide. This is a barnacle. The Half-Life kind, not the SpongeBob kind. By the way, hi, Kent. I'm sorry about that. I imagine most of you are familiar with these things, so why am I bringing it up? because I think the way the game introduces you to them is fun. First, they're introduced in a safe environment. You can clearly see the barnacle on the ceiling, you have plenty of room to maneuver around it, and you have a weapon to deal with it if you feel like it. Second, it's well designed to communicate how it works. Big thing glued to the ceiling with a tongue dangling down really has only one way it could conceivably attack you, and that's the way it does attack you. Thirdly, just in case it wasn't obvious from the design, the game goes out of its way to show you how it works by having a bird fly right into its waiting tongue. Doubles as a chance for them to show off the fantastic animation they made for these things eating something, which is really considerate because I don't think anyone has ever died to one of these things before. I could keep going about these things forever. Seriously, pretty much every enemy and gimmick in every Valve game is introduced either non-verbally or otherwise diegetically. There are too many examples across all the games to count, and if you want more, though, I recommend watching Game Maker's Toolkit video on the Half-Life's Invisible tutorial. It is good stuff, really good stuff. So next, reward your player. More. Do it more. Have you ever put in the effort to do something really difficult in a game, like, say, beating a fight with special limitations, reaching a really hard-to-reach area through creative platforming on level geometry, or otherwise doing something really outlandish, only to get no reward at the end? There's a term for that. Negative possibility space. As far as I'm aware, the term was coined by Extra Credits in their video on the concept of the same name. To quote their video, negative possibility space is the vacuum you as a designer leave behind when you do something that creates an expectation in the player. Every game has this to some degree, and it can't be helped. How are you supposed to know that a player decided to beat your game without using any magic, or without killing anything, or without walking? Thank you, YMFAH. I know you're doing this kind of stuff. All right. Another thing. Oh, no, I forgot to switch the slide on that one. Nice. Don't punish your players. Conversely, a player should ideally never feel like you yourself are punishing them because you want their failures to feel earned, not as cheap recompense for them not being clairvoyant. Right, rewards are better anyway. So this is a very famous example of a lot of things, like you probably have seen this thing before. This is Rested XP. In World of Warcraft, they had this thing where people would play the game until they died, and that was a problem. So the solution that they came up with was a XP penalty for if you played the game for an extended period of time, you would slowly start to earn less and less XP. This caused people to flip their collective shit. So they came up with the idea of flipping it on its head, reducing all other XP, but giving people a bonus. So when they log out of the game, they build up this kind of XP over the time, and when they log back in the next day, they get an XP bonus. Fundamentally the exact same thing, but packaged in a different way. They made a punishment into a reward, and everyone rejoiced. Up next, fudge some numbers. This is the most important part of the talk today. Please pay attention. What do I mean by fudging numbers? Tweaking values, messing with AI, breaking the intended flow in small ways. In short, give players every advantage you can. Everyone does it. And by I mean everyone. Assassin's Creed and Doom value the last bit of health as more hit points than the rest of it to encourage the feeling of just surviving. In Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, distractions like the alarm clock are based on how well you're doing, makes last-second defusals more likely. In BioShock, if you would have taken your last point of damage, you instead were invulnerable for about 1 to 2 seconds, so you get more barely survived moments. In System Shock, we made your last bullet do double damage, a similar trick to the last bit of health thing. There's a whole thread of these, and for some reason, most of them are deleted, and I don't know why, but I got those ones. So, nice. Very common things like this. My personal favorite is this thing called Coyote Time, which is covered in this fantastic thread by Maddie Thorsen, the designer of Celeste, where it goes over all the little platforming tricks that they forced into the game. Coyote Time is when you walk over the edge of a platform. You can still jump for a few frames after you've left the platform, because even though you're technically falling, the game is giving you a little bit of extra leeway on that. And the reason why that's important is, who here has attempted platforming in VRChat? VRChat does not have Coyote Time. If you ever walk off the edge of a platform, you cannot jump. And that causes some annoyances. So I recommend anyone who ever tries to make a platformer in VRChat, please make your own custom jump to it so that you don't have that, because my God, that is annoying, as everyone here can probably attest. So, up next. Tools and keys, and how to tell the difference. Everyone know what a tool and key is? That's a tool and that's a key. See, the main difference there is the number of prongs. No, a tool and a key are two different things that I just kind of chose those names. They're not really necessarily widely accepted terms in game development. A tool and a key have many forms, may be required to progress, but the difference is a tool has many uses and a key has one use. What that essentially means is you can have a crowbar in a game that is meant to open a door, and that's it. That's all the crowbar does. And that isn't a tool at that point. That's a key, essentially. It's a key with a different skin attached. You could have had it be a locked door, but instead you made it a crowbar because screw it, why not? The reason why I bring this up is because, hey, it's more fun to have imagination with your keys, but you really should be more inventive. Have tools that people use more persistently throughout your design. Here's a good example. Metroid. You see Metroid there? They got the doors that need to be unlocked with the special weapons, but the special weapons are also weapons. Could you imagine if you had to find a key for the doors? That'd be a pain in the butt now, wouldn't it? Another good example of this one is actually that right there is Silent Hill Downpour. Silent Hill Downpour is not a good game, but it does this one thing very good, which is the various weapons you can pick up in the world can be used to unlock certain doors. So in this one, you see he's got a crowbar there, and that can be used to unlock boarded up doors. But those weapons can also break. So you can use that weapon to fight off some monsters, fight something, but it might break, and then you won't be able to use it to open up a special door that might have ammo or something very important inside. Which is a very clever little bit of design. I like that. Very smart. Also, in Castlevania Symphony of the Night has the different forms. Those are imperative to exploring the area, but they're also just kind of useful in general. So like the wolf form, it lets you move a lot faster after a little bit of buildup. It's not practical for most movement, but is good for covering a lot of distance in a short period of time. Bat form lets you fly, avoid certain enemies. Mist form makes you invulnerable and fly very slowly, but they're also all required to enter certain areas in the map. See, that's what I'm kind of talking about here. That's what I'm kind of getting at is try to find ways to incorporate elements of your design into the progress instead of merely having the progress be unlocked with arbitrary forms of keys. There. And then lastly, break rules, please break every single rule I've said here. Break every single tip. Everything I've said can be broken. Not every rule applies to every situation. Not every tool applies to every situation. And not every tip is useful. There'll be times when you can't stick to these due to budget or time. But please, please, understand a rule before you break it. Jesus Christ. So, one of the main problems that I keep running into is people will subvert these kinds of things. And these are very helpful. They're very useful. But if you don't understand why people do certain things, if you don't then do those things, you're not subverting, you're just being stupid. Also, this is meant to be more of a closing out thing, but I have some extra time here, so... I will say, these are all very broad, ground-level stuff. If you have any more specific advice for your projects and you don't mind me absolutely flooding your DMs, hit me up. I'd love to help. I just enjoy, like, coming up with ideas and concepts for game design, so if you ever need, like, an idea for an enemy, you can just lay out your designs for me, and I will follow up with you with a bunch of different things that'll play off the various systems you have in place already. Yeah, I just enjoy this kind of stuff, you know?
Cool.
It's fun.
It's good stuff.
And I still have 10 friggin' minutes. Who has a lot of questions?
Can you go to the
if anybody has questions, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's go.
So you gotta remove the crowbar.
Alright, we gotta stall.
This is a ways.
Was that a submerged joke? Yeah, it was a submerged joke.
Forgive me, because throughout that entire thing, I was just kind of autopiloting. Ah, there we go. Think like a user. What would an idiot do? You know, sign up to make a presentation when they've never done a presentation before. That's one thing. Hey.
Yeah, great.
Completely improvised without a script.
So there's a question from Stream Chat. So, if you're ready to answer.
Yeah, might as well.
So the question is, how would you implement a show don't tell and advantage to experienced players at the same time?
Show don't tell and advantage to the experienced players? Well, you wouldn't need to. The show don't tell would supersede that, because if the person already knows the information, then they don't need to be told it. Like, I think they might have a misunderstanding of who that experienced players aren't necessarily people that are familiar with genre trappings. They're just people that are like your power users, the people that fully understand your game and would be pissed off by a tutorial. And honestly, the reason why you'd want to use show don't tell is because it's the alternative to a tutorial where it doesn't patronize you. As I mentioned in Half-Life, the introduction to the barnacle is a bird that you kind of spook, flies into the tongue of the barnacle, and gets munched on. Which is a lot better than having to sit and wait for some character to exposit to you how barnacles work, which is how Dead Space did things. Do you have any idea how many times they told you to cut off the friggin' limbs? Like, you kind of get it by the third time. Especially since by that time you have fought several of the damn things, but they do it again. They say it on the wall. They have an audio log. They have a radio message. They have a person directly call you and tell you to do that thing. And to round it all off, they have a pop-up that then tells you non-diegetically to cut the limbs off of the monsters. I fucking get it, dude.
You missed it.
So yeah, the bird flying into the little monster thing is a little better.
Nice touch.
So to piggyback off on top of that question, you get it, we get it, but as you preface your talk, if the user is an idiot, you think you get it, but the majority of people might not get it. So how do you reconcile that type of interaction, and also knowing the fact that even if you tell a user 3 times to do something, they might completely miss it 3 times. So do you think there's still an advantage to continuously getting players?
Playtest.
Yep.
Playtest a hell of a lot. Find some people that have no idea what they're doing and keep throwing them against the wall of your design until they just kind of get it before you have time to explain it. That's the number one thing, is you have to find playtesters. Does that answer your question, or did you have more?
Explain your design yourself when you're playtesting, which is a sin so many developers commit when they go with a playtesting group, and they're like, as soon as somebody's struggling, they start just explaining, which is completely pointless and ruins the whole point of the playtest.
Observe and write things down.
Yeah, because it's very hard mentally to see people struggle at your game, because it kind of shows that you failed, and most people don't like it, and they start explaining, and that's really bad.
By the way, is the mic picking you up? Because that was a good point, and I hope that's in the video.
He can voice boost himself.
It's not a failure, it's a room for improvement.
Nice. Yeah. Still got 5 minutes. Anyone want to kill some time with me?
I think we're 45 minutes behind.
I mean, yeah, we got 45 minutes behind, but if anybody has questions...
Rock, paper, scissors?
Paper, scissors.
I don't know the rule.
It's a joke. Yeah. How do you deal with people continually missing stuff? Because I'm one of the people in VRChat who released a game world, and it's just like, man, all the playtesters got that, but like it seems like now it's released. Like I feel like it's that the problem with like when you're doing an experiment, just your presence there changes the outcome.
One of two things. Either find a way to force them, or find a way to make it not matter. So like Half-Life does the, again Half-Life, bringing up Half-Life, does the thing in Ravenholm where in order to get past a certain doorway, you have to pick up a saw blade that's currently blocking your way in the doorway, and at that exact moment a zombie walks around the damn corner, and the only thing you can really do is purposefully drop the saw blade or throw it at the zombie. So that kind of explains, oh, you can do that to zombies. That forces players to get into that situation where they have one button to press to learn the lesson, essentially. Alternatively, you can make it like something, as I mentioned, that they don't need to. So like in Portal 2, there's this moment where you have to throw a portal, and you probably aren't going to remember which portal is which at that exact moment, so the game will fudge the numbers, and it will make whatever portal you choose to shoot the correct one by default, so that people don't have that failure moment.
Go look for that.
There's actually 2 such moments. One during the part where he kills you, and one during the final confrontation.
Yeah.
I forgot that part where he kills you.
The moon, I forgot that.
Igbar, I figured it out.
Oh yeah.
Just 2 years too late.
Spoilers.
The Cyathlon.
It's a game from 2012.
You know, when people kept climbing up on the Cyathlon, and I was like, no,
Jordo, shut up.
And I added the light.
You're fine.
Octu, is your talk an indication that you're making a game, working on a game?
Well, I've been working on a couple of them, mostly just design docs. I'm kind of slowly learning the tools that I need to actually put them into action. But you'll see about them when I get to them. You know, busy with commissions lately, though. Though I am open for like consultation ever. So if any of you are working on your own games, I love helping with that stuff. So come at me, please.
Not like there's 2 game jams coming up real soon or nothing.
Okay.
Nice.
Last question?
Yeah, I've got a question. I'm curious about the best way to integrate a tutorial. Like, let's say you have like a story-driven world, and the tutorial is like, you should probably do this tutorial. It's probably pretty important. How do you combat like when someone joins a world, they're already kind of on like a time limit, like they may only be in this world for like 20 minutes. Do you kind of, I'm glad you brought up like the Kingdom Hearts example, because like in that you're doing like this section of the game, and at the end of it, like, or towards the end of it, you kind of realize like, oh, this has just been a tutorial. Do you force users to go through that, or do you like give them the option to opt into a tutorial?
That's actually very interesting. I kind of touched on it earlier, but I don't really think I made the point I was trying to make, which was for VRChat World, since you can't exactly save whether people have done a tutorial or not, what you could do, number one, is you could make the tutorial a side thing. Like when you enter the world, there's a clearly marked tutorial area, and you go in there, you do the tutorial. Alternatively, you can put them in the tutorial area and force them to do the tutorial, but users that are more experienced will know that they can take the shortcut out and skip the tutorial after they've already done it.
IKEA design.
Yep, that's a good
Does
point.
that...
Thanks for answering.
Okay.
Yeah, that answers it.
Data persistent.
Oh. My timer says I'm done.
Yeah.
So?
Okay.
Hooray.
Yeah?
Please shut up, timer. Please shut up. How do I... God damn it. I'm gonna...
Oh, you didn't close the talk? Stop.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna just do that. And since we are wrapping up, I'm just gonna wrap up it all right here. Because, you know, why would we keep this whole going thing? Okay. Is it up? Yeah, it's up. Yeah, I won't have proper motion tracking because it's too late for that. So this is the end of day one. We are 45 minutes late, so not the worst, but I guess hopefully tomorrow there won't be that happening. So I wanted to just highlight a couple of things tomorrow. So if you were considering going to community meetup, I want to steal you from there. Sorry, Squid. Much love. But we have a very big Udon deep dive section on the beginning. The first 3 talks are Phase Dragon's Callus Row deep dive with a bunch of looks like into how Callus Row works, with a lot of cool videos and insights into that, because for me it's like a huge amazing thing that I don't know anything about, so I'm really excited about that personally. So hopefully you are too. Then we have FSP talking about the Udon networking update, which is kind of important, and everybody who plans to do anything large at all in VRChat should probably go and see that. And then Centauri will polish it off with Udon AI, which goes with a lot of people brought up NPCs, and that's a very, very strong thing that you need to care about in terms of making your worlds more interactive. So having an AI wander around your world can add a lot to the immersion. So yeah, that would be like the first big block, and I'm really, really excited about it. I'm hoping that I'll see you all there today. We also obviously have a lot of good talks after that as well, but this one was just so perfect. I couldn't be happier. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Obviously, feel free to linger around and ask questions you weren't able to ask, and yada yada yada. But as far as TLX day 1 goes, it is over, and I'm hoping everybody enjoyed it, and everybody, especially on stream, who suffered through all the public instance things and still are watching. Thank you so much for staying with us, and hopefully tomorrow will be just perfect like it was the last time. But yeah, that's about it.
Yay!
Yay!
Thanks, Royals.
Yay!
Day one.
Day one.
You've done it.
Day one.
Group photo. Group photo.
Ooh, good idea.
Let's take a group photo.
On the stage?
Yeah, we should do that.
By the way,
We should definitely do that.
Oh, I have to like peel myself out of beanbag.
Or at the TLX Spring 2020.